Ukrainian military planners.
Yeah, absolutely has this impression, and it's really good to see that the Ukrainians are an example how people can behave and be not this kind of people the Russians are. All right. So, if anyone wants to come up, if anyone has a question, if anyone has a topic he wants to discuss, please request the microphone, and we will get some. If you haven't done it, please retreat to space. Abdallah, you have a question.
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to ask you, the Russians, due to the sanctions, are they able to access Western software by using VPNs and similar products available on the market?
So, yes, and the question is, I mean, they are blocked from some services from inside Russia, because Russia, it's not like China with the Great Firewall and something like this, but some websites you can't visit without using a VPN. Yeah. So, and the question is, I'm not sure if the US is blocking software. I've seen a rumor about Apple removing the Russian keyboard or something like this in Russia, but I'm not sure this wasn't a fake or something like this. So it's a good question. Maybe someone else has some information about this. For example, Nick.
I'm not certain what software Abdullah is referring to, but I think we should assume and work on the basis that Russia can still obtain access to anything on the Western internet that they require. I mean, you can, for example, I don't know how this works with an iPhone at all. I have absolutely no understanding of the iPhone, but in the case of an Android phone, even if Google blocks the Play Store, it's extremely trivial matter to obtain the APK file for any app. In fact, you can even generate, I recently learned, this is an amazing feature of Android, but even when you have installed a software package, you can then, from an APK file, you can then regenerate an APK file from the installed package, which to me feels a little bit like taking the eggs out of a baked cake. So I think we can confidently assume that, and apart from anything else, if I was Russia, I wouldn't be running, I would be using Android rather than iPhones, other than for sort of, prestige of one or two senior political figures. So I think we should assume that at the telephone level and at the web level, that Russia has access to pretty well everything. And if Microsoft is blocking them from a particular update of IIS or something, they'll work around it. So I think our ability to limit that is very small, and we should assume that their availability is essentially 100%.
All right, so let's go in order. I think it was Hector, then Yanis, and then Erland. Please, Hector.
Hello, everybody. I love the space. I try to listen to as much as I can, and I admire everybody there. It's just an amazing group of people, the hosts and the people that participate, the speakers. It's just amazing. I'm gonna be a little bit off topic because I try to I try to participate, but I'm always working a lot, working very much, so I cannot get into, I cannot participate because of that reason. Anyways, my point is this, or a couple points, okay? I hear a lot about people talking about the Soviet Union and how Russia was greatest accomplished that they had in World War II. But it's a misconception because it wasn't Russia in World War II. It was the Soviet Union. Russia is not the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was about 15 socialist republics, right? All of them, including Russia, were slaves of this false, absolutely 100% false doctrine called socialism, Marxism, communism, whatever you want to call it. It's a false doctrine, proven already in practice, right, by the falling of the Soviet Union. So, but a lot of people misunderstand that, right? You think, oh, the Russians, World War II. No, no, it wasn't the Russians. It was the Soviet Union. And then when we talk about Russia, Russia was a slave of the same doctrine. The Russian people were slaves. And yeah, they were on top. Some of the leaders were on top of the Soviet Union running things, but the people were slaves, slaves of the communist doctrine. Like the other 15 republics, all of them, slaves, because communism is a false doctrine. And then that's one point. The second point is a lot of time people in this space and everywhere, right? People say, oh yeah, the communist country, China, communist country, Vietnam, communist country, Cuba, communist country. No, they are not communists. They're not communist countries. They're communist in ideology, because communism never existed in the past. It doesn't exist today and will never exist in the future. It was a wrong idea. It was a false idea. It's an utopia and it's never going to happen. So when we talk about communist countries, just better call it what it is, a dictatorship, because that's what the doctrine of communism calls for. Where the doctrine of communism is trying to destroy capitalism and try to evolve, supposedly, right? They say it's scientific because of evolution. We have to evolve into communism, into a perfect society, a society without classes. But for that to happen, it calls for the establishment of a dictatorship. That's what the Soviet Union was a dictatorship. That's what China is, a dictatorship. And in actual doctrine, it's a socialist dictatorship, not even communist dictatorship. It doesn't. A communist dictatorship doesn't exist. What exists in reality is a socialist dictatorship called by Karl Marx, called by the doctrine of communism, is China and the Soviet Union and Cuba and Vietnam, all these countries, North Korea, they are socialist dictatorships. They're not communist. They will never be communist in reality, because that doesn't exist and will never exist.
Well said.
And
Hector.
thank you.
Completely
Thank
correct.
you very much. God bless you, all of you.
God bless you. Yes.
All right. So I saw a few hands popping up. I saw Nick and Wendy, which really want to add something to the topic, I think. So I would say let's go first to Wendy and then to Nick.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Bernardo. Thank you. I think there's people before me that the issue of how far inhabitants of the then USSR were able to dissent from the authorities that rule them is a good question for debate. It has an answer. Yeah, but I'll allow others to go first. Nick, sorry, whoever was next, please.
Yeah,
Nick
wanted to add something to this. Please, Nick. Nick.
Yep. The issue I have with what Abdullah said is that is essentially the kind of one-dimensional view that we had back in 1991. And it was great. The Soviet Union is gone, and we're going to establish a new and wonderful world, and without the communists. And it turns out, and for those of you with a little bit of social science training, it turns out that there were at least two predictors of being a really, really, really terrible country. One of them was being communist, and the other was being Russian. And those two are highly confounded in the case of the USSR. And for those of you, if we were to do, goodness me, an analysis of variance, and I apologize because this is hugely inappropriate. We're not dealing with a sample drawn from a population, etc., etc. But if you'll forgive, if those of you who understand what I mean will forgive me the analogy, we have a two predictor model here, and it is difficult to tease out what part of the misery of the Soviet Union was caused by communism and what part was caused by Russianness. And if I think Abdullah at one point actually said the Russians were the victims. Well, to some, maybe the average Russian was, but I think it's fairly clear which of those 15 component republics of the Soviet Union was pulling the strings. And it wasn't Ukraine. It certainly wasn't the Baltics. So I was back in 1991 listening to your analysis there, Abdullah, and I would have in 1991 that would have been my analysis too, and perhaps until about 3 or 4 years ago that might have been my analysis too, because I was blind to a lot of what was going on. But right now we have to deal with the fact that a great deal of what went on under the Soviet Union was just Russian business as usual, only this time with a veneer of communism on top of it, which in some ways arguably enabled them in some of the republics, I think, to subvert and suppress the urge for a sort of nationalist type freedom among people. I mean, in the middle of the 20th century, or between the First and Second World Wars, and even after, to some extent, in countries like France, I think we should not underestimate how popular communism was, given the alternatives. When a lot of people didn't have indoor plumbing and thought that communism was their best shot at getting it. We don't believe that anymore. But so I would caution against this idea that Russia is somehow the victim of communism, or that the 15 constituent republics of the Soviet Union, or that 14 of them were only the victim of communism. One doesn't have to be identify as a communist or a democratic socialist to understand that I think a lot of the problem was simply Russia, and in fact, the communism thing was getting in the way of us understanding that. And all that time, Ukrainians and various other nationalities were saying, you know what, the communism isn't great, but actually, really, we just like the Russians to go away. And we had those absolutely confounded in our minds. When Chernobyl, have a look through some newspaper headlines from April 1986, and I can guarantee you will find many that say Russian nuclear power station explodes. So we had terrible trouble separating those two out, and I think that is our task today, is to ensure that we keep those two separate, while in no way minimizing the damage done by Leninism, let's say. Let's make sure that we understand that one of the problems, but indissociable from the others, was the Russians and not the Soviet thing. It's all very complicated. And again,
But
not to defend communism anyway.
Nick, I agree with you, but we dissected it already. Russian imperialism vested deeply in the authoritarian Russian culture, meandering through the times over hundreds of years, fostering cruelty and denial of individuals having a soul and having a value, missing the Enlightenment, missing large parts of the civilizational aspects and progress initiated by land reforms, by property rights being assigned to individuals and heeded and protected, missing essentially a large part of the Industrial Revolution, and a code of law associated with protecting the authoritarian rights. That is Russian culture. That is the basis for Russian imperialism. That is the basis for the cruelty we see today.
It would be interesting, I think, to establish a sort of ranking of communist countries as from sort of most awful to least awful. There have been communist countries that are less awful than Russia, than Soviet Union. That's, again, the fact that one can say that is not to argue for communism, but there have been communist countries and indeed communist parties. The Spanish and Italian Communist Party historically have been considerably less, pro-Soviet in their approach, particularly the Italians, I think, than some others. So, there is a hierarchy, I think.
Nick, they were terrorists. They killed people with car bombs in Italy.
But that was,
Are you serious?
That was, I would argue that those were splinter left-wing terrorists, but again, we can get into semantics here. I'm not here to defend communism. I'm saying that there were communist regimes that were worse than others. I suppose North Korea comes out at the top. And I think it's interesting to try and explain those differences rather than just go, communism is terrible, they're all equally terrible. No, that's not true. And it's interesting, I think, to try and understand why things are more terrible. And until recently, I had not understood the extent to which one of the reasons why the Soviet Union was one of the worst communist countries was, frankly, Russia. And I think it's possible to have that debate without in any way legitimizing communism, just as it's possible to have different sentences for various categories of murder without endorsing murder. So I think it is possible to have that debate, and I think it is possible and dangerous to oversimplify.
All right, Nick, thank you very much. And with this, I give it to Wendy, who wanted to end his comment, and then we go to Erland.
Yeah, thanks, Bernarda. I'm gonna have to push back a little bit on the people were slaves comment. I think definition of dissension and the possibility of dissenting is this was. There were four class structures within places like the USSR, its peripheral territories, places like Hungary in '56. The last words of public spoken dissent heard from Radio Free Hungary in 1956 were the words, "Today it is Hungary, and tomorrow it will be the turn of other countries, because the imperialism of Moscow does not know borders." And the hopes that the people who rose up on that day in 1956, these hopes for an entire generation were lost to the invasion by Ivan Konev's Red Army divisions that swept in and
indiscriminately. We didn't stop them, and we didn't intervene.
We didn't intervene, and there were discussions at the time, as you know, Axel, at high level political discussions about this being a moment to free Hungary, a nation which wanted to move out of the orbit of the USSR, out of its sphere of influence, and we did nothing. So how far were these people able to dissent? Were they slaves? Well, dissent is defined as the holding of expression of opinions which are at variance with those that govern you. Yeah. Now the people in Hungary in '56, they expressed this dissent. They expressed this, but they got crushed. They were massacred. By the USSR's forces that came in, and we stood by and we did absolutely nothing. Within the USSR, these class categories are quite important. It's very easy to say they were all slaves. Not all of them were slaves. There were classes like the worker class, the peasant class, members of the intelligentsia or party elites. For a system to be overthrown, for that pen to sign away the USSR finally, when it came, an opportunity for genuine and long-term expression of dissent needs to be possible, and it wasn't. The majority of these class structures and these groups, they had to move against the communist system together for the ruling group to be broken, and as a collective, they did not do this in the core nation. They did not. So how much dissent was really possible from a single taxi driver on the road to Budapest airport complaining that the new road built parallel to the main highway was for party dignitaries traveling in their Zimas. That voice had no impact. What had an impact were the voices and the dissension of party elites. So yeah, I just, that sweeping generalization of they were all slaves. No, they were not. There were people who were compliant and quite happy with their position in the society in which they lived. And they were quite happy to see lots of other people have their lives ruined as a result of the system that they actively supported. So I just thought that was a point that needed to be pushed back on by Mr. Hector, and thanks.
Alrighty. So with this, we go to Erland, who is waiting patiently. And
yeah, I
as
know,
he-
but can we just briefly highlight one thing where Hector was definitely right? This was not communism. He was criticizing the association and terminology. All of this was dictatorial socialism. That's the whole point. That in English, with a bit of gravitas and carelessness, it's often termed as communism, has to do with how we termed them in the run-up to the Second World War. And it's a Durante moment.
All right. Erland, you wanted to add something to this?
Well, I want to add something to this, and then maybe later when this discussion is over, we can turn to something else. So, Italy, they didn't have a government with the communists. They were never allowed to have a communist-led government. One of the reasons why that never happened was because the constitution was designed in order for the communists not being able to get in power. And it is still designed in a little bit, a manner which makes it very hard to get a vast majority for one party. And at the same time, there were several fractions, you're right, of communism. One party was very big, and it sorted as a kind of umbrella organization for the rest of the different variations of socialism and communism. The worst ones identified themselves as Maoists and Stalinists, and they had compiled lists with thousands of people that needed to be killed when the revolution happened. And we're talking about not just the politicians that were definitely very corrupt in Italy, and many of them had been serving the fascist Italy during Mussolini's time. But teachers that were teaching economics, priests, lawyers, judges. There were thousands of people who were to be murdered and their families to be taken all their possessions away from them. And this is, for me, this doesn't have anything to do with socialism or communism. They were doing this because they loved what the Soviets were doing. They admired it. And I will tell you, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Italy who still glorifies these extreme visions. And that's one of the reasons why these terrible fascists get so much votes in Italy. And there were car bombs and murders, both from the fascists and from the communists. They were equally terrible. But fortunately, because of very smart people in the West, Italy never turned into become a communist country with the Stalinist model, which the communists in Italy dreamed about. And I'm so grateful that never happened. And very sad that so many people in Eastern Europe had to live under that rule.
Thank you, Erland. It was really a point was mentioning, because when I hear the idea of communism and taking away the property from the people, it's robbery. It's robbery on a state level, and property rights, we often heard it here, is the basis for our Western constitution to function.
For our freedom, Björn.
For our freedom to
Freedom.
function. For our freedom to function, absolutely.
I agree, though, that in some cases after the Second World War, when feudalism was totally abolished in Italy, because it was still definitely present during Mussolini, some properties needed to be taken away, and they did, because it was people who robbed it from their slaves, basically, in the late 1800s. That's a different thing than denying people who worked hard to own their own property. And in my vision, as a social democrat, and this is a very fundamental thing in social democracy, the right to property, freedoms, liberties, the freedom of choice of whatever you want to do with your life, what religion you want to have, all these things are so fundamental, and it needs not to be confused with anything that has to do with communism or dictatorial socialism. It is so very important. And I really value this point, because it separates us in the West from a lot of the terribleness that happened during communism in the East. And then I'm done. I'm sorry.
All right. No problem, Erland. So always welcome. So I would like to go to Anda, because she has to go to bed soon, and then we go back to Hector and then to Drively. Please, Anda.
Thank you, Björn. So I will be short. I'm on a short leash. So I'm actually from Romania. This is for the speaker who was speaking about communism and socialism, and socialism with a human face. I can confirm it's not about slavery. It's about trading power for relationships, basically. You do have classes, actually working classes. It's like a reversed pyramid, right? The working class, as it was called, meaning laborers from factories, from mines, from other trades, let's say, they were paid sometimes 3 times more than an engineer, right? So it was not basically, if you went through school, you are kind of doing it wrong. If you want to learn more, and if you had the capability to learn more, you earned less in the end. You had a title, and the title was respected from your peers, but it was not. It was not how do you say, compensated. You didn't get the money for it, right? An engineer had like 2,000 lei, for example, and the first class laborer had 6,000. So, and these are true figures. In lei in 1988. So learning more was not something that you necessarily wished to do if you wanted to have money in that period. Anyway, having money wasn't doing you any good, because it you couldn't buy anything. Therefore, they were not useful. What was useful was who you knew, and therefore you traded relations, and basically if you wanted something, you needed to get access to someone to ask that person, and that person will ask the other one who actually could help you, and the person who intermediated this affair, that didn't matter what it meant. It could mean there were small happy thoughts, right? You wanted some meat for Christmas for your kid, and there was no meat, so you talked to someone who knew someone to get 1 kilogram or 2 kilograms of pork in order to have something for the holidays for your kids. You talk to someone who knew someone who has a cousin someplace who can help you with your medical problem, right? So this is how it worked, basically. And yes, you had, let's say, classes, but in the end, it didn't really matter. It was a matter of prestige, but it didn't really help you very much. These relations helped you because, for example, if you had a cousin, an acquaintance, someone who knew someone, you, for example, weren't sent to some unknown town in the middle of Romania. You were assigned at a job in Bucharest, for example, and that was useful because life was easier. Or you wanted, for example, you had a child which was 18 years of age, and it was compulsory to do to go into the army, and therefore you talked to someone who knew someone for your kid to go to one of the units in Bucharest or in the same town as you were, instead of being sent someplace else. The worst thing that could have happened to your kid was for it to get to the border guards, and that was worst because as a border guard in a country from which you were not to exit until further approvals were made, meant that you had orders to shoot, like really shoot people. And trust me when I tell you that from people who actually were there. You were in a field, like you had your post here, you are right on the border, like 10 meters, 15 meters from you, and everything around is corn. It's a field with corn planted. You cannot see in the corn because, for example, if people go walk through corn, if they are not moving very fast and if they are not standing, you actually cannot see them, right? So you're on the edge. You have your gun and you look around you and you know that you have orders to shoot other Romanians who are trying to escape that regime. And tell me if that is funny. It is not. It is not funny, but it's not slavery. It's oppression. It's a diseased system. It's an inefficient system, but it's not slavery. So, yeah, I promised to be short. I will not go any further. Thank you very much. Nick, I have tagged you. That is the only information about energy that I could find today. Or in the previous days. I'm afraid the Romanian press is so. For the room, I was asked earlier about boats and means of transport of delivering energy to Ukraine through Romania by a Turkish company. Apparently, if there is one or if there is something, I couldn't find it in our press. For the moment, our entire press is focused on another topic, another internal problem, which I hope will not degenerate. So, thank you very much, and I wish you all a very nice evening, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Anda. I'm just going to butt in here, guys, because there is current missile attack going on at the moment. There are explosions in Kryvyi Rih. We do not know if that's anything being shot down or anything landing yet. In Kharkiv, the missiles have mostly been intercepted, but one currently has hit and has killed 3 people. We believe these missiles are being launched from the Black Sea, as Morse code was recorded 20 minutes prior to the missiles appearing. There was no air raid alert that went off in Kryvyi Rih, and they don't know why that is. May just have been a fault, may have been something else. But just to keep in mind that the whole time we're here, Ukrainians are over there and living through this. And yeah, thanks. Dryfly.
Oh, we by the way, it looks like we lost Hector. Maybe he comes up again because he also was waiting. But please, Driver, continue.
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree with a lot of what people are saying about communism in the East. The reason it pertains to us today, all this kind of history and retrospective, is the battle in Ukraine, to a certain extent, is an extension of the fights in the past and the lessons we maybe should have learned and did not learn. And we have an opportunity to just make sure that it's fixed, that we don't repeat it again, or if we do repeat it again, not as severely. I remember in 1989, in November 1989, and I'm sure Axel knows exactly what I'm talking about. The night the wall was breached in Berlin, I was at a party, a stag party for a friend of mine who was actually a squatter in Berlin back in the 1970s. He had taken me and a number of our friends, some of which who had also been in Berlin with him, to a German restaurant who was owned by a guy who was an East Berliner who had gone over the wall. And we sat at the bar for probably 6 or 8 hours that night, even after the bar closed, watching CNN as the wall came down. And I remember talking to the bar owner who had lived most of his life in East Berlin and come across, came to America, opened up this great German restaurant, just a wonderful German restaurant. And I used to go to it quite often. And we were talking about it. He said, and I told him back then, I said, the thing that really bums me out is that we'll probably won't learn any of these lessons and we'll repeat it. In fact, you can go long on communism because we'll be back here again. And he couldn't believe it. He says, no, we never would do that. No one, people who live through that will never make that mistake again. The country will never, ever, ever fall for that kind of authoritarianism or despotism again. And yet here we are, you know, what, 30 years later, 35 years later, it's depressing. But the reality is we have an opportunity to actually turn this around, and with our efforts to support people like Maria and to call our congressman and to do the things we need to do, help Ukraine stop the line there, because it's not going to stop there if we don't. These kind of things recycle and recycle and recycle. So that was the only comment I had, is that we just got to hold the line, and I will listen to others comment.
All right. Yeah, I want to share a little story with you, because yeah, about the war, about people who try to flee to the West, people who success to flee to the West. For example, my grandpa, he yeah, had the possibility and was able to go to West Berlin. I'm not going into details right now, but what happened after he was there? He planned to leave West Berlin to West Germany. And in the time he was in West Berlin, he was working for the American Army as an engineer, and helped them with repairing cars and this kind of things. So my grandpa planned to fly. He was getting money, but yeah, and saving money. But a friend of him told him, "Oh, let's drive the autobahn. It's not a problem. They don't will check you, and nothing will happen." And they drive the autobahn. And what my grandpa did not know to this point of time, this guy was a spy. He tricked my grandpa. And after this happened, they detained him on the autobahn through East Germany to West Germany. And he spent 2.5 years in Bautzen, which was a Stasi prison at this time. And yeah, it's, as a suspected spy, they made really horrible things to the people. Not as horrible as we have seen in Kharkiv or in Kherson with the people, but yeah, they put them under sleep deprivation, put them in chambers where they let the water rise to a high level, so to simulate that they are drowning and everything like this. And yeah, this regime really just people just wanted freedom. They just wanted to not be there, and this is how they treated the people. Yeah, and that's really sad,
And the sad
story.
thing is, if he had made it to Milwaukee or Minneapolis, this was a restaurant in Minneapolis that I went to. If he'd have made it there, he would have probably been great. But the reason I told those guys that it'll come back is that not everyone does succeed. And there are some excesses in capitalism. Let there be no mistake. I mean, we all read about them every day in our own countries, about the things that are done wrong, that are done to people wrong, the laws that are broken, the fraud, the cheating. I mean, it happens here. Okay. I'm not saying we're perfect, but because there is some of that, and there are some people who don't succeed, you're always going to have the recycling of this sort of communist rhetoric, and these parties are going to keep coming back and coming back and coming back. The thing is that we have an opportunity here to really stop one cycle in one place at one time, Ukraine. And if we can do that, we should do everything we can. So call your congressman. And I'm sorry for your grandpa. I hope he made it out of that in the long run. Did he survive the the Stasi in the long run, or did he?
Yeah. He was there for 2.5 years. It was not very nice. He had some psychological problems after this for a while, but yeah. Also, a little caveat: they put special medicine in the food. So to stop the sexual hormones and something like this. So as this, all these kind of things. What communists and Russians do to these people and did to this society. So in the long run, the point what was really shocking for me is after this, after he was some kind of rehabilitated and was letting out of this he he could not get a position. He could get a job, a low-level job, but he wanted to be a mastersmith or something like this, or a master of engineering, and it wasn't possible for him. It wasn't allowed. You can study, you can do what you want, but you will not get this position because it's not wanted by the party. So, and with this, I will end my little rant, and I would say let's go over to Hector and Nick because Hector is back.
Hi everybody. I love what Nick has to say about the Russian part of the Soviet Union, right? How Russia and how we need to distinguish that and focus on their behavior, right? And their evil, because that's what it is. I mean, we have to call it what it is. They're committing genocide, and it's awful. But also going back to the idea of communism, it, this is my point is that it's about terminology, but also about belief. It's a belief. Some people still in the ex-Soviet Union still believe in communism. They still believe that they can achieve a society where everything is good. There will be no classes no more because, as the lady was saying, right? She lived in a Soviet society, and she was saying there were classes. But that's not communism. That's not communism. Communism, by definition, is a classless society. It's when you achieve the perfect society. There's no classes no more, because that's the whole point, right? But it's evil because it's impossible. It's impossible. That to achieve this perfect society, we need to establish a dictatorship. The dictatorship of the poor, the dictatorship of the lower class, the dictatorship of the workers, to oppress the rich people so they never get back the power. And then eventually we get rid of the high class, we get rid of the rich people, and then everybody will be the same. There will be no classes, no classes. That's communist society. A communist society in practice is when there's no classes, but that doesn't exist. Didn't exist in the past, didn't exist today, and will never exist. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's a dream. It's an utopia, and it's evil because it calls for stopping freedom of religion, it's stopping political freedom, it's stopping any freedom. They should get rid of freedom because that's what a dictatorship is. I reject dictatorships from everywhere, from the right, from the left, from the center, whatever. They are trumping on the freedom. And yes, they were talking about slavery. I used the term slavery probably loose. What I was trying to say, first of all, ideologically, people become slaves of this concept of a perfect society, and you're willing to die for it. You're willing to die for it. In Latin America, the Catholic priests created the doctrine of theology of liberation, which is a mix between the Capital, the book that Marx wrote, and the Bible. And then the priests, the Catholic priests, they say, oh yeah, communism, the perfect society, is really the kingdom of God. So the guerrillas had to fight the dictatorship from the right, and then establish their own dictatorship from the left for the poor, and eventually the kingdom of God will be established. This is a concept, very powerful concept, very powerful belief. People die for it in Colombia, in El Salvador, in Nicaragua, fighting for this belief. They believe in that stuff, but it's evil. It's evil. It's wrong. It's never gonna happen. Not here on this earth. I believe in God and the kingdom of God is real, but it's not happening here. Every single government has its own flaws. And it always be like that. Yeah, we need to improve. Yes, let's improve it. But forget about perfect society here because we are not perfect. We are sinners, all of us.
Excuse me.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hector. Sorry. I love the passion. I really do. It's just my ears were hurting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Nick had his hand up and he wanted to add something. So please, Nick.
I put my hand down, but I'm just, as Axel says, the centre must hold, and I think I'm reminded of it. I learned an American. If we can use the American versions of left and right here, and for many years there was a snarky American phrase that said a conservative is just a liberal who's been mugged, and then I discovered the corollary of that, which is that a conservative is a liberal who has been arrested, and I think we need to exist in the space between those who've been mugged and those who've been arrested. I think we need to, build societies where you don't get mugged by the government, but you also don't get beaten up by the government. We don't want communism. We don't want fascism, and Ukraine certainly, having had many years of the former, is now experiencing the latter, and they're kind of really, it's very much meet the new boss, same as the old boss, and we don't want either of those. But that's just a kind of random thought after a good dinner, and forgetting what I put my hand up for in the first place, which is why I actually put my hand down. But Bionata called me up anyway, so you get, when you do that, you get whatever is on the top of my head.
Well, I can assure you that I do that all the time as well, and that is why I have a notebook. Bernardo, are you speaking?
No, I'm not speaking. Sorry. I just got my groceries. So yeah, I just missed the last minute. Did anyone address me?
No, you're all right. I just heard a noise and I was like, oh, is it me or is it you? You never know with Twitter pox these days.
Yeah.
I will just bring you a little update on friend of the space, Sarah Ashton Cirillo. She has been serving as part of the ZSU, if that's the right way around, and she has currently been given leave to go to the US, to DC, and meet with representatives there. And the Helsinki Commission has set her up some meetings, which we're really, really proud of the work that they do. And it's really good to see her working closely with them. And her words are an incredibly productive meeting with the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Good things are coming. And that sounds fantastic. She's also done a few more posts about it, and feel free to go and have a look over there and see what she's up to. It does sound as though she's having a very positive experience over there. She's talking to people from both sides of the house. There's absolutely full bipartisan agreement with everybody that she's speaking to. And she said she's been really impressed with the people that have been keen to listen to her, keen to speak to her. and help to make a difference. So that's fantastic news. Bernardo, you can go now.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, after we had now a discussion 1.5 hours about communism, I would like to put this topic to the side. We are done with it. But I remember Erland had another question to another topic, and we will go to it in a minute. Just wanted to mention one thing, but it slipped out of my mind. Just give me a second. No. All right. So here we go. Back to Erland, please.
To me?
Yeah. I remember you said you had another question, another topic you wanted to talk.
Yes. So I wonder, because a few months before the election in Sweden, the now prime minister and his party, they were complaining and crying about the social democratic government, which was so slow, and they didn't help Ukraine, and they didn't send the archers, and that they would send the archers immediately when they came to government. The Swedish government changed. They've been there for a couple of months. Nothing has happened. Nothing at all. Nothing has changed. They don't send anything. They sent, they sent a little bit. They sent a few man pads, a little larger type of man pads, and some ammunition. And Sweden is a great country. They have really good military equipment. But they are lagging behind really badly as well. I mean, Sweden is it 11 million people? And Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Lithuania, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Netherlands, Austria, they all spent more compared to their respective GDP. And the reason why I'm talking about Sweden is because they can easily send more than 100 CV90s, maybe 200 that are in storage. And then they have this Archer system that they can send 12 or 18 that are also in storage. And the CV90s would definitely make a difference. And as it seems like maybe the Leopard 2 and the Free the Leopards campaign is getting some traction, I think we should start to mobilize and help, maybe get help from NATO and pressure the Swedish Prime Minister. And I see Polly wants to really shoot in here.
All right, thank you very much. Polly, you have a comment, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. Yeah, I agree that Sweden and Finland both could do more. I think both these countries have been quite worried about their own security. And I guess there's a reason both countries are still not in NATO. And I would say Finland currently, still shares 1,300 kilometers with Russia, and the threat has been quite real. Lower now, but it's still real. And for Sweden, I think the problem with them was that in the beginning of 2000, in my opinion, they let their guard down, and they didn't really invest a lot in their military budget and in their defense and in their defense industry. So that's their problem. But on their defense, I actually have to say that during November, this new government, the right-wing government, sent the biggest package yet, worth of 3 billion kronor. So that's like $287 million. And I agree with Erland that they should send the CV-90s and Archers as soon as possible, and I'm quite hopeful that they will do it. Over and out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So,
But Pauli, to be honest, don't we all know that the Finnish border guard will defeat the Russian army alone?
That's a secret. Only Yehuda knows that. Well, I'm not gonna make any hypotheses, but I will just say that I'm quite confident that the Finnish border guard will hold their own and will be quite successful if push comes to shove. But at this point, we are being diplomatic and we're not making any advances to the east.
For this moment, just
Things can change. Things can change.
all
Let's
right,
not
everyone.
plan an invasion on here, eh?
Marcus, I have a small request for you. I don't know if it happened already today, but would you be so kind and read us the MOD update with your beautiful British accent?
Give me 2 ticks to pull it up and I can do that for you.
All right. And in the meantime, if you haven't done it, please retweet the space, share the space. You can also comment. There's a little bubble that you can comment on our sheet. And it's I would be interested. What was your last your last incident, your last time you ran or met someone from Ukraine, or what from Ukraine? What impression you got this week? Would be interested. So, all right, Marcus, are you ready?
As I'll ever be. So here we go. The MOD intelligence update for the 8th of December 2022. Elements of Russia's First Guards tank army are likely deployed along the defensive line near the Luhansk Oblast town of Svatove. The supposedly elite tank army took heavy casualties early in the war, including during the retreat from Kharkiv Oblast in September. It has now been partially reinforced with mobilized reservists, although remaining well below its authorized strength, which should be 25,000 personnel. Russia has now completed almost continuous trench systems along the 60 kilometers between Svatove and the Russian border. Despite the length of these works, however, the depths of the defences remains unclear. The effectiveness of the First Guards tank army and other formations' defensive preparations will largely depend on the extent of mutually supporting fallback positions. Now, I know the MOD like to be a little bit sarcastic, and I think they're pointing out there that those things might not exist. You've got to sort of read between the lines a tiny bit. So that last bit there, that well, what was it? Mutually supporting fallback positions. Well, we understand that they're all, each group in the Russian army, they're very friendly towards one another, and they provide each other with all sorts of mutual support, like stealing each other's stuff and beating each other up for praying and other terrible offences like that. So yeah, I'm sure that'll work out just fine.
Absolutely, and sometimes they even tell the Ukrainians where to hit, and if they hit, it's amazing selling positions. So these units get along very well together, it seems to me. All right. So, if anyone has a question, if anyone has a comment, please request the microphone, come up, and yeah, we will be here for you. So,
Would you like me to tell you something that I've spotted today, which I don't think anyone's spoken about? Well, I say that, but they might have because I've been at work all day.
please, Marcus, please.
Okay, so the SBU caught apparently a rather big fish in Odessa. 2 Russian spies were found to be preparing a missile attack specifically on the armed forces of Ukraine's warehouse and air defense systems. So they have been found, and their plans have been found also.
Sounds interesting. I've also heard there was another raid in some kind of church, which is yeah, a part of the Russian Orthodox Church, and again they found Russian passports, Russian propaganda, and all the not so nice things you can find there. It's yeah, it's astonishing what kind of yeah presets are that they have Lego passports and everything like this.
Yeah, well, there is also, you know, even though they're fighting a war, they still have, you know, all this going on in the background that you don't see until it happens. You know what I mean? They're obviously doing some massive investigations in the background, and I don't know. I might just want to be a fly on the wall in that room, shall we say, when they find these things out, because that must be quite a fun job piecing all the stuff together. But I see Dryfly's come up and he's got something to say, so go ahead, Dryfly.
Hey, I got a question for you, Marcus. They have any OSINT on that first tank guards? Because I remember them getting really mauled. They pulled back. I mean, there was some discussion that they were almost completely destroyed. And it'd be interesting if you could get one of your tankers, one of the guys who really work with tanks a lot, to kind of just do a deep dive into the OSINT that's out there on them and see what they look like. Because that's really the $100 question, I think, is how deep is that defense? And you're right. The report from the MOD kind of suggests that it may not be there, but it'd be great if we could get someone to speak on that, because I think that's going to tell us a lot about how quickly people go after the Savote front. And I'll listen.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. If I can't find somebody who's like really keen to do it, I'll have a look myself and see what I can find out, because I'm sure somebody has done it. It's just a case of hunting it down.
Thanks.
And I can see that we've got Ryan requesting, and hopefully through the magic of Twitter, he's going to be able to reach speaker. Oh, yes. It's worked for me anyway. Hello, Ryan. How are you?
I am doing pretty well. Driving through the streets of downtown Kyiv, just dropped off one of our travelers who went with us to Kharkiv yesterday, and I'm heading back towards our base of operations. Long day. I think we started at 8 a.m. I don't know what time it is now, maybe 11. But had some kind of treacherous weather as we left Kharkiv after we made a couple of deliveries. Obviously, I was on discussing Kharkiv Humanitarian earlier today. We made a massive food delivery to them, dropped off some water filtration kits, 5-gallon bucket kits that come with a drill. They did have some buckets there. I intended to ask them specifically if they could get 5-gallon buckets instead of whatever little 3-gallon wash buckets they had. just for the simple fact of I think more water in the bucket will create a little more gravity and make it flow a little better, but I'm sure they can improvise and use whatever they've got. People just need fresh water more than anything. After we left that, we went and met up with an individual who provided us access to a hospital there. I believe it was actually a military hospital, not an average hospital. But we arrived there with multiple boxes of medical supplies, surgical kits, some pharmaceuticals, a whole slew of things. The most remarkable one was probably the X-ray reviewing machine. Basically, the backlit panel you slide an X-ray up onto to review it and see if somebody has shrapnel or broken limbs, to analyze an X-ray. When the surgeon realized that's what was in the box, the guy was pretty much over the moon. He immediately grabbed me by the hand and took me back into the other room and showed me the Soviet era X-ray reviewing machine that they had that was still hung on the wall but didn't work. The one we provided them gave them the ability to review 2 X-rays at once. I don't know exactly what it cost. It came from Poland. He was extremely ecstatic to hook in the new one. We plugged it into the wall. I was worried because I heard some stuff rattling around in the box, and that's never a good sign with fragile equipment, especially stuff that's marked fragile on the box. I wanted to get it open and see whether it was actually broken. I was concerned that the bulbs inside were busted. We got it open, unpackaged, plugged it into the wall, and it wouldn't turn on, and I got pretty irritated. So we took it apart, popped some of the caps off, unscrewed it, took the translucent backer off of it, opened it up, and fortunately for us, the bulbs were not broken, but a bunch of the wiring was not done properly. It was unhooked. So we had to spend about 20 or 30 additional minutes there playing MacGyver, trying to figure out how to make an X-ray review device work properly. Not only is this guy a surgeon, but I think he's like an electrician and a welder, so he's a master of many trades. We put it together, thought we had it all worked out, and powered it up or plugged it into the wall to energize it, and it still wouldn't turn on. So I asked if maybe the wall socket was not good. It wasn't a new building by any means, and he assured us no, it was fine. So we kept trying to diagnose the problems, looked at the fuses. He pulled those out and checked them. I brought Matt, one of the newer volunteers with 3XR, back because he's pretty accomplished at diagnosing electrical problems. He took apart Julia's printer at one point into mini pieces to see if he could figure out the problems with it. After a few minutes of us looking at it, the surgeon had disappeared in the meantime, and I asked if anybody had a multimeter, assuming nobody had a multimeter, and much to my surprise, the guy came walking back into the room with a multimeter in hand. Apparently, he had been living at this hospital for a period of time and brought damn near anything and everything that he thought could be of use, up to and including a multimeter. So even though he was a surgeon, he was also testing electronics with us. We checked the bolts on the device itself and determined that it had good current running through it. So then we checked the voltage on the wall and realized that the plug was in fact bad, even though he initially thought it wasn't. So we carried it into the other room, and it wasn't just him who was overjoyed to have this stuff. There were multiple nurses and other physicians that helped us go through the boxes and make sure that what we were providing was actually stuff that was needed. We let them know that anything they didn't absolutely need, we had another home for that would very much need that stuff as well. So they meticulously went through anything and everything. We were identifying some of the items that were packed in the boxes because some of it was donated from overseas, so it wasn't all marked in Ukrainian or Russian. We went in and plugged it in the administrative office, and much to our surprise, it turned on. Everybody was thrilled. Basically, I was getting pretty irritated and going to call the manufacturer and read the riot act over broken equipment that we traveled so far with. But in the end, we got it all put back together and powered up, and the guy was thrilled to have it. We asked them about any other potential needs there, and he mentioned, again, to my surprise, that what he really needed was a vegetable slicer because they were serving a very large number of people, and hand-cutting food to provide to injured people is not a very efficient way of doing it. Also, there's, some risk in handling a knife that frequently. And if they just had, a standard commercial style potato slicer where they could cut stuff up, it would greatly reduce the workload on some of the helpers there at the hospital and allow them to feed more people.
Ryan, my love, you're getting more and more mechanical. I don't know if you're walking away from a signal or anything like that. But I was just going to say, something like that isn't something you would necessarily think of them needing. And it's really good that they're able to say something like that. And you think, I would have never put that in the car, but now I know.
Exactly. And that's why we stopped and regretfully, I forgot to ask him if they had enough clothing for some of the soldiers there. We've been aware that sometimes that's an issue. The soldier comes in with a traumatic injury and they don't know everything that's wrong with them. Usually, if you get rolled into the ER with a major trauma, they're going to cut all your clothes off. So by the time you get discharged, you don't have anything to wear. I've got the ability to contact them, so we will be getting in touch with them again in the future. I put them in touch with somebody else who's been delivering pharmaceuticals and medical supplies here in Ukraine. Hang on a second. I'm in a pretty sketchy area around Kyiv, and I'm trying to get home. Tell you what, let me tune back in once I get to Bucha, because I've got to make some turns and I need to pay attention to my map, and I need to try to.
Yeah, I'd rather you not be lost.
Yeah, probably not a good idea. It's around curfew anyway, and I've got a ride in front of me. So let me get out of the downtown Kyiv area and onto a little more less frequented and curvy area of town, because this is a bit of a maze right here. I'll mute me for now, and I'll come back up and speak when I'll raise my hand in a minute.
Okay, thanks very much, Ryan. And just to comment on what Ryan was saying there, that through that one interaction with somebody, he's identified a very specific need, which he wouldn't have thought of. And he's also given them contacts to get more pharmaceutical products through his contact. It's like this network, it's like a web. And for every interaction that you have, you build another line onto the web. You give them the connection that you have. And this sort of the way the society works in providing all these links and connections and helpers, it's something which I love. Plowman, you came up to speak. Did you have a specific question for Ryan, or was there something we can deal with?
Actually, it's a bit of a question for Ryan. So this is the question. Is there still a huge need for generators in Ukraine, for power generators? And why I'm asking this is, I just came across a person a couple of days ago, let's say a week ago, who managed to get donations in the area of 1 million euro or something like that. So he already sort of sent about 100 plus generators to Ukraine, but the money appears to be coming to him quite still in quite the quantities. And I was just wondering, is that productive? Is that really still a thing which people should be giving their money for? And this is really a question more for Ryan, really, I guess.
Yeah, Leonardo, do you have an answer to that?
No, but I had the same question as this morning when Ryan was talking about which is it the headlamps and some things like this were needed, and candles, and I was also thinking, because I just bought a generator for a friend a few days ago, and found really quite cheap ones for like $250. After I asked how much they cost in Ukraine, they are 3 times the price. So I guess the demand is there. The question is there in these areas enough fuel? And Ryan will be hopefully able to speak to this in a few minutes.
Yeah, just to be clear, these generators are donated; they're given away. They are not sold in Ukraine, right? I'm talking about
absolutely. No. I was just telling you the demand is there because they have to pay if they want to buy a generator in Ukraine. If you're in Ukraine and you want to buy a generator, the prices are 3 times higher than they are here. So this is a big sign the demand is high and still high, I would guess. Ryan, please.
Yes, there's still an immediate need by a lot of families and even institutions for generators. While I was meeting with Roman Kaknov of the Kharkiv Fire.
That was the Kharkiv Fire Department, by the way.
All right, Ryan is breaking up, but I think he's there in a second.
Yeah, he's just in a sketchy area for signal, I believe. I'll mute you for a second, Ryan, and come back to us whenever. So, yeah, it did sound as though the answer is yes, because when he met with the firefighters in Kharkiv, they were still delivering generators to people wherever they could. So I believe that was pretty much the gist of that. George, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say something, but I'm in a bad spot. I know I'm gonna cut out, so give me about 3 minutes. Please go to Wendy.
All right, let's go to Wendy. And Wendy, I have a question. I know you are on with Marcus. If you want, you can co-host too.
Oh, thanks, Bernard. That's very kind. I'm happy to do whatever works best for everybody. I was just thinking. I'm sure we've all thought this. As the weather gets colder, is colder, as the snow falls outside, it's natural to think about the Ukrainian warriors living outside around places like Bakhmut, Volodar, Pavlivka right now, with the cold winds of the steppe blowing across them and making their lives extra challenging. It's also perhaps easily forgotten that whilst this happens, Ukraine's many other warriors are performing their own duties and tasks to make their country safer. One that came to my mind just on reading the news a short while ago was the mine clearance teams that are working to clear places like Kherson Oblast of mines. I saw that President Zelensky today posthumously awarded some police officers who had been killed by mines yesterday, who were killed by mines yesterday in Kherson Oblast. Zelensky said that mine terror is particularly dangerous because there is no such anti-mine system that could destroy all of the threat that these mines currently pose, and basically that there's 170,000 square kilometers of mined territory within Ukraine as a direct result of the Muscovite invasion of 2022. I was thinking of asking anyone who would like to come up and give their opinion on this, or anyone around on the speaker panel who can answer this. What more does Ukraine need right now to prevent as much loss of life as possible happening from the threat of mines? And in what ways does the weather change this? If that makes sense.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does, and it's a very important point. So I see Erland is also coming up, and yeah, I hope we will have Orion back soon too. All right, Marcus.
Go ahead, Erland. I think you came up to talk about mines by the sounds of things.
No, actually, I got a message, and someone asked if Malcolm Nance is coming on and when, because there's no card up in the Nest or on the account of the MriyaReport. So maybe we should make one.
We asked him last night, and he did say he would be back tonight. Problem is, we don't know the exact time, and that's why we haven't shoved a card out, because we can only say, yes, coming soon, probably. So that's the reason, because we don't really know the exact time. He just said he would definitely pop in and speak to us, so that's where we are.
Are you trying to say that maybe he bumped into a billionaire and asked to get $100,000, and the billionaire said yes, and then he might not come?
Well, you never know. If he bumps into a billionaire and he's got all his needs sorted, then he's quite welcome to come and tell us that he's out on the lash having a great time celebrating that. So he might just come and gloat if that's the case, and that's fine too.
I hope so.
George, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see Ryan on here anymore, but I was trying to understand what he was saying. So I guess at the hospital he was at, they were saying that they need something like a food slicer or something like that, I guess, to cut potatoes or something like that. That's what they were asking for.
Yeah, what it is they've got so many people there that they've got to feed, and quite
Gotcha.
a lot of them, quite a lot of those people as well are going to need their food cut.
Okay, so really, what's a really cheap and quick way to slice potatoes? If you have a cheese grater, one of those four-sided cheese graters, the one side on the one side has what's a slicer, and you can use that to slice potatoes. Trust me, you can go through like a 15-pound bag of potatoes in about 15-20 minutes if somebody else does the peeling. So that's an option, because you don't need power, you just need some elbow grease to be able to slice the potatoes. And you could buy those things cheap. You could buy a stack of 10 of them. They don't take much room, and they could deliver them to different hospitals and stuff like that if they don't have them. The other thing is, I heard, obviously I know that, I know firsthand, when you get hit, they cut away your clothes, and then you're being discharged from the hospital. And that hospital gown might look pretty in the bedroom, but it's not going to work when you have to walk outside. So one of the options that we use is hospital scrubs. If the hospital doesn't have scrubs, they're not that expensive if you buy them in bulk. And at least as a first layer of garment, they're not bad. They are comfortable. They if the person has bandages and stuff, they come in different sizes, and you can place them over any bandages or anything like that. So at least wherever they're being sent to, at least they have a first layer of clothes, and all you need is a drawstring, to cinch them up. So that's a really good option, and we use it in our hospital all the time.
Both great suggestions, yeah. Ryan did come up and then he disappeared again just as quickly. So I think we're just having a bit of Twitter pox. Hopefully he's coming back now.
Yeah, and if he can hear me, fine. And if not, and if he comes up here and I'm not on here, please, forward that suggestion. I do see Ryan. Ryan, can you hear me?
I can. I had to go through a checkpoint real quick, so I muted the audio, but I caught the end of it. You were suggesting like a cheese grater with a slice function on the side for vegetable slicing. He actually looked up and showed us exactly what he was talking about, and I already had a pretty good idea because I know a family friend of mine's father used to own a restaurant, but he was speaking specifically of a potato slicer. They have them for industrial use that basically looks like the old beer can or Coke can cruncher that you have out in the garage, where you just pull a lever down and it slices a potato into 50 French fry slices all at once. You can put different styles of slicing
blades on there.
Yeah, blades on it. But he showed.
I've used one, my man. I've used one.
Oh yeah.
That's a good option.
I've used one
because they're not electric.
But
yeah, they're not electric.
Yep, exactly. They're manual use, but you're not doing hand function. Slicing one potato 20 times to get it busted up into pieces. You can throw a potato in there like you throw a beer can in a beer crusher or in a can crusher, and you can smoke through a sack of potatoes if they've already been peeled in 5 minutes with of the nursing staff, or maybe helping with some of the food preparation. I don't know that for certain. I didn't talk to him at length because we were kind of in a rush, and they had folks cycling in and out of the hospital, both people being discharged and families arriving to tend to their loved ones or check in on them. And we weren't trying to hog the entryway and slow them down from their daily task, but while I had the ear of the surgeon of the hospital, I asked him if there were any specific needs they had, and I was kind of caught off guard when what he told me they needed the most was a food slicer. Matt and I were discussing briefly whether they were meaning a food processor where they could turn solid food into a puree and maybe help people eat through a wired shut jaw, or make some.
Did we lose Ryan?
We're worried about the little people and speeding up the process of food preparation, and also lowering the amount of handling food for whatever reason, whether it's sanitary or just to expedite the process a bit. It seemed like a very valid need, and knowing what was going on at that hospital, I think it's something they could make great use of. When I saw the look on his face when he realized the box that we had was an X-ray light box, and how happy he got, and then he immediately needed to take me by the hand and take me back and show me. He told me, once or twice he was a surgeon. I already knew he was a surgeon, just by the deference that that was provided by some of the staff, and they brought him in to look at exactly what we had and what might be needed. We communicated to them, please take anything you need, but don't take anything you don't need, because we certainly have a home for it. And we know people that will absolutely need these items. They went through and were extremely meticulous in looking through all the items, but it just jumped out at me that he would focus on what the food preparers needed and not ask me for, something exorbitantly expensive or, unique of any kind. Like when the surgeon is going and grabbing a multimeter tool and helping us play MacGyver on the X-ray machine so we can make it work, I was terrified that the lamps or the bulbs were going to be broken on it, and we were going to have to procure some more bulbs when I go into Poland in a couple of days, just because I knew how happy he was to see it, and obviously how much use he could make of that thing specifically. I was thrilled when we got it taken apart with the Leatherman and put back together. They brought in some other tools, but luckily all we needed was a good Phillips screwdriver and a multimeter, and it kind of caught me off guard when the surgeon disappeared for a minute or two and showed up with a multimeter tool, and we're suddenly, sticking the leads in the wall and checking to see if there's power. But he seemed like a very practical man, and I'm sure if he asked me for a food slicer and a specific one, he absolutely needs it.
That's great, Ryan. That's great. And about the clothing issue, I don't know if you heard me, but I said,
I guess the other notable thing of the day was after we departed from the hospital, we met back up with some of the folks from the Kharkiv Humanitarian Center, and they took us to Saltivka. If anybody doesn't know where Saltivka is, it's in Kharkiv. It's the northeasternmost neighborhood in that city. It was once the most populated neighborhood in that city. Hang on, I'm getting pulled over. I gotta talk to a police officer. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, that's amazing. Just got pulled over by the cops. Hey, love it.
Hey, curfew. All right. So, yeah, let's.
that's a first for MriyaReport. Yesterday, we almost had CJ pulled over by the police.
This was quick. But what did you say to him, Ryan? What are the magic words? Slava?
Oh, and he's gone again. Maybe he was speaking to you soon. You never know. I'm sure he'll be back when he can be. Yeah. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I was gonna say yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think yesterday morning, or was it this morning? I forget now. Days are molding into one. CJ was almost pulled over by the police while he was talking to us, but it was a false alarm. They were actually going after somebody else, and just now we get Ryan get stopped. I'm sure it was a curfew. It was an issue with curfew. I'm hoping he comes back up.
Does he have the permission to drive after curfew because he's voluntary?
I think he can answer that. I just saw his thumb go up.
Yep.
Ryan, you back?
Muted it again. They pulled up next to me. I actually just passed through a checkpoint, but I've had a bad headlight for probably a week now. And when you're driving around with curfew in a raggedy van, actually I shouldn't talk bad about her. She's a little engine that could. I think this van is very reliable. It just has some cosmetic issues, and I'm going to have to take some time off and work on the hood latch. I believe somebody slid into a tree earlier in the year and caused a little dent on the hood. Unfortunately, that dent is directly over the hood latch, and I think it disengaged the cable that normally you would pull under the driver's column to open up. And we've been having some issues. I need some new wiper fluid more desperately than I need that low beam on my right side, but when you drive by the local police with a headlamp out and then turn your brights on, it highlights the fact that you have a non-working headlight. So they pulled up alongside me, and I explained who I was, and they let me go on my way. I think they also know I just passed through a checkpoint as well, so they were just checking to make sure I was not a troublemaker or some hooligan running around out after curfew. It's pretty apparent by my van and my horrible Oklahoma accent, trying to speak Ukrainian, that I am who I say I am. They've also pulled me over a couple of times much later than this, coming into town, so maybe they know the van by now.
Yeah,
Ryan,
got that headlight fixed, dude.
Trust me, I want to do nothing more than fix this headlight, but I've been running all over Ukraine in the last week and a half, and I simply have not had the time to do any vehicle maintenance on this one. And the high beam works on that side. Usually the headlights are so covered in dirt or snow or a combination of the two that I can drive around with my high beams on and nobody knows the difference. It's not normally a problem, but when you're, one of the few people out rolling around on the street and you already had your low beams on, it behooves them to pull up and check on me. Nobody jumped out of the back seat with a Kalashnikov this time at 2 a.m, concerned that we had passed the checkpoint and not stopped. So I would call that a real good one. The local law enforcement's pretty friendly around here, especially so when they realize you're here trying to deliver humanitarian aid.
I think that probably goes a long way.
Ryan, really quick, you were mentioning something about clothing, that the soldiers don't have clothing. Obviously, when they get hit, all the clothing has to be cut away. And I was going to make a suggestion that if you guys can pick up scrubs, even cheap scrubs,
no,
and drop them off to those hospitals.
They've got scrubs. It's cold as hell here, and they're not going to send people home in scrubs. So I've only delivered to 2 military hospitals. Everybody that I've seen at one of them actually had, a uniform on as they were leaving. But another hospital we pulled up to a few weeks ago or a couple of weeks ago, forgive me, my time might be a little foggy. I noticed the guy was going out in not a heavy coat, but a light jacket, and judging by the color of it, it was probably intended for a woman and not a man. And frankly, I think, we should have those guys dressed up. If they were injured as a result of fighting for their country, they ought to go home with a warm jacket and a clean set of clothes and some shoes if they didn't get to keep their boots. I didn't notice any of the guys today not having those items, so it wasn't the first thing on my mind. I was more interested in making sure they had contact info for people who have much larger quantities of medicine that are both regulated and unregulated stuff that could be used in a hospital like that. I met some people and made some contacts while I was here, and I'm more than happy to pass along that information to people who need it the most. It's a community mentality here, and I'm happy to share whatever I can to make the most use of my time and get people the things they need when they need them. And I'm really happy that there appears to be power at the house, so I can stay on the space once I get in. Let me hop off here for a minute because I need to unload, and I will get back on in just a few minutes. I need to go talk with some of our team members here and catch up on a few things, but I will be back. I can actually...
Ryan, is Philip there?
Not to my knowledge. I just got here. I don't know exactly who's here, to be totally honest. And good evening, actually.
Alrighty. Yeah, you were hopping off us. I just shouted in.
Nope, you're fine.
Talk to you
I
in a
can
minute.
sit out. No, it's fine. I'll sit out here and talk for a second. We went to Kharkiv Humanitarian today and then went to a hospital and delivered some much needed specific items. A couple of UV lamps for sterilizing surgical rooms, some actual surgical instruments, some specific medications that were in desperate need there.
Do you need more of those UV lamps?
I don't know for sure. The specific request that was made when I talked to the surgeon after we took apart the X-ray review light box, I was speaking to him and asking them if they had any other immediate needs, and the guy told me he needed a food slicer, like the industrial style where you just throw a potato in it and slam it down and it cuts you 50 fries or 15 slices. It seemed like something I never would have thought of, but given that the guy's like a welder and an electrician and a surgeon, the fact that he asked for food preparation equipment seemed like a very specific need, and I'm sure he does need it, or some of his staff needs it so they can prepare food for people who've been doing some very hard work under some very extreme circumstances. By that I mean the soldiers and the hospital staff.
How do we get that to you, Ryan?
He actually pulled one up. There was some debate between myself and one of the other volunteers about whether he was talking about a food processor or a food slicer. We were discussing it in English. The guy didn't speak, the surgeon didn't speak a bunch of English, but I put together what he was asking for real quick because I've spent a little bit of time in an industrial kitchen, and he was talking about a kitchen grade or a commercial kitchen grade potato slicer. It's like I mentioned, it's like one of those can crunchers that you see in a garage when you're recycling cans. He pulled up a photo of that and a photo of another item that I think is like a food processor that would, make a puree or a juicer style type item. The website he pulled them up on, I think, is a Ukrainian one. I didn't convert the price in hryvnia to USD, so I'll review that this evening when I get into the house. But after we left there, we met back up with some folks of the Kharkiv Humanitarian Center, and they very graciously took us to the Saltivka neighborhood and showed us firsthand exactly how much damage that particular area has received in comparison to the rest of Kharkiv. And as far as a comparison between Kharkiv and Kyiv with respect to damage, there isn't one. It's all over the place, and it's a huge city, but when you arrive in Saltivka, you certainly know it. We probably spent a little over an hour there. They showed us around. We noticed that there is some reconstruction already going on. Obviously, it's a completely devastated neighborhood. It was the largest neighborhood in all of Kharkiv. We did some looking, and they explained the situation. They told us that butterfly mines were deployed in some of those areas, so they told us to do our best to stay on the pavement. They've obviously done a bunch of cleanup, or at least demining in that area, because there are still people living in that community. But with all of the snowfall on the ground, and there was a heavy snow today, it was in everybody's best interest for us to not venture too far off of the paved pathways. You couldn't really differentiate the paved pathways from the grassy areas, other than some areas that had been cordoned off with red caution tape, but that was more an issue of building collapse than it was of a mine issue. There was heavy equipment and dump trucks working in the area, a crane put up where they're trying to make specific repairs to some of the least damaged buildings so they can restore housing to the most people in the quickest amount of time. But given that there's no power and no water in that area, Pretty much there are only a handful of people staying there. We met with a gentleman who has lived there for a number of years, who's been periodically going to check on his apartment. It was actually as we were leaving, and he was walking out with a briefcase and a backpack and a bag of some personal documents. He stopped and was very eager to speak with us. The people with Kharkiv Humanitarian Center explained who we were, that we were volunteers delivering humanitarian aid. He asked if we were journalists or media. I had already explained to them what the MriyaReport was and who MriyaAid was, and they know Renegade Relief Runners really well. So I told them in full disclosure, I'm not a professional journalist or a reporter, but I'm a Mriya reporter, and he was over the moon, more than happy to tell his story to us. He wanted people to know that that their spirit is unbreakable and they're Ukrainian. And I think the translation that we were given at the time was that he who draws the sword will suffer the consequences of the sword. But I'll communicate that or send that video over to some you guys, and maybe you can do a little bit of editing or preparation and make it more useful.
Send it over.
Yep.
Before you nip off, Ryan, somebody here has been waiting very patiently to ask you something. Jack Earl, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to know how many beds those hospitals were. Do you know? Like, how big were the hospitals?
The first one I couldn't say specifically. The one today was in the hundreds.
In the hundreds? I was just going to say, I mean, Vitamix has a program where they donate the blenders that I've used before for making tube feedings or puree diets. And so, I mean, those might be useful. I mean, I think they're useful, but if you think it might be good to check and see if they have, if they're willing to donate any. They at least do some processing, and they'll blend stuff and make different consistencies, and they do it quite quickly and are very powerful.
Well, I would certainly consider that. If anybody has any contacts or knows how to reach them, I wouldn't say that's out of the question. He wasn't asking for anything electrical. It was simply a hand lever device that you would mount on a wall. And I know a guy that used to have a small diner, or his father had a small diner, and it's a real simple device. It has a grate or a screen on the bottom of it. You stick a potato in it and just push it down, and it mashes the thing through a set of blades. But
I sent you, Ryan, I sent you a couple of links. Choose which you want. Let me know. It's exactly the ones which you are just talking about, including wall mount capacity or very sturdy table setup. Have a look. Let me know. We'll check and see.
Okay. I took some screenshots of the specific ones he looked up, and I think he just looked them up on the Ukrainian website so he could show me a photo. So there was no miscommunication in what we were talking about. But yeah, I'll be in touch. I'm more than happy to share that and a number of other things. I took some more video footage and photographs that I don't know if you guys were able to make use of. There are those 360 style street view videos that give not a video but an image that you can.
Donnie's on it.
Perfect. I've got more, and I've got some from Saltivka, and they're I don't know if you'd call it shocking or heartbreaking, but knowing that people are still living in some of those houses, even in these most extreme conditions, is sobering, to say the least.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Are you going to pop off for a little bit? Do you need to go?
Yeah, I need to unload the van. I've been on the road today since about 9 a.m. We had a few brief stops just to see firsthand what's been done to the largest neighborhood in Kharkiv. There were once 400,000 people living there. There are significantly less than that, and given how harsh the winter has already gotten, I hope nobody is living there and that they've all moved into other parts of Kharkiv, at least for the winter, because it's without steady power and potable water, it's a pretty harsh environment. Somebody asked earlier if there was still a need for generators. I know Poland did deliver a bunch of industrial-sized generators into the Kharkiv area recently. I don't remember exactly how many. Maybe Roman Kaknov will come on and he can offer a little more info about that. But individual use generators for a few apartments or small homes and families are in dire need. I have been meaning to deliver one that's in the back of my van for the last 2 days, but I had to get out of town so fast yesterday because we were running late that I told myself I would deliver it today when we returned. And when I returned to Kyiv today, it was already bordering past curfew, so I didn't know if I would even be able to make contact with those folks. But I'm headed back down into Kyiv tomorrow to pick up a certain individual and deliver them to Poland. I think people here will know exactly who I'm talking about in a day or two. Don't want to share too much on that, but I will be in touch, and I will be back on the space later this evening once I get my stuff unloaded from the van.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you.
So now you know Ryan's coming back. If you've got any more questions for him, save them up, get them ready. Bernardo, would you like to hear something that has been translated by the lovely Dimitri of War Translated?
Yes, please, please enlighten us. What has Dimitri translated for us?
Well, it's supposed to be a kind of motivational speech from Grey Zone. However, in the middle of it, they basically start telling the truth. Here we go. According to our subjective observations, there is more good than bad, but in some cases of negligence and idiocy are just outrageous. For example, we know of a situation in which several soldiers froze to death during the period when the frost came. At month 9 of the special military operation, after all the mistakes that have been made, and in the LPR, they know how to cross the river in February, March, and about 30 kilometres in summer shoes and lose the entire company to pneumonia. Such situations are unacceptable. I just found that little bit of truth enlightening.
Absolutely. That sounds enlightening. In their summer shoes, and they all have pneumonia. All right. So, did they die, or did they just not able to fight anymore? That's a question I have. But yeah, most likely is they are not effective anymore. That is the important part, I guess. All right. So yeah.
Well, there's also more recent news. Let me find that. And it's here we go. Based on captured documents, many Russian soldiers are currently being hospitalized with severe cases of pneumonia, bronchitis, otitis, whatever that is, and sinusitis. there were few days when there were more hospitalized with infectious diseases than with combat-related wounds, which is thoroughly pleasant. I'm sure they're having a great time. So that's how Russians are doing right now. I can see your mic moving, but I don't think you're speaking. I don't know.
If you're talking to me, I'm sorry. I was just briefly, not here for a second.
That's okay. You just walk away and leave me by myself. That's absolutely fine.
Excuse me. Yeah. All right. Marcus, was it a question for me?
No, it wasn't. I was just telling you about the current state of affairs, that apparently there are more being hospitalized with infectious diseases than with combat-related wounds in some areas.
All right. Okay. Infectious diseases sounds interesting. But I see we have now a few hands up. Fancy Pants and Heather. Who was first? Do you remember?
It was Fancy Pants.
It was Fancy Pants. All right. Then Fancy Pants and then Heather.
Yeah, and you did not summon me with infectious diseases. I hopefully have nothing in common with those. But I thought I used this opportunity to come talk to space, because today I was playing with OpenAI's GPT chat, which is quite an interesting thing to play with. But there is something very disturbing about it, which is that they block access to Ukrainians together with Iran, Russia, North Korea, and Venezuela. And not only that, if you research this topic a tiny bit more, DALI, which is their AI image generation app, doesn't allow you to use any requests that include Ukrainian city names. For instance, I cannot create something like beautiful Sunday afternoon in Lviv or beautiful Kiev evening walk, because then it will say this violates the content policy. I find quite disturbing that those companies around Elon Musk in his vicinity show this bias against Ukraine. And if you are from the computer science domain, I kindly ask you to explore that same OpenAI and DALI, and bring it to people's attention that there is this huge discrimination against Ukrainians going on. On one hand, equating them with Russia and Iran, which I think is incredibly unfair. Like, Ukraine is on no sanction list whatsoever. Why deny them services? And secondly, why would any, and I played with it, it's exactly the city names of Ukrainian cities. Why would that violate content policies? To me, it seems highly discriminatory, as if you would say you would discriminate against any religion or race, right? And I think United States is very focused on showing equal rights to everyone. So I hope that there is something that can be done to address these issues, bring it up with this company, why there is this ethnically limited service. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say.
That's very good point and very interesting point. And yeah, Vishnis, thank you for this. Marcus.
We'll go to Heather, eh? Go ahead, Heather.
Hi, Marcus. I'll just back up to the medical part for a sec. Otitis is an infection in the ear. It may be otitis externa, which is the outer ear, or can't remember what the others are. But anyways, if you have otitis, you can be really dizzy. If you can have like quite nasty pain in your ears, and I would imagine some of those otitis related injuries are also from concussion, concussive uh, events. And just uh, God, I'm just not able to spit my words out, and I have them. Anytime you have any infection, whether it's in your mouth, in your teeth, in your nose, in your sinuses, or in your ears, you also stand a higher likelihood of developing a very nasty case of encephalitis, which is infection in your brain. So I'll just leave you with that to ponder. I imagine they're not doing very well, and I imagine there's probably a lot of COVID and flus and stuff. So that's my little tiny bit of knowledge on trivial medical stuff. Thanks.
Absolutely. And yeah, the point is, why does it happen? These kind of blood vessels you have there in the upper part of your face are not so good and not so much protected through the blood-brain barrier. So it's easier for infectious diseases to get into your blood, which is in the brain, which usually get filtered quite good before. So if this happens, gut infection in your brain, yeah, good lord, you don't want this. Especially not if you are in Russia or in Ukraine on the Russian side and have no access to good medical.
I would not want to be fighting a war with any of those things. Yeah, I would not.
Well, I can only say that their lack of medical care is proving to be good for Ukraine.
Yeah.
I also saw from Thomas Steiner that frostbite is one of the main injuries of Russian troops arriving in Luhansk hospitals at the moment, and I can imagine that's because they're out in the field, not properly protected, not properly dressed, and yeah, it's starting to tell.
And wet. I'm sure wet does not help. Yeah, wet cold is. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be fighting a war as a Russian with what they have for equipment, personal equipment, medical equipment, any kind of equipment. Anyways, that's my 2 cents, and I have to go finish doing my chores now. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. I'm going to drop down to listener.
Thank you very much, Heather. And yeah, thanks for your knowledge there, because I did not know what otitis was. And I'm glad somebody came up and told me, to be fair. Learning every day on the MriyaReport. Talking of which, if you want to come up and ask questions or inform me of things that I don't know, feel free to do so. And Bernardo, you've very kindly put your hand up there, so go for it.
Oh yeah. I have another topic, and maybe I see someone in the audience who maybe come up and talk a little bit about this topic if he has time and wants to. But yeah, we were talking about the Russian oil price cap, and yeah, you remembered it kicked in a few days ago. I think on the 5th of December, if I remember correctly. And yeah, looks like the price cap was at $60, if I remember correctly. And the markets are trading the Urals oil, which is crude oil, a sort of crude oil. They, yeah, basically sell it at $54 now. So yeah, it's under $60, and it's not really not really yeah interested as a market analyst, and it's really great that the prices are still falling, and I hope we will see them going down even more tomorrow. All right, and if Ben can hear me, and if he wants to speak to this, please come up, Ben. But just if you want.
Yeah, he was also explaining to me the other night what's Gazprom doing, and Gazprom's not doing very well. Apparently, Gazprom has been funding other industries basically because it had money, and now it does not have as much money because they've been dipping into their reserves in that direction to help fund other things and keep other places afloat. And I think one of those is basically going to crack. You know, it can't last forever, that current situation. And Gazprom is currently bombing, which is nice to hear. Gazprom is hosed. And Plowman, you've put your hand up. Go for it.
Just a very quick comment on the oil price. So my information is probably a little bit old, a couple of years old, but the Russian oil production costs are around $30 to $40 a barrel, which means at $60 a barrel, they still make a profit, which is not ideal. Let me put it that way. But I hope that the volume sold, because there's a relation between the volume sold and the production cost per barrel, hopefully will rise with lowering volumes being sold by the Russians. But again, let's face it, they're still making some money out of the oil trade, even by selling at $60 a barrel, and they still have some income from this. So it would be much better if we could, limit as much as possible their trade at all. But that's just my opinion, and I guess it's very difficult to get the whole of the EU to agree on something like a complete stop of Russian oil in Europe. But that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing this price cap has caused with the Russian oil is some of those people who want to do business with them are trying to negotiate quite ridiculous reductions in price, and apparently it's the situation is that they've got to keep pumping it out of the ground. So they're in a bit of a sort of sticky situation that they've only got so many places to store it before they have to offload it. And of course, they're taking advantage of that, the people who are purchasing from them. And that's a terrible, terrible shame.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I hope they drive a very, very hard bargain, as much as discount as possible.
Yeah, I certainly hope they do as well. And apparently they are, so that's good to hear.
Well, again, everything below $40 should be getting them into, the lost territory, which is always good. So yeah, let's watch those prices. Let's watch those prices.
Yes, and this ghost fleet that they appear to be employing is not quite as invisible as they think it is, because obviously, even if they turn their trackers in different directions, you still know where they're going through other means, obviously, and so it's all a bit of hide and seek at the moment. I don't really know what they're playing at. I think that's going to come to a terrible end, but That's just my opinion. Would you like to hear about some explosions in Melitopol? Obviously you would. Well, this is what I know. There were explosions in Melitopol in the airport area, which is 70 kilometers from the front line. So make up your own minds as to what hit that. And they seem to have gone specifically after airport areas, if you've noticed. Seems to be an awful lot of hits on airports, and I can only imagine it's making a heck of a difficulty in supplying, because you can't bring in your supply helicopters and things like that if things keep blowing up. Well, you wouldn't think so anyway. And the place that was hit in Berdyansk, is that the one? That appears to have been a place where they were storing ammunition, because, well, there were a lot of sympathetic explosions, shall we say, and I think that can only be a good thing. Getting rid of some more ammo makes sense to me. And Leonardo, I'm going to pass it over to you because I need a drink.
Yeah, please, Marcus, drink a little bit. And I would just have a quick look on the topic I wanted to tell you about. I just lost the tower, right? Shit. All right. So, if you have a question, if you have a comment, please come up. Today, we may be visited by Malcolm Nance again. And if you haven't done it, please visit our website, MriyaReport.org. There you can also find our regular speakers, our most recent speakers, and also you can listen to the recorded podcasts we have online. So, with this, I don't know. Marcus, have you seen the video of a drunk Putin? I'm not sure if he was drunk or if he had a high dose of medication and maybe a glass or two of wine. But yeah, he seems to be a little bit like. Was it Yeltsin who was drunk all the time?
I have no idea. I only
Yes,
know
it was.
he appears to be confused about what's actually happening. And thanks, Axel, for confirming that.
Yeah. So it's really, really interesting. Also, I saw a video today about a Russian helicopter which crashed. Nah, not crashed. It had a little incident with an anti-air rocket. And yeah, then it started crashing down. And there was everywhere, trash everywhere. So like literally they must have had trash everywhere in this helicopter. So many trash. And not like, oh, these are things which were in the helicopter or parts of the helicopter. No, it was literally trash. You can see trash bags, you can see trash and more trash and more trash. I am not sure why, but yeah, that's Russia. Many trash. All right. So I see we have a new guest up, Flying Goose. Very warm welcome to you.
Oh, I'm not new. I'm old around these parts. I was just I was just gonna say, I really hope that they brought him a nice warm tea with some special stuff in it after his drunken night, and gave him some fresh air out a nice high window.
That would certainly spice up the situation, wouldn't it? I do wonder.
Oh, but I'd love to see that
how that
video.
video.
Mockers,
Yeah.
if you get that one, send that one directly, please.
Okay, it's a deal. Yeah, I look at this drunken Putin video and I wonder why we're seeing it. Who allowed that to get out?
Oh, I think he's got. I think there's some baddies in the mix now. I think they know that he's screwed things up pretty good for them, and I'm pretty sure people are getting pretty tired of his shit. So I think we're going to start seeing more of this kind of stuff coming out, like the part about him falling down the stairs and shitting his pants the other day. That same kind of thing.
Well, yeah, it certainly does seem as though somebody's out to maybe embarrass him, which I think is like the worst thing in the world for Russians to actually, feel shame about anything. So maybe you've got a point there. Plowman, go ahead.
I was just wondering whether you guys and what the panel thinks about the recent rumors about the plans Putin and his cronies have to evacuate in case of losing power and moving to Venezuela or Argentina or something like that. Obviously, apparently, China is not part of the equation. They were a bit afraid that Chinese do not like losers. So apparently the plans are to go to Venezuela. What do you think, guys? Real, not real, just a stupid internet rumor? And in the light of today's, these videos of the drunken Putin, yeah, that might be something that might be a thing, So that's my question. Thank you.
Well, we've heard these rumours, haven't we? And pick one is my answer, because it's probably nonsense. I mean, it's probably nonsense, but you just never know, do you? You just never know for sure, because they say and do some extremely strange things. They appear to be living in a World War II universe. It's very, very strange that they appear to go back in time, and this would be something that you would expect from another era, in my opinion. Yeah, it's probably nonsense, is my answer.
I do agree. I do agree, actually. It's just to lighten up the mood a little bit. And, see that actually, even the mere fact that such speculations are circulating, that's a sign that probably the times are about to change. And probably we will see a Ukrainian victory soon, sooner than later. Well, maybe not this winter, but who knows? Who knows?
I'd like to think sooner than later. The Ukrainians certainly think so. Elend, go ahead.
Oh, I think of a good place where he can he can go. It's North Korea. I think that's a more suitable place for him.
I was thinking more of hell, but okay, North Korea is close enough.
It's very close, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I think it's rubbish until I see a good investigation by Bellingcat or someone else. And to the note, if the war is going to be over this spring, well, the Ukrainians will need a lot more equipment and ammo, and some luck, and maybe endemic, which apparently there are several of on the Russian side already. The most notable one is the endemic of frostbite and probably hypothermic shock, which is the main reason for people staying in hospitals in places like Rostov and LNR and DNR, fake republics hospitals. So if you add cholera and maybe some heavy COVID, syphilis. They're probably going to get that, all of them, during their stay at the tent camps for conscripts, and all these kind of filthy, disgusting diseases that dirt
Well,
and
that's too
uncleanness.
slow. Syphilis is too slow. You know, it takes years, unfortunately.
Okay. Diphthery and all these bad things that comes with bad hygiene.
Typhus is good.
Yeah. Let's hope that that will happen. All these things needs to just kick in at the same time, and then the Ukrainians will free up a lot of territory.
I think a lot of these things are kicking in at the same time. They seem to be suffering an awful lot. Certainly, any troops that make it beyond the 20 minutes of actual combat, they seem to be sort of left in places which are particularly horrible. They don't set up their trenches properly. They don't plan for, cover properly. They don't do the basic hygiene that you would expect in order to keep yourself safe and well and warm. And it seems like I don't know, just living in rubbish. I'm not a tidy person, but I couldn't live like that, put it that way.
Imagine the thing, they just can barely fit their units with uniforms. There's no way in hell and wash them, is it?
They ain't washing anything abandoned out in the trenches, are they? Right, we've got some hands up, so I'll go to Wendy first.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, I just thought it probably doesn't warrant too much debate, because we know that what is published or broadcast out of that particular area, diminishing area of the world, is it is basically lies most of the time. But this does seem to run contrary to the current Kremlin inhabitants' previous reputation that he's shaped for himself over the years. A reputation as some kind of weird, demented, quasi working class hero, despite him being quite clearly one of the party elites, quite clearly part of the security services, and somebody who has muscled his way up to the top. I mean, we saw him trying to drive a truck over some bridge somewhere recently, and it struck me that the weather outside his truck looks awfully a lot like Venezuela to me. So who knows? Perhaps he's already there. But he's always tried to distance himself from Yeltsin, and Yeltsin, in the words of many people who probably voted for this for the Kremlin inhabitants back in the 1990s, when there was probably some kind of veneer of legitimacy about the elections back then, which has long since been lost. Yeltsin's a lot of those people purportedly felt that Yeltsin embarrassed their country. They don't like to be embarrassed. They're a proud nation, and all of this bollocks. This is this is very Yeltsin-like, and I would say unlike his usual very stage-managed videos, which appeal to as wide a domestic audience as possible. it's not a great look for him. You know, he's trying to survive, and he's making a litany of mistakes, one after the other. And I'd say this is another one of them.
Well, yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like a great move. Flying Goose, go ahead.
Yeah, I think he looks like a short little putz, to be honest. He looks like somebody who's really not secure with anything that's coming out of his mouth anymore. Nobody around him believes the shit that's coming out of his mouth. He doesn't believe the shit that's coming out of his mouth. It amazes me, to be honest with you, that the West, oh God, I was born in the 70s, and Russia, my entire life, was the boogeyman. And that was being raised partially in Canada, partially in the US. Equally, the boogeyman. Russia was the one you never wanted to mess with Russia, ever. There was just always that terror associated with it. So the PSYOPs job they did, from the last several decades, has been the only thing impressive that I can say that they've done. But that's been completely dismantled. I mean, the bare face is wide open to everybody. We've all seen who the real Russia is now. The tiny little bear cub, paper bear cub, that Russia is. Yes, is Russia huge? Landmass? Yes, it is. But the content and the character of the people that are in Russia, yeah, I'm not overly concerned about. If we got the weapons to Ukraine that they need to have, that they should have, they would have zero problems ending this shit real fast. This isn't about might going up against might. Ukrainians have them beat 1,000%. They are brilliant and innovative and will hold out a hell of a lot longer than the Russians will. So the Russians are it's just a mishmash of like the worst goulash you've ever seen in your life. I mean, they're just fucked. Anyways, isn't Malcolm supposed to be joining us soon?
We are hoping so, yes. We're just waiting for him. In the meantime, oh, Bauman, have I lost you? Oh, hello. You know, isn't that strange when you say somebody's name and they turn up immediately?
I love it when that happens. I love it.
Good evening, guys.
All right, so we're getting a few people up. Malcolm is here. Very warm welcome, very warm welcome, Malcolm. And also we got up our friend Ellen, which will change the places with me or with Marcus. We will see. And George, welcome to you too. Hello, Malcolm. How are you doing?
I'm great.
All right, this was a little bit interrupted. Malcolm, can you hear us or?
Sorry, mic went off. Yes, I've been listening for the last 10 minutes. That was quite entertaining, the last part about the baby Russian vapor bear. But, well, good evening, everybody. And I'm Malcolm Nance. I'm going to be here again. As you guys know, I'm with the International Legion, 3rd Battalion Special Operations. And I'm here. This is like Ask Me Anything week. So anything you guys want to talk about, anything you guys want to discuss, as you know, if you've been listening for the last few days, we're in a fundraiser to raise money for 3rd Battalion's medevac ambulances, which are actually Hiluxes with medevac cupolas and canopies on the rear. And but I'm on an indefinite period of leave. I can go back to Ukraine at any time that I want. I've been out for about 4 weeks now, 3.5 weeks. And I am free to talk about anything that is not classified on Ukraine from the practitioner's perspective, from the ground warfare's perspective. and also the geopolitical intelligence perspective, because that's what I did for 40 years. So glad to be here.
Well,
All right.
thank you very much. Yeah, warm welcome from me too. We have George with his hand up, so I'm going to let George go because I think it's something directly for you, Malcolm.
Okay. George always asks good questions. If it's the same George.
How's it going, Malcolm?
Hello.
Philadelphia here again.
Yeah, that's why I
so-
like you, George. I got to see my dentist next week. We should hook up for coffee.
Hey, whenever you want to. I'm down at Temple Hospital, so
Oh, okay.
Not far from the city. So whenever you want, just DM me and we'll make it happen.
Okay.
Just we're hearing. I wanted to, you talked yesterday about the Schultzy, I see nothing Olaf Scholz, right? And the whole leopard situation,
Right.
And then we hear reports from that the U.S. government has said, hey, they don't have any qualms about Leopard 2s being sent to Ukraine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And logistically, it would make sense that Leopard 2s kind of go into Ukraine because of the fact that so many European countries have them, but we're hearing Poland's buying everything but the kitchen sink when it comes to tanks. They're buying from South Korea. They're buying from us. They're getting from us. What are the chances that the Poles just say, you know what? We'll give you the introductory price offer of 50 of whatever modern Western tanks to Ukraine, since they're buying up everything that's available?
Yeah. It's great. I think yesterday when we were talking, the subject of Leopard 2s came up, and I think I might have poo-pooed it because of the reticence of the German government, which somehow surprisingly, one day after they have the largest act of extremism is foiled in their country, suddenly the defense minister is speaking to our defense minister, and we're finding out that they are very interested in transferring weapons, tanks, to Ukraine. The Leopard 2 is a good choice because, as you mentioned, there are 10 nations in Europe that are operating the Leopard 2. It is a first-rate main battle tank, gun stabilized, very large. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's 120 millimeter. Just like the M1A1s or the M1A2s. Lots of thermals. It's a very, very advanced tank, and it'll take a while for the Germans to learn how to plus up to that. But a lot of these things are being said now, principally because a lot of people are starting to plan for the post-war. And I know you guys you've been on here this week, I have some strong views about when the post-war will be. I believe at this time next year, Ukraine will not be at war. I think unless they're going to seize Crimea. I think Russia will sue for peace just as soon as they start losing, as soon as they lose Luhansk and Donetsk collapses. And I'm a firm believer that this is going to happen. I can just see it. But that's my fantasy baseball, right? So a lot of countries are starting to position themselves on the post-war. The Polish T-72s, they're upgunned, advanced T-72s that they gave to Ukraine. I believe 250 of those tanks, which I saw in action. These were not fire on the move tanks, right? These were get into position. They don't fire from defilade very well. Certainly, they're not the greatest hull down tank in the world. But they were equal to what the Russians were putting out there. Whatever comes next needs to be an order of magnitude Russian fleet killer, because Russia's not going to stop this war, even if they have a negotiated settlement. They're going to go into mass production, try to bring up T-90s, whatever it is that they're going to try to bring. And in a few years, this this lukewarm Cold War with the Russians and the Ukrainians will be like it was when I went to Avdiivka before the war, a cold, hot war, right, where they were shooting. That the United States has been funding with South Korea, Poland, and Ukraine, right? That would be the best part. Another consideration that we have to think about. Republican congressmen coming in are hardcore pro Moscow. They are, I call them the treason pack. And they are going to foil, they think they're going to foil defense funding into and allocations of government money to Ukraine. They were saying that the administration is looking to put in the United States government, and 36 people is enough to do it. But they would rather destroy the United States government, its functionality, its funding, its debt limit, all of these things that the Constitution requires. They would rather do that than allow Ukraine to live. So that's one of the things that they have to take into consideration. So that's why you're seeing these front-end loaded contracts and weapon systems that may be next gen coming from Poland, as opposed to people saying, "Hey, we're going to give up, we're going to give up a fleet of 200 M1." Running right now. Better to allow Europe to step up to the plate. I really think that Germany got a shock this week. And I think you're going to see a very, very when some of the details of this this coup attempt, even though it was by a bunch of QAnon crazies, it turns out that according to German reporting, Prince Heinrich VIII and would, execute government ministers and seize control of the army and reestablish the pre-Nazi aristocracy. This guy had been in continuous contact using a Russian citizen who is also a German citizen as a liaison to the Russian diplomatic compounds. Now, he listening to all their craziness and filing reports, but we don't know. All I know is the Germans are probably suddenly going to take the internal safe. You give Ukraine Leopard 2 tanks.
All right.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that, Malcolm.
Oh, you guys, I'm long-winded, so because I never get it. I never get to speak. Old spies, we never talk about anything. That's why I talk a lot when I'm on TV. These platforms, I got like 40 years of talking I got to do.
To highlight, there was a involved, it's only a local judge, but she was connected to the AfD, the kind of bad
Alternative
party
for
we have here in
Deutschland.
Germany. Yeah. It's a crazy bunch of people, and now there are pictures everywhere of the spokesperson of the fraction of the Bundestag from the AfD having pictures with her, and it's really a big involvement of them, and a point to highlight. It's happening. It's not as big in Germany as it is in the international media, because there were also another few actions like this, but this is the biggest we had until now. This is absolutely correct. Megan, just a quick question. I saw a video today with a helicopter crashed, and this helicopter must have been loaded with full of trash. I saw trash bags everywhere. Can you talk a little bit about what do you see, how the Russians behave with their trash on the battlefield and everything?
Oh, are you asking me? I could have swore I heard you asking me.
Yeah, sure.
Oh
Sure,
my
sure.
God. This is the easiest question I'm going to get asked tonight. Yeah. Oh my God, the Russians. I'm sorry, guys. I have been at this game since 1982. The first ground combat operation I took part in was Beirut in 1983 with the 22 Mu. Even though I was a sailor, I'm a black guy that spoke Arabic, so we would rotate ashore. Um, and that was in the middle of a civil war with sections of the city destroyed. I spent the better part of a year in and out of Lebanon. I've fought in Libya, Syria, Iraq, all over Iraq, Yemen. I've been to Sudan, which is a nasty place, and all over sub-Saharan, or not sub-Saharan Africa, but the Saharan Sahel, Mali, Chad, places like that. I have never seen anything as disgusting as the standard Russian dugout. I just don't get it. I understand the Muslim world has to be clean. They have to, bathe, they have to do ablutions 5 times a day. When they don't have water, they can use sand. And you're talking to the guy who saw an entire section of an airport used as literally a bathroom where they shit from corner to corner on a 100 by 100 foot hall, right? But that was out of necessity. They didn't want to do it on the flight line. But the Russians are absolutely filthy. I'm not being a propagandist. I am, hand on heart. I have never seen a dirty enemy like this. They just have no. Maybe it's just because my statement that I'm famously made that Russia today attacked me with, that Russia truly is a trailer park with atomic bombs. Well, the trailer parks have a little organization, right? They're modular in their containing, their disorganization. I don't know. I've never been to Russia. Never will go to Russia. Just the nature of my work would never allow me to step foot in Russia. I'd be arrested as a hostile government detainee, just as a bargaining chip, like Tiffany Griner. But no, the I don't know what it is. I don't know whether they have running water. Maybe it was when the Soviet Union collapsed, the garbage services stopped, and everything just came on its own. I don't know. If anybody here has been to Russia, let me know. What do the sides of the roads look like? Are they clean? What do the small villages look like? In Ukraine, they are effing immaculate. I will tell you right now, I've been in virtually every inch of Ukraine except the downtown of Odessa, Mariupol, Melitopol. I've been everywhere else, other than Crimea, of course. And they're immaculate. Ukraine is a very clean country. But I go to my first Russian position that we assaulted. I came in for exploitation. I was stunned at the filth that was there, the magnitudes of trash. They have these MREs are in like little aluminum, square containers with an aluminum foil top, and they would just eat whatever they want out of it, and they just throw it into a pile against the wall. You're talking about a guy, I was acting first sergeant. So I'm constantly on top of everybody about keeping clean, keeping your weapons in a nice area, keeping your rockets stacked up, all the important stuff in case we have a contact at our safe houses or whatever, right? The kitchen has to be immaculate when I'm there. These Russians are disgusting. And I don't mean they're just men living in a place. They are physically disgusting. I have captured their uniforms. I have a whole mess of uniforms. I took stuff off of clotheslines. Basic hygiene, yeah, maybe, but just it was a real third world poverty level of attitude towards their spaces. And so, I went down a trench line at one point, and we found that they had used an entire section of trench line as their latrine. And we're like, this is a communicating trench, right? This is where they have to walk to get back and forth alive. And there's guys sitting up on the top of the trench dumping down into their own lines, which means the amount of sickness that must have been there must have been phenomenal. But I guess they washed it away with the thousands of bottles of alcohol that I saw everywhere. And not to mention the stolen washing machines everywhere. That's not a joke. All right. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not exaggerating you. You just asked me about a question that really pissed me off. The Russians, pigs are actually clean. All right. So I don't know how to describe it, but they live horribly. It makes me wonder about the average level of cleanliness in Russia. But oh my God. Next question. God, you really got me with that one.
Thank you, Malcolm. Man.
Jesus Christ.
It was you painted the picture in our head. We will keep it.
Oh
So,
my
and with this,
God.
so CJ, please.
Well, Malcolm, thanks for coming on. And I want to ask a simple question, but I think
Yeah.
it's got a really complicated answer.
Yeah.
Based on everything you said, why does the Russian army refuse to be a learning organization? There is Darwinism, of course, at play. There's possibly up to 100,000 Russians killed, captured, severely wounded, and perhaps many more lightly wounded. Why do they refuse to get better? And this sounds somewhat simple, but as a soldier myself, it seems to be even the worst enemies and the most disgusting enemies always get better. They always seem to figure out a way to still be lethal. And I'm not saying the Russian army isn't, but you would expect some sort of institutional changes, even from the lower levels, if the top level wasn't getting better. So what is happening here that's preventing that?
Are we allowed to use naughty language on here? I know it's Twitter Spaces. We actually, as you guys know, I'm famous for my "what now" B word phrase on Russian TV. But we had two terms that we used quite a bit. The first one, of course, was dead Zed, right? Because they all had Z patches. I have, I have my Z patch function. Dead Zed, and the other one was BBD. And I will apply the second term to answer your question. Why are they not a learning force? Right? BBD stands for because bitch be dead. There is no force to learn. There is no officer's cadre that is surviving this war. It is as simple as that. The rotation of their key learners, they're the people who have learned how to enable and sustain combat operations are being rotated, categorized 200 in zinc coffins. So that's the answer. This force believed, I mentioned this yesterday, the Royal United Services Institute did a study of their captured documents, and they believed that in 2017, 2018, they had reached equal combat skill and capability in aviation, in tanks, mechanized infantry, and the way of fighting war of the United States. Really? Because I've seen us, all right? And as I mentioned yesterday, one special forces soldier with a radio, actually it's 12, but only one of them had a radio, the JTAC, slaughtered 250 Russians and Syrian soldiers that were stupid enough, mercenaries, to have the thought to even think that they could step up to us. And let me tell you, they just don't have it in them. And anybody that wants to pass down a lessons learned report that will not allow them to take a long walk out of a short window or wake up with a 9mm heart attack is never going back to Russia to print the truth. It'll be printed on Telegram channels, which is what we're seeing right now. But yeah, lessons learned, BBD, bitch be dead. In this case, bitches be dead. They just do not have anyone surviving long enough who would be stupid enough to open his mouth and write an after action report that would be anything less than favorable.
No,
Malcolm.
oh, sorry, Alan. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, CJ.
No, I want to hear
No, I was gonna follow up because looking at the Soviet Army in World War II, of course, suffered a much higher percentage of casualties. Let's just say they're the same force in tactics and in capabilities, which might not be that far off from the truth. Don't you think that the democratization of information via Telegram, just for the average soldier, would be passed around more effectively now? I guess that's why I know so many are dying, but it seems almost inexplicable why they're still not doing any better in a lot of simple ways.
The moment you said that, right, this went into my mind. Here's the message that's being flashed around on Telegram. Dudes, we're going to die. That's the message. That's the only message that can be transmitted out there that has any viability. So that anybody could, would, or ever would understand what to learn from, how to learn from it. So, but that's informal, right? It'd be like sitting around and listening to, there are no old sergeants who have survived. They're lieutenant class, from junior lieutenant all the way up to captain is their equivalent of sergeant first classes. No, not even from sergeant to sergeant first classes. All right, captain level is dead. These guys are the ones who are taking over from their battalion commanders. They're dying. Do I have captain? Oh, I know I've got a senior, I've got a middle ranked officer's stripes here off of one of my acquisitions, or as we call them, trophies. So, but they are not surviving. Anyone that stays, and this is the message I would send if I were out there. Anyone who stays in your bunker, you have two choices here. You can surrender, or as I like to put it, resign from the war and walk east or walk north, whichever direction Russia is, or you're going to die. Now you decide what's going to happen here. Your officers get in the way, just shoot them. Nobody can arrest you if there's 100,000 of you, right? If there's 500 of you, if there's 1,000 of you. There was one big group of Wagner mercenaries that walked off, 20 guys with their freaking weapons. And you know what they're going to do? They're mafia. They're just going to go to some town and take it over, some town in Russia, right? Women, cars, banks. And who's going to stop them? The Rosguardia? They've been decimated. So that being said, I think that there will never, the lessons learned will be passed down through NATO war colleges, and when the Ukrainians lecture, we'll see.
Yeah, I just want to welcome Malcolm here again tonight. He's been here all week. It's great to have him here. So, folks, please retweet this space. Let everyone know that Malcolm Nance is here right now. bringing us news from Ukraine. I think, are you going to be here again tomorrow night, Malcolm?
Yeah, it's going to be limited though. It'll be like 30 minutes. Okay.
So
Friday
so
night, everybody
folks,
wants to see me in New York City.
this is your chance to talk to Malcolm tonight. Retweet the space. And also, the easiest way to do that is just to scroll up into the nest, which is a little space above the speakers panel here. You'll see a card with Malcolm Nance's photograph on it. You will also see a link to tapestry.org, tapstri.org. Malcolm, can you tell us just a little bit about Tapestry?
Sure. Tapestry is a virtual think tank that we started. I started 7 years ago. Actually, I think it's more than that, 10 years ago. It stands for the Terror Asymmetrics Project on Strategy, Tactics, and Radical Ideologies. We are a very small group of practitioners because most of the think tanks that you hear about are academics, and virtually none of them are practitioners. And in fact, we're re-engineering Tapestry, so we may be putting out a call for interns and non-paid residents and fellows. And what we do is we take people who have been in combat, we have people who are active in the intelligence community, and we write and study, and in this case, support the 3rd Battalion in the International Legion. And are standing up a new foundation, the International Legion Foundation, which will directly support all the Western soldiers who are fighting in Ukraine. Right now, we have a very specific task, and if we don't meet it this week, then I'll be back next week. In fact, if your leadership wants me to host at least once a day, so now that I'm out of country. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to raise $40,000. We're a quarter of the way there to get 5 pickup trucks, and three of these pickup trucks will be converted to battlefield ambulances. And this is ambulances that will go from the point of injury to the 1 kilometer, 1 mile to the hard armored medevacs. Right now, that has to be done by 4 or 5 guys, or 4 or 6 guys humping a wounded soldier in mud. 3rd Battalion took a casualty, a gentleman who died 5 minutes away from the medevac because we had to move him by hand through the mud and snow. It was a 4-man team that had to struggle him out under bombardment of artillery, because as soon as they heard that one of their mines went off in this impromptu minefield that they set, they immediately started bombarding the area, knowing that were removing a casualty. If we had had our Hilux, right now all of our Hiluxes are gun trucks, which means that they have pintles, or they're logistics trucks, pintles for machine guns, and or logistics trucks, which mean they have cabs. So we want to build this purpose-built Hilux, which will have a framework that will hold 2 fixed stretchers. We already have the stretchers. We have an enormous amount of combat medical, and that they will be stationed very close by, so that when there are bombardments, we'll just swoop in, get our casualties, and drive them out to the whatever the BTR-4 ambulances or the Humvee ambulances that the Ukrainian army has. And that's where real casualty care starts. We're good at it at where we're at. We have a combat medic, but I mentioned this not yesterday, but the day before. We had 3 combat medics who had no combat experience. In the first hour of their first mission, they had 7 wounded, including the two of the 3 combat medics. They had light wounds, lacerations. One guy took some shrapnel in the hand, but they were combat veterans the next day. I mean, they had a mass casualty situation immediately. So, we have all the resources, but the gap that we have now in our combat support capability is moving people that last kilometer, moving people that last mile. And, we're going to have to name one of these trucks Miria because we've already got enough pretty much for 1 truck. We need to raise the rest for that. So if you think, man, my money, if I donate money to this, whether it's $5 or $5,000, it's going directly to that. Which is today, by the way, I spent my first overhead money today, which was to buy a tank of gas to move the enormous amounts of materials that we have that are going to Ukraine here in a week or so. So I mean, we've got reams of stuff that's going back there. So we need to get gas to move all this stuff. And fly, we're going to be sending a courier out to Ukraine. Just in the last month, we've collected enough for 10 night vision set goggles, and you guys know how expensive those are, right? That's like, depending on what you got, 50 to 100,000 bucks. So, and that's for one team. We're running 3 special operations teams in the field, and I've personally donated 5 sets of night vision. So we want you here at Myriad, if you're listening and you've got questions, hey, and you've donated before, put it on a rotating donation of $5 a month or something, because we have to buy our own diesel. We have to buy our own petrol. We do not wait in lines and cut off tanks that are trying to refuel and rearm to maintain the battle space. It's easier for us to just take 50, $100 and drive our pickup straight down to the SoCar gas station or the Yoko and fill up the tank and get right back on the battlefield. So you give us capabilities so that we don't have to tax the Ukrainian army. But this space of where we are missing these vehicles is now going critical. So that's why I'm here.
And as Malcolm said, time means the difference between life and death on the battlefield. It's 1 kilometer to get that wounded soldier to medevac into a place where his or her life can be saved. The other thing I have 2 questions for you, Malcolm. Then we'll go to hands. As you said, this is an Ask You Anything night. I've seen where 80% of the casualties on the battlefield are caused by artillery fire. When this occurs, you're not talking about a single wounded soldier. You are talking about many wounded soldiers as a result of artillery shelling.
Yeah.
And that's why these ambulances and all the medical aid going to the front line is so important.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And and 99% of the ambulances aren't ambulances. They're Hilux. They're just whatever vehicle is at hand. And the reason we're going with Hilux is because we're so deep in the mud, man. I mean, we have to have 4x4 capability, and there's a lot of Hiluxes we can get from Poland or England. And we put a roll cage on the back with this stretcher capability, which we don't have right now. We don't. We can put one guy in a cab of one of our logistics vehicles, but every one of our rockets has to come out of that. All of our ammo has to come out of that. So we're going to make this capability inherent in every 3rd Battalion squadron unit that we have. We go around. We can't decide whether we're squadrons or platoons. So it's just something new that has to come in there that we've learned, and we've now learned it in blood. We've taken 2 dead, I want to say 17 wounded. Most of the wounded were walking wounded, but they're still wounded. So they have to be treated. And then, and usually the Ukrainians are big on rotating you out. But the Ukrainians take it worse than we do. And we had a Ukrainian soldier that was with us who was killed about a month ago. That's where 2 of our people lost permanent hearing. We lost one of our snipers, lost hearing in his left ear, and a great soldier that I really liked lost permanent hearing loss in both ears because a T-72 fired right into our position. Blind luck. All right, they never hit our position, but somebody was standing up and a Ukrainian soldier was killed, and we still had to carry his remains out a couple of kilometers. So it's terrible, but this capability will be great. And like I said, I don't know. Maybe we'll have a naming contest when this is done. Miriam 1, Miriam 2 doesn't sound great, but Angel of Mercy or something. You guys figure out what we should do with this, and whoever's the biggest donor will get naming rights. How's that?
Malcolm, I'm just going to suggest MriyaBitch 1, MriyaBitch 2, MriyaBitch 3. We can give that many vehicles, I hope. And so, folks, please go up in the nest, retweet this space, let everyone know Malcolm Nance is here, and go to tapestry.org, tapstri.org. Last question, then we will take hands. Last question from me, that is. Malcolm, I know you're on leave right now from the battlefield, but I assume you do speak with Ukraine every single day. Is there special news you want to bring to us tonight? Anything that you can share?
Yeah, I speak every day, like every couple of hours. God, and I dread when my signal pops up with a notification, because I'm always afraid, hey, someone got hurt, someone got killed. But the situation is stable. It's cold. We bring a lot of material with us. Right now, we're bringing in a lot of extreme cold weather equipment from the States. And I mean, we had already started. I think I mentioned this yesterday at our pre-winter preparations. Hey, when I'm in charge, we prepare months in advance. So we started preparing for winter in October. Before there was this electrical blackout, we had bought generators for every truck, every safe house, every headquarters building, where our units are at. So we had bought 1 to 5 kilowatt generators. So we have power. We pre-positioned fuel. We bought all of our cold weather gear in the last week of October, heavy cold weather gear for November, December. And now I'm bringing the extreme cold weather gear, the big heavy mittens, the American style, Canadian style mittens, 2 types, the kind with a trigger finger, that's for the machine gunners, the heavy machine gunners on our vehicles. And then for the average guy to just, we're sitting still half the time in reconnaissance positions. And more importantly, and I bought this with money that people donated yesterday, I bought 10 hypothermia management kits, and those are $169 each. But guess what? Guess what our biggest problem is medevacing our individuals when we wrap them up in these kits that have, these charcoal heaters that go from foot to top. Because if you get hit in this war and you're not warmed up quickly and medevac, you're going to die, period. I believe it was minus 19 in the East the other day, Celsius. So I think it was like one of the coldest parts of Ukraine was like I think it's minus 20 Fahrenheit. So, the winter is here. Last year we had a mild winter. It's not mild anymore.
Okay, thank you, Malcolm. And we will go to hands. I just want to ask everyone again, please retweet this space. I am going to go with George. Please go ahead.
Hey, Malcolm, I know this is, sometimes I come up with crazy ideas, but you're talking about evacuating guys, from the front, getting them to like a first aid station, triage, and then, like some kind of hospital or field hospital, right? What if, I know somehow like months ago, the British had said they were donating heavy lift drones.
Yeah.
What if one of those, because I know there's companies out there that are actually have built these things, like a heavy lift drone where let's say, okay, you get the guy, I know that the terrain is horrible, and that's one of the other things, right? But if you can just drive them 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe kilometers behind the front, into the rear, and then a drone, because a drone that doesn't, they don't fly high. You're not worried about it being shot down, and it goes straight line.
Let me tell you,
You know,
bro, if you got a drone that can carry the weight of a human being, 100 kilograms, I will not be medevacing people with that. Okay, I will be dropping 100 kilogram bombs on top of Russians. I have a bomber squadron. I've got 4 dedicated. No, we've got 4 dedicated bomb guys. We have bomb drones now with thermal imagers on them. We've got our own bomber Harris, British Maca king of drones. I will be blowing stuff up. It would be great, but aerial lift there is so vulnerable to the smallest small arms that it's, it's not, I mean, a Hilux is fast, right? And cheaper than a drone and gives us more capability.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm hoping that one day we can get there for you guys.
Yeah. One day I would like to see that in the U.S. forces, but we don't need $100,000 solution on that battlefield, right? A good used Hilux with the roll cage is about $9,000, and when we buy them in bulk, like the way that we're doing. Let me tell you what I can talk to you about drones, because I've funded 7 major drones, 4 Altel 3s. We got them discounted, heavily discounted. They're about $10,000 a drone, and that's with a really good thermal imaging camera. We had those were the Evo 2s, Evo 3s. We have lots of Mavic 3s. We captured a Russian Mavic, one of those large enterprise drones, which we turned immediately into a bomber. So our offensive capability requires those drones to do what they need to do, which is find bad guys at night when it's cold, right? And then allow us to put artillery or drop ordnance on top of them. And a pickup truck can always be used to bring manpower, weapons, equipment forward, and then always have that inherent capability we're going to put on it, which is where we're bringing big trauma kits out there, right? Like you said, artillery takes down 5, 6 guys at a time. Now, 4 of those guys might be walking wounded, but they're still wounded. They've still got puncture holes in them. So we go through TQs, we go through Israeli bandages very quickly. So now, and I'm just thinking about the 10 med kits that I have downstairs that we're packing. We put in, just today, we put in 5 abdominal bandages, right? I mean, these are 8-inch by 10-inch serious bandages. And then we have 5 Celox, those really, the hemostat, which are $100 each, abdominal size bandages. And then we put in like 12 Israeli bandages and like 10 Curlexes and 10 more S-gauze per bag, because you don't know where the bag is, right? So you got to be prepared for a full mass casualty. None of that has anything to do with their IFAKs. Because another thing that we found is that doing it the American way, treating with the IFAK, that's better for self-treatment. When our guys went down in that first attack that took down 7 people, they were all lying around, and we were not grabbing their IFAKs. The medic was opening his big bag, and he was like, "Oh, I need more bandages." So we eventually went to the IFAKs when he ran out of things in the squad bag. Now we're doing like ginormous Special Forces ODA bags. We're actually using Special Forces ODA bags, right? Like the London Bridge Scott pack. We're bringing fixed stretchers out, and things like that. So I know we're talking a lot about medevac, but it's the factor of the war you are not seeing on television. Ukrainians take casualties. The Legion takes casualties. We take dead.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice, Malcolm, if there was some billionaire guy by the last name of Buffett or something like that would just come in and just drop,
a nice 100 mil and put his name on everything, you know, like the old you know, egomaniacs. Well, you know, I work closely with Rip Rawlings, and they're out there working the millionaires. When we start the new International Legion Foundation, it's going to be the big ticket organization. Right now, Tapestry is a small ticket organization. To me, anything under $100,000 is small ticket. I know because I personally, I'm not bragging here, but I personally donated all of my book advance for my last book. I think $124,000.
100 grand.
Yeah, and I can
There
tell
you
you
go.
right now, I've spent that because I have topped out my 5 credit cards at least 5 times over, 4 or 5 times over. And
Malcolm, I want to welcome Yehuda up to the space too.
Hey, Yehuda.
And you just heard Malcolm say he puts everything on the line, his life and his fortune, and we can put something on the line here tonight too. Doesn't have to be a fortune, just has to be a donation to tapestry.org. Go up in the nest, take a look. Yehuda, go ahead.
Hey, listen, you know what? Malcolm can do a lot of things. He's retired. He's done. He could be in the Bahamas with the Bank Freed kid and having a good time, maybe. Just kidding. Don't do that. But you know what? Malcolm, I've become good friends with him over the times that we've been here. There are very few people I could say, you know what, that person's in it to win it. That person, Malcolm Nance, has said, you know what, I'll put my money where my mouth is. I don't just think it's a great idea to help Ukraine not die. I actually believe that we have to do everything we can to make sure they survive and flourish. And that's a big deal. And there are very few people with that commitment. So it's not a shock to me, here at MriyaReport, that we have Malcolm, we have Rip Rawlings and James Vasquez, the Helsinki Commission, all sorts of people that have said, you know what, this is the fight of our lifetime, and we need to come to grips with that. So, Malcolm, always a pleasure. This home is your home. I think you know that already, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And
I may be a host. I'm starting to warm
you
up
are,
to this.
as far as I'm concerned, you are a host, right? So Malcolm, if you want Malcolm to come over more, do us a favor. Let Malcolm know you want him here, and we'll go from there. All right, thanks, Malcolm. Over to you.
Okay, yeah. Well, I appreciate what you said. People ask me like, why are you doing this? Is this like a make your own adventure game? No. Okay. What you're seeing is what I've done my entire career, right? Which is, I really care about the missions that I'm involved in. I spent the better part of 37 years in full-time U.S. intelligence, or actually, we're pushing 40 now, and I keep forgetting that I keep adding years. But it's very important to understand the ideological underpinnings of all this. We are fighting to defend the eastern wall of democracy in this world. And if it collapses, well, many of you may find yourself in the same position. It's not going to collapse because the Ukrainians are happy warriors at this point. But what you can do is support Ukraine. So by supporting the Legion, you're supporting the most westernized NATO component of Ukraine, right? I've given a lot of money to Ukrainian units. I funded a SSO unit when I first got here. I had contract material left over from Libya and Iraq, and I had literally a ton of old body armor and helmets and trauma kits and all that stuff. And I donated it all to Defense Intelligence, some of their special mission teams. And I just found that you can't fund everything. So pick a small part of this war. And I want you to pick 3rd Battalion International Legion, but soon enough it's going to be just the International Legion, because I share with everybody. I've got 150, trauma bandages coming in that expire in 2027. And I know I've looked at all that stuff out there, and there's bandages that are 5 years old out in Ukraine. And, I'm going to share it with 1st Battalion, which is where I was, intelligence chief. at 1st Battalion Legion, who are now on the combat line and taking casualties too. We don't skimp. And if there's anything extra, we give it to the Ukrainians. So a lot of this capability is out there, but don't get fatigue on this thing. You're going to find funding or helping or even donating um, eventually on the tapestry page. If you don't want to spend money, don't spend money. You got, 25 cat tourniquets you want to donate, fine. That's $25 each. Go buy them, and we'll have a place for them to go. But more importantly, I mean, we're actually going to have a program called Lunch for the Legion, where you guys, I think on Monday I talked about, we had a French company that is selling us A rations, right? These are in tray, microwavable, pre-cooked, 20 different types of meals, and they're selling us 1,000 a month, which is enough. That's 2 rations per day for all of our guys, which can be boiled or eaten cold, and we're going to start rotating them in from France on the 1st of every month. That's 2,000 euros we've got to come up with, which is about $2,100. So that $2,100 is a small drop in the bucket, but it keeps a special forces battalion fed for a month in combat. Right? We're not off the line. We're on the line. So your contributions really help.
Yeah, take that to heart, please. As Malcolm said, pick one small thing, do one small thing, but do that small thing tonight by going to tapestry.org and by retweeting this space. Yehuda, do you have a follow-up? Yehuda could be otherwise occupied, and so
He's ice
I'm just
fishing
going to.
these days.
Yeah, and that ice is deep, as you know, Malcolm. So I'm just going to go to a few more hands. I'm going to go to Bill. Go ahead. Bill going once. I'm a bad auctioneer. Bill going twice, and you're out. Your hand is up, but your mic's not on. And so Flying Goose and then Yorn.
Flying Goose, there's a cool name.
Hey, Malcolm. I am a big fan of yours. I have read some of your books, and I just want to say thank you for your service here stateside and in Ukraine as well. As a former nurse and EMT, I cannot imagine. Just listening to you talk about how you're having to get these soldiers out is because I know going over some of these ruts, I look at the mud and how deep it is, right? Just thinking about going over some of these ruts and bullets and shrapnel being too close to certain areas and movement, and how important it is to have adequate medevac, to get them out of there, because you don't want unnecessary deaths going on either because of the way that they're getting evacuated. I really commend you for working on this. It doesn't surprise me that you are. I think that this needs to be. I'm hearing a constant trend lately where this is coming up in multiple different areas across the board when you're talking to people from Ukraine, that medical stuff is really starting to be, like people are screaming it from the rafters that they need help. They do not have enough stuff anywhere.
I'll tell you right now, how old are you?
I'm 45.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you in the Army?
No. No, I was not.
Can you run 100 meters?
No, I cannot.
Right.
No, my body is unfortunately attacked me. So yeah.
For those of
no,
you
I
who
would
can,
I would love to be over there. Trust me, I would love to be over there. I would be over there in a hot minute if I could be, and be. I every day think about that.
Yeah. Well, you know,
It
there's
takes
right now, we actually, one of the things, there's groups out there. I think if you talk to Rip Rawlings, I mean, they're now back to doing training. And one of the things that we had very early in the war, I was actually telling Western, medical groups, they all wanted to come there and establish rear area hospitals. And I said, there's enough hospital systems in Ukraine. The entire Ukrainian medical system is up and running, unless the city is destroyed, right? Like Mariupol or some other place. But it's running. Every major hospital is open, and they've been receiving materials for 10 months. And I was telling people, don't come here and try to establish a MASH. You don't speak Ukrainian. That's where most of your patients are going to be. The Ukrainians have a system. But now we have this gap, which is because the battlefield is fluid now. It's not fixed the way it was for a good piece of the war. They were moving by meters. Now we're moving by hundreds of kilometers per offensive. And there will be other offensives, especially come towards spring. And we need combat medics. And my platoon went from 3 to 1 when two of them got wounded on their first mission, first day. You know, they're still in convalescence and they'll come back. But now I've got 2 other platoons that don't have medics. So, we need combat medics. And if you've got, these guys are like, well, I have combat lifesaver and CPR and basics of TCCC, you qualify because we have the
My God.
capability we have the capability in Ukraine. We don't need trauma nurses, which would be great. But we have the capability to get you, ACLS and dropping IVs and all that stuff, training in country from Western medical groups that are constantly there. So, but right now it's stop the bleeding, plug the holes, get them in the truck, get them to next line, roll 3, roll 2 treatment facility, then have them medevac to a roll 1, a main hospital. And you'll probably survive at that point. The only
Yeah, I
places
have to
they've
say,
got real issues are traumatic brain injuries or brain trauma from piercings, shrapnel in the head. They have real issues with that. You got to be medevac to Poland, but you're likely, things are going to get triaged.
the very few videos that I've seen of somebody wearing of a medic wearing a GoPro and going from person to person out there, with fire coming overhead, and it's like literally watching Band of Brothers. I mean, it's insane, and I'm absolutely, I mean, it's I think it's because I've got a medical past, but it's one of those things that, if you're like kind of an adrenaline junkie, which I am, and you love medicine, which I do, it's like, that stuff is like hooked me up to a line of that, because I mean, I could watch that all day long, learning from that, and just watching, I mean, to be able to do what they're doing under that much stress, under fire, with all those lives, right, that you're responsible for, is a heady thing. And
But I've got to point something out to you. Ukraine
Mhm.
has 42 million people. All right. The nurses and doctors who are doing that who are really close to the battlefield, they get waves of that, right? So if you're in Kyiv, for example, you're not going to get any of that, except you'll get, people who are being medevac for further, deeper level treatment and moving them away from the cities that are on the front line. We actually have some disappointment from a lot of doctors. They want to go out there. It's like, oh, I can bring a surgical team of blah, blah, blah. Well, they don't speak Ukrainian. You can't talk to the other doctors. You can't, medicine, yes, can speak for itself, but they have a national health standard. They have a military health standard. And so that's why early on in the war, those teams coming out and trying to create these caches, right, these combat surgical hospitals, were just not welcome because the Ukrainians already have a system. But the people who are on the tippy point of the spear, where we need more combat medics, oh, they're going to get a workout.
Well, I will try and see whatever I possibly can to reach out to whoever I can reach out to see if I can poke some bears on that one. I have a second question for you that is more pertaining to your expertise and what you think. And yes, I'm asking you to go worst case scenario here.
All right.
What do you see happening if Putin is sick, which I think we're pretty clear on the fact that there's something going on with him? Do you think that he is going to try and go out in a blaze of glory? Do you see him I mean, I can't just see him saying, okay, it's done, and just be done. I don't see him doing that. That's like Trump doing that. It's just
Flying Goose, I just want to thank you for your contribution here tonight. We try not to ask such crystal ball questions because no one really knows.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really make much sense to speculate about it. But I do want to draw everyone's attention back to an announcement that Malcolm made, which is Ukraine needs medics. If you have medical training, if you want to take part, you can do it. And the reason I'm drawing attention to that is because, Malcolm knows this. There are people who have listened here. There are people who have co-hosted here who answered the call to go to Ukraine and take action. And they're there tonight. They're there right now. So I'd just like to emphasize that. As Malcolm said, if you can run 100 yards and have medical training, there's a place for you.
And fire a weapon. There's no such thing as an unarmed medic there. You will have to defend yourself. And especially, in our unit, 3rd Battalion, we are a special operations unit. We do have to go behind enemy lines. We have people that just aren't capable, But if there are people interested, I am recruiting. Now I'm recruiting hard because the offensives have happened and they're on the way, and guys are rotating in and out. The Legion is a permanent battalion in the Ukrainian army. So if you have combat experience, or you actually, I think you don't have to have combat experience anymore. You have to have armed forces land warfare experience, which means you're in the Navy, you had to have been a deployer ashore and handled weapons and things like that. But our best medic, one of our best medics, was a Navy corpsman, a female Navy corpsman off an aircraft carrier. And whereas all the Army medics quit, she was just a goddess. She was just, nothing could rattle her. She liked being bombarded by artillery, but she tore a ligament, just walking.
Oh, Malcolm, I just lost your audio. Are you? Can you try again? Just let me see if I can hear you. Yeah, we just lost Malcolm for a moment. You must be a little far from Wi-Fi or something like that, Malcolm. Okay, it could also be a problem with my audio or something. Can folks?
I don't hear
hear
him
me?
either.
You don't
You're
hear
good,
him
yeah.
either?
Hey,
Yeah.
Alan, when you were asking for Bill, was it me you were looking for?
Yeah, I don't think Malcolm can hear us right now. I'm going to try to get to him and let him know, George.
Malcolm,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Bionade. So I think Malcolm is
I think
just
he was
cycling.
glitching.
Yep, he's just cycling back up. Malcolm, can you hear us?
The mic's back on. Yeah, I lost you there for a second.
Yeah, okay.
You're up.
Go ahead. You're back. I don't know exactly where we were though,
Oh, we
but
we
go
were
ahead.
talking about recruiting, but yeah, the International Legion is recruiting. Can I just warn you guys for one thing? If you're like just some amateur adventurer, want to get a gun, go out and shoot things, that's not going to happen. Okay, we are now on the hunt for idiots. It could take you a month to get into a unit that's near combat. If you have, military experience, more advanced army experience, 5, 6 years in the army, Afghanistan, Iraq, then we want to talk to you about our special operations guys because we are not special forces soldiers. We are special purpose soldiers. And that means that the unit's missions are behind enemy lines. They're reconnaissance and direct action missions behind enemy lines. And that requires people who have military experience. We don't take idiots. We actually had one situation where somebody handed me 2 new guys, and they were a disaster. They couldn't carry 2 cans of ammunition. We had 10 kilometers to hump, and they were dropping them every kilometer. And at the time I'm 61 years old. I was 60 at the time, and I had to grab these guys, this one guy, both of his cans of belt-fed ammunition, plus my M14, plus my 2 bull spike rockets, plus my backpack, and I had to carry his ammo of a 23-year-old kid. I was furious. I made sure he never came on another mission. I was like, done, out, just go home. If you can't carry two 5 kilogram cans of ammunition plus your own gear, you shouldn't be there. But we're definitely recruiting now, and so are a lot of other units. And the fight is on. Winter is going to lead to a massive spring offensive. But the commander of the armed forces said there will not be any letting up just because it's winter.
There you go. So if you're fit,
You gotta be fit.
talk to Malcolm. You gotta be more than fit. You've got to be more fit than a 60-year-old guy.
Hey, when I went through the Defense Intelligence Commando course, the first thing they did was they had a British para, and it was this short little guy, and his job was to run us into the ground. So they went a 5-kilometer run, right? Just boom, like jackrabbits. Hey, I've completed the run, but I wasn't with them. When I went for my qualification, I had a 34-year-old U.S. Marine who I had to go back 3 times to get him to make sure he passed the course. And he is now a massive warrior out in the field down in the South. He took part in the Kherson offensive. But, it takes time to get back into it. I just happen to be very fit. I happen to be a runner, and I can pull my own weight. If you can't pull your own weight, don't come. If you think you're going to get handed a weapon, you're just going to start shooting, don't come, because that's not happening. Hero a weapon. You can't. Mission comes, believe me, you'll know it. We'll be handing you 4 to 6 frags, 10 magazines. We'll have gone through a whole bunch of tactical training, and the fight will come to you. But we get a lot of yahoos that think they're going to come out to the war and they're just going to give me a gun and I'm going to fight. No, you're not. It's planned now. All right. You're in. Oh, and here's another thing. You're in the army. So there's none of this. I'm just going to go off and do what I do. Nah, none of you are Rambo. And Rambo was was an undisciplined soldier who caused a lot of havoc and mayhem when he was in Afghanistan on the civilian population. We don't do that. We're here to liberate cities.
Well, Malcolm, I'll tell you, when my father enlisted in the Army when he was 19, and that was 1941, he became physically fit for life until the day he died when he was 98.
Yeah.
So that's what Army service can do for you, and a little attention to exercise in between. So Jorn, please go ahead.
Hi, Malcolm. you're clearly very, very motivated. My question is about that. Are you just in both now, when you're back home and when you're over there, are you just focused on the next task all times, or is it like, because I remember growing up in the 80s, looking at the world map with my bigger brother, and he explained stuff like, this is the Soviet Union. They don't like us very much. They might come for us. And they seemed awfully close because I grew up in Norway. And he pointed to the US. These are our friends. They'll help us out. And you guys seemed awfully long away. So, and when I did my service, the Cold War was over. It was still the Russians we were gaming our exercises against. So is this, you've had a long service, you've been everywhere, but does this feel different anyway? Is this the big showdown between freedom and tyranny? Is this the one that the West has been training for all this time?
It's, that's a good question. It's not the 1980s. When I came in the military, I came in actually joined in 1980, finally got in, was on delayed entry, got in to activity. 1981, went to school, Defense Language Institute for a year, got out of that in 1982. And then we were doing all these little proxy wars, right? Libya, Syria, Lebanon, I was in Beirut. So we were seeing the political poles out there between the West and the West and the East, between the Soviet Union and the United States, and the U.S. Army was prepared to defend a major Warsaw Pact offensive into Germany, but no, we're nowhere near the way it used to be. And back in the old days, the Warsaw Pact, which is most of our allies now, right? I remember when there was a magazine called NATO's 18 Nations. And that's how big NATO's 32 countries now. And all the former Warsaw Pact nations are now, it's the Soviet Union's version of NATO, are now NATO nations, except for Belarus and Ukraine and Russia itself. So, no, I don't feel that this is you're going anywhere near the balloon. Now, earlier there was that question, which was speculative about, what the worst thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen is that we lose the mental stability to keep unthinkable things unthinkable. And then we could be seeing a completely different dynamic. Where right now, what we're seeing is Russia's paper baby bear cub, right? Or paper bear turns out to be less than a bear, and a Potemkin army that will be brought to heel through the death of 100,000 or more of its soldiers. By January, the Ukrainian army will break 100,000 dead, not wounded, dead Russian soldiers. And that is 50% of the combat forces that invaded Ukraine. So what do you think the other 50 are thinking about?
Malcolm, I just want to welcome Sarah up. Sarah has been and is a medic in Ukraine, and just recently she's been in Washington, D.C. testifying. Sarah, please go ahead.
Sarah. Hey, Sarah.
So, hey, I want to say to Malcolm Nance and this entire to all the audience, Malcolm Nance was one of the most humble, caring human beings as he was on the front in Kharkiv. I know this because I was meeting with him while he was preparing and during the counteroffensive in August and September. It's not something we talked much about for security concerns. I can tell you that everything you've ever heard about Malcolm Nance is true. He is the greatest guy and a true American hero. And knowing him in Ukraine, especially in the same city, was and is one of the highlights of my service to this country and to freedom. The reason I jumped in is my good friend Phil Hennessy, also known as Paramasu Actual, who has just come on to ZSU as a medical consultant and is here with me in DC attending meetings, has been asked to speak and he's in the room, but nobody was calling on him. So I'm about to deliver a keynote speech to the Atlantic Council. So I'm not going to be able to continue on, but if y'all could call on Phil and listen to what he has to say. He is with us representing ZSU here in Washington, D.C. He's been in a vast majority of the meetings. He met with Dr. Vindman today, and they are going to be doing some great things on behalf of ZSU. He met with Senator Wicker with me yesterday, Congresswoman Patola, and he has been dynamic on behalf of the medical needs of the military. And he's a dual board certified psychiatrist and internal medicine provider. And I just want to turn it over to you guys. So Phil, thank you for everything, and I'll see you back at the Airbnb tonight.
All right, Sarah, what's here?
All right, Sarah, I will check out because I can't see Phil here in the space at the moment. But as soon as he comes in, I will get him up. All right, Ellen, can you see Jerome with you actually?
I don't see Phil, but I'm going to look for him. And while I
All right.
and while I look for him, I'm going to go to George. George, please go ahead.
No, I actually go back to Goldman. He's been waiting for a while. I just had a follow up, and I can wait.
Playman, that I think would be you. Yes.
I think, Alan, I think you're seeing my old handle for some reason. Do you think I'm Bill?
Oh, Bill. Wait a minute. So, Bill, are you speaking right now?
Bill, it's funny because that hasn't been my handle for about 2 months. When I look at my screen, it says Z Goldman. So when you called Bill, I'm like, wait a minute. So you're seeing my old name.
Yeah, well, that's TwitterPox. We're gonna have done with TwitterPox. We're gonna go back to Ukraine.
Go with the Philly special. Go with the Philly special.
Yeah. So Malcolm, I just wanted to say I'm a Delaware County, Pennsylvania guy.
Yeah, neighbor.
Yep. And give you the proper greeting. Go Birds. That's always the way two Philadelphia folk greet each other. For those that don't know, that's the Philadelphia Eagles. And especially when you see somebody wearing Philly garb and maybe in a foreign territory, and you want to let them know you're a Philly also, that's how you greet them. Go Birds. They all know who you are and where you're from. So I'm a helicopter guy. I designed and built helicopters for 30 some years in Delaware County.
Bell?
Boeing.
Oh yeah, Boeing.
Right by the airport there.
Right.
And I've been waiting for the helicopters we see. Most of the video clips are all close air support, and we haven't seen. And I've been waiting for more of combat assault and casualty evacuation to show up. Especially, I predicted it would show up in the muddy season, when the best way to get folks from here to there in the mud is via helicopter. But I haven't seen that. Do they just not have the helicopters to do that? And the priority is with the close air support?
Well, yeah, we talked about this the other day, and it's just as simple as this. The enemy has the capacity to launch surface-to-air missiles that can travel, a very, very, very long distance and
Right.
hit with some measure of accuracy. They are not using helicopters for medevac. Again, here I want to give you a geographic picture of Ukraine. Ukraine, it's 18 hours end to end to drive from the Polish border to the Russian border at 60 miles per hour, not stopping, right? Across Ukraine. It's like going from, New York City to Miami almost. And, well, let's say Jacksonville. And the war is pretty much in the last hour of that trip. 800 kilometers of terrain, but, of line. But it really is just the last hour. If you were to withdraw the Russians, it would take you an hour to drive from the forward edge of the battle area to the Russian border in any direction there. So that's where the intensity of combat is happening in that area. The Ukrainians are not risking their aviation assets for medevacs because the entirety of the medical structure of Ukraine is functional. They have the capability of getting you to combat medics and then speeding you to a major regional hospital. The hospital will then use all of its ambulance. The ambulance system in Ukraine is fully functional. There are hundreds and hundreds of volunteer ambulances and ambulances that have been donated as well that transfer the more serious medevacs from major hospitals like Mykolaiv and in Odessa, which have big hospitals and can take you further on to Kyiv or out west, out to Lviv, or even, there's groups out there that'll take you out to Poland, fly you to Germany, places like that. So you have the entirety at your fingertips to a certain extent of the entire European medical structure that can impact you. But as you see, the place where we really need that capability is the last kilometer. That kilometer between where you're shot and wounded might be 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers. But there to get you to that armored personnel carrier that will put you in that evacuation structure. That's the problem.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, it's the helicopter isn't there other than like a combat search and rescue helicopter, which isn't what they would have.
Yeah, they have a capability. They do have a special capability. You saw that they were flying into Mariupol, a city that was 100% surrounded.
Yep.
They were doing this special operations helicopter missions where they were bringing in ammo and extra fighters and taking out wounded. It happens. The Ukrainians have that capability. They are just not going to risk it to just do it as regular medevacs across the battlefield.
Okay, thank you. Whatever your handle is, thank you. And I just want to move on to Playman, but I also want to remind folks to please retweet this space. Please visit tapestry.org, tapstri.org. And Malcolm, please notice I haven't made the joke about it's not spelled the way Carole King sang it.
That's true. Not today. There you go. First one.
Playman, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm, for all of your work and service. I really just wanted to go back a little bit, and especially connected to the very recent discussion about the helicopters being used, not being able to be used for medevac. And you spoke at the beginning of your talk about thinking about the end of the war and how Ukraine needs to be armed in order to stand against the rearming Russia. And you talked about providing tanks, M1A, whatever Abrams, 2-3, whatever modification. But what do you think about the aviation capabilities Ukraine would need? Clearly, Russia has failed to achieve air dominance in Ukraine, but clearly Ukraine as well is not being able to use many of the air assets, especially fighters and the likes. Might be drones, but helicopters and fighters, bombers haven't been in such a heavy use because of the air defense capabilities the Russians have. So, what would you say would be necessary to be done in order to make Ukraine compatible and be able to defend its airspace? Thank you.
Well, Ukraine has secretly acquired a SEAD capability, a suppression of enemy air defense, by giving them quietly the HARM missile and rigging it onto Su-27 and fighter jets, which allowed them to go and start blasting some of these Russian radar systems that had almost air dominance for a while there, from the surface to air missile role. But you have to understand that Ukraine is, it's still a small country. They've got a great air force. We talked about this the other day on Tuesday. I have on videotape a dogfight that took place one at low altitude, the other one the Russian was shooting down onto this Su-27, and this guy was like turning and burning at 200 feet above our heads. So it was just absolutely fascinating. But the Ukrainian Air Force does exist. Now, I am a big advocate of upgrading them, and everybody in the world is going to want to give them jets at the end of this, just so that they see, they build their defense capability. But I think the most important thing that we could do is upgrade their aircraft, their weapon systems. I would have no problem giving them the AMRAAM missile, which no matter what aircraft is flying in Ukraine, that missile, once you've launched it, will think for itself, will have its own target, and generally will acquire its own target, track it, and kill it. And that would dramatically change the situation over the ground. Now, let me explain something that I didn't explain in my last question. Why are we not seeing these helicopter assets move the way they were? Why are we not seeing these air assets move the way that we think that they should in our environment? Because Russia put so many cruise missiles over Ukraine. The possibility of a blue-on-blue engagement where you're flying in an air defense designated zone, even if you're moving aircraft from one place to another or carrying a combat air patrol. Hey, every surface to air missile system in Ukraine is going to come online when there's an air raid alert. So would you really want to be in the air? You might be pulling an air defense mission, but what they generally do is they get those fighters on the ground, or those strike aircraft on the ground. Same with helicopters, because a lot of missiles are flying in the air. You saw they had a 70 missile strike the other day. The Ukrainians shot down most of them. I want to say 60 of them. They throw up a lot of missiles, and it's not one missile for every kill. It's two missiles for every kill in general, plus anti-aircraft guns, a lot of AAA. Now with these slow flying drones, a lot of rifles are shooting in the air. You know, the first, I'm famous for that NBC News clip where a cruise missile attack is going on over our heads. And my first thing I said is, do Ukrainians fly this far west? I thought it was a low flying fighter jet. No, it was a cruise missile. And there's no way to tell the two apart until you see them. So I think that as integrated air defenses using more modern systems like NASAMS allows them to do identification, friend or flow, and deconflict, so that there are no or limit the blue on blue accidental shoot downs. That's when the Ukrainian Air Force can really come up in the air. They did it for the offensives. They're flying every day. But, within that capacity, maybe we need to move to a newer aircraft, a newer airframe with more better IFF capability, and same with surface to air missiles.
And those can come from the United States or NATO nations, as we know. Malcolm, I want to ask you a tough question. It's because all eyes are on Bakhmut. Have you heard from anyone in Bakhmut? What do you know is happening there, if anything, that you can tell us?
No, I don't know. Other than I understand the strategy. I talked about the strategy yesterday. That's one of those places. Don't look at it in granular detail. Don't look low. I mean, the units that are there know what they're doing, and they are providing an anvil for the Russians to pound their heads against, right? And they are there to inflict losses and to slow the Russians down. Let the Russians have terrain 1 centimeter at a time, but make sure that they pay 3 to 4 times the value of that centimeter. While that's going on, the rest of the Ukrainian line is carrying out operations. The HIMARS are slaughtering things. They're carrying out those drone strikes in Russia with those old ancient Tu-141 drones, or whatever, the long distance drone. that went up to Kursk was that makes the Russians not pump S-300 missiles like ballistic missiles into Ukraine. It makes them cover their own air defense districts. So Bakhmut is one of those cities that's exact what you're seeing in Bakhmut, you saw in Severodonetsk. We're going to let them pound their heads against it. We're going to let them lose 2,000 or 3,000 dead and hundreds of armored vehicles and trucks. And then they're going to let them take it. Maybe if they can. If they can't, they ain't getting it. But if they can, they're going to earn it in blood, hip deep levels of blood. And then we're just going to go around them and screw them. Right? We're going to cut off all their ammunition. We're going to let them take that village at the cost of their lives. You know, there's great military warfare strategists who are in the Ukrainian forces. They know their terrain. They know what they're doing. They fought on these territories in 2014 before.
And this fight in Bakhmut has been going on since August or September.
Let them have it. You know, I mean, no, let them grind themselves down. If that's your thing, you want to do an offensive and you want to make yourself feel like your army's doing something and you're focusing your Wagner guys there, and you think you're going to break through at Bakhmut. Did anyone tell them Liman collapsed? There used to be a salient there. It's almost a straight line now. You know, what are they going to gain out of that? That they said they took Bakhmut and they're all going to go home and have, shrimp cocktails? No, they are going to lose men in Bakhmut, and it's a strategy that works. And then we're going to take some major city that they didn't think about.
So, Malcolm, you were just talking a little bit about Ukrainian ingenuity, and Ukrainians demonstrate their ingenuity on the battlefield really every day. But can you tell us just a little bit about the surprising ingenuity that Ukrainians have shown you and shown the world in the course of this war?
Well, it's an army too, so you're going to see lots of stupidity. But all in all, compared to the Russians, these guys are geniuses, right? I mean, even the worst reservist territorial defense guy is leagues ahead of the Russians. We saw a lot of Soviet-style activity early on in the territorial defense units and some of the officers, but the Ukrainians think, they adapt, and they overcome. And in some areas, yes, they do take extraordinary losses. You saw that President Zelensky early last August. He was talking about how high the casualties were in Donetsk, which was the central battlefront of the war. That has since changed. Yes, Donetsk is still a major offensive point, but we're not taking casualties at the level that we were even during our deepest offensives. So, but the Ukrainians, when they see an advantage, they will take it. I don't mean at the private level and the sergeant level. Yeah, those guys know how to adapt. They know how to move. But at the officer level, the senior officer level, battalion level, brigade command, they have very good intelligence too. I got to tell you that much. I've been to a couple of brigade headquarters, and I was very impressed. Air defense is fused with their ground warfare movements, all of these things. So they're a lot better than the Russians. I'll tell you right now. Oh, by the way, the Russians, we captured a Russian battalion task group headquarters. Hey, I'm a big fan of paper maps, but that's all I saw. I didn't see any computer monitors, right? Ukrainian headquarters look like, they look like a U.S. command post, right? Laptops and, and monitors everywhere. Well, the Russians were like, maybe they had an iPhone and an iPad and 20 old maps. Holy cow, they had old maps from like the 1950s. And they were allies with Ukraine forever. It was part of the Soviet Union until 1989. Couldn't update their maps, had wrong place names, things like that.
I've seen these stories about the Russian maps. Hard to believe. Probably some of the roads on their maps no longer exist. I have no idea, but it just is not about a modern army in any way, and it's not about a professional army. And we see that not only because of the atrocities that the Russians commit every single day in Ukraine, and seemingly trained to commit these atrocities. This is not what a modern professional army does anywhere else in the world. Anywhere else in the world. Malcolm, talk to me about that.
Yeah, I always say it. Estonia could take these guys, right? With the right number of javelins and stingers and a lot of heart. This is I don't call them an army. They are orcs. All right, like Lord of the Rings orcs, right? Or what is it? The Warhammer orcs. They do not think. They just go, and they do what they're told barely. And half the time they're looking to eat, they're looking to screw something, they're looking to steal something. All right, that's their number 1, 2, and 3 priorities. And then number 1 shifts to looking to drink something as soon as they get into someone's personal house, then steal. So they're orcs. They're not an army. There's no discipline. The places where we did see discipline were the PMC Wagner soldiers, but that's just because they have better equipment, better money, better resources, so they feel special. Yeah, a little school bus special when we're done with them, right? Because they got a standing HEMARS order waiting for their ass. Anywhere you see Wagner, call it in. Believe me, it's very hard to get a HEMARS task in Ukraine unless it's very special. And Wagner Group is at the top of we are going to show them that we can kick their ass anytime, any day. Targeteering in Ukraine. Ukrainians love their HEMARS and they're very specialized, but Wagner is like the priority target because they're good, because they make a lot of money, and the Ukrainians just like the whole "we're just going to slaughter you now" school of business when it comes to Wagner. Make them feel really mortal.
Well, that's exactly the right thing to do. George, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Malcolm, just really quick. Remember in the beginning you were talking about the utter trash that we've all seen it. Obviously, you've seen firsthand at the Russian fighting positions, right?
Right.
And you said you'd never been to Russia. Just an FYI, you know those 10 and 12 and 14 story apartment blocks, Soviet era apartment blocks?
Yeah.
Well, ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, those apartment blocks were bought up by a lot of dubious characters. And some of these cities outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg, once the plumbing stops working, that's it. People pay rent and they never fix it. You'll see in Vladivostok and some of those other cities, Kursk and stuff like that, that they build septic tanks outside where there used to be like a playground, a children's playground, and people use a communal toilet. So that's the Russian world. Just wanted to. I've been there. Now, my wife's was there in probably 2006, visiting friends of hers that had unfortunately moved there, and fortunately for them, moved back. But that's what she was just completely mind blown.
Well, believe me, don't doubt it. Don't doubt it for a minute. I mean, it's a nation in which the population is just a victim base, and they don't develop very well. And I mean, it's a brilliant nation. It has brilliant people. It has great education, but it is now eaten up by an oligarchy. And the person at the bottom, what is the metaphor in Animal Farm, right? The horse was the proletariat, was the people at the bottom who did all the work and was a loyal, a loyal communist right up to the minute that the pigs, had him killed. So, Russia is it's not communist anymore. It's money. And it does not provide for sanitation if there's money to be made.
Malcolm, I just want to break in here because finally I see Tiramisu up in the speakers panel, and he's been with Sarah in DC. Tiramisu, please go ahead.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. I hope you can hear me right now. Yeah, Sarah and I are in DC. Malcolm, I just want to say it is really a privilege to finally get to talk with you. I've known and worked for Sarah, or worked with Sarah for a while now at ZSU, and everything that Sarah has said about Malcolm, I just want to corroborate. I've heard probably some of the fewer heard stories about Malcolm, and he is an absolute rock star for Ukraine. We are very lucky as a country and as a free people that Malcolm has chosen to be on the side of victory. On the note of the medical forces and ZSU and the overall medical situation in the country, we've had a really productive visit here. The message, just to back up a little bit, so I'm a medical consultant for ZSU. I get to work directly with Sarah on a lot of medical issues because she herself is a combat medic. And the message that we are carrying to Washington, D.C. is that ZSU, the armed forces of Ukraine, and the Ukrainian people are preparing and will not accept anything less than total victory against the Russians. Everyone here probably already knows this. The Russian Federation is not an army. They are a band of thieves, marauders, rapists, pillagers who are intent on destroying Ukraine, and ZSU is not going to let that happen. In terms of what is happening on the medical front here in Washington, Sarah and I have been advocating tirelessly with multiple Congress people, and we have a lot of great contacts here in DC, both Ukrainians and partners from around the world. We're all here together at the same time, advocating for the military medical forces of the armed forces of Ukraine. And there's been, without speaking to too many details about the conversations that have been had, there have been a lot of positive discussions here, and our audience in Congress has been exceedingly receptive and really appreciative to get a better understanding of the dynamics on the ground and what are the medical challenges facing Ukraine right now. So I'm hoping as we continue our trip, we're going to continue reporting what we can at the time about these positive developments, and Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. And you see, just as we heard from Tiramisu, as we hear from Malcolm when he is here, as we hear from Sarah when she is here, nothing is more important than eyewitness news, eyewitness experiences from Ukraine. This is what we need to respond to, and we can respond to it by going to tapestry.org, making sure that Malcolm gets the battlefield ambulances he needs to get wounded soldiers from the front lines to the medevac evacuation point and into a field hospital and beyond that as needed. Malcolm, go ahead.
Yeah, and I know we've been on here for about 2 hours, and I know I've hit up a bunch of you guys before, but go to tapstri.org and hit that donate button and help us, help 3rd Battalion Legion Special Forces get these medevac vehicles. And like I said, I have everyone right now in the last 3 months, we've had 475 as of right now donors. And at some point, once in the next month or so, we will. We have the emails of everybody. Everybody will get something to show their appreciation. I don't care if it's $5 or 5,000 or 10,000. If you want to do that, buy an ambulance so you can name it. I don't care. We need these Hiluxes to get our wounded off the battlefield. So I will keep coming back and answering your questions as the situation changes until I return back to Ukraine, so that we can get these resources. But become part of the team, right? Become part of the 3rd Battalion team, and the International Legion Combat Support Fund here that we're doing. And you can actually say that, hey, I'm donating to the International Legion's, support fund that goes directly to those guys. And if you send $5, hey, that is an Israeli bandage right there, or 2 packets of Z-Fold. It is not going to steak dinners or fat cigars. 100% of this money gets used right away. Believe me.
So $5, $50, $500, $5,000. You do the math. Malcolm will make the math make a difference. Tiramisu, please go ahead.
Yeah, to dovetail off of what Malcolm just said, and I apologize for missing the earlier part of this conversation. Armored ambulances and armored vehicles for transporting wounded personnel off the battlefield are amongst our biggest priorities here in Washington, D.C. Sarah and I and the rest of the team here have been drilling this into Congress and everyone who is listening to us that Ukraine needs more armored ambulances and more specialized 4x4 vehicles, some other capabilities that we've discussed that I can't necessarily talk about publicly in terms of medical evacuation, but this is amongst my top 3 medical priorities. So, Malcolm, we hear you. I'm hoping real soon that we're going to be able to say a lot of armored ambulances are going to be heading into Ukraine.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. Early on in the war, I saw the up armored Humvee ambulances we have, but the standard the Ukrainian Army, the ZSU, which is what ZSU stands for, Armed Forces of Ukraine, the standard vehicle is a Hilux with a medevac box on the back that is unarmored, and I think it has a double stretcher capability, but it's a box, it's a module that's put on the back. We in the International Legion don't have access to those vehicles unless we're attached to a brigade like 92nd Brigade or 14th Brigade or the 25th Airborne. And, we don't normally see those vehicles at all. If we have to do a medevac, you got to pick the guy up by his uniform or stretcher. Another thing I bought this week with your money from MriyaAid is we bought, I think, 20 battlefield light stretchers, which are just, folded stretchers, which means now what we had to do 2 weeks ago with our wounded soldier, which was carry him out on a poncho, we actually will have dedicated, handled stretchers. There'll be 2 per medical bag, which is great. So you guys did that too. I'm going to eventually put up an actual Excel worksheet that you can look at anytime you want if you want to see how MriyaAid's donations are going. They are not going off into the ether. You're saving people's lives. So if you can donate to Tapestry, tapstri.org, please do so. I will keep ask me anything because I'm on leave and I'm here to support the battalion and the entire anyone in the Ukrainian armed forces. Actually, I don't care where it goes and which charity does it, but we have to fill these gaps between the Ukrainian army's capabilities. It could take a year to get up armored Humvee ambulances out there. It's just a fact. My guys need to be medevaced and ASAP. So we're just going to go buy those trucks and get that special roll cages put on them, and I've got 6 Talon 2 folding stretchers right here. That's a $800 stretcher. So they're going out there, and I will solve this problem. and hopefully we'll never lose another soldier to the lack of medevac again. So please help.
That is our hope, Malcolm. I just wanted to go to Bionade, and Malcolm, I want to alert you, and I want you to stick around if you possibly can. Chuck Ferrer is going to be coming up in a few minutes. If you have just 5 minutes to spend with us when Chuck gets up, let me know. But Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anton. Yeah, I just wanted to tell everyone. So if we have speakers up like Malcolm, it's not an incident. We know the people and we know their good causes, and this is why, for example, I just donated $20, and Dara said, "Oh, all right, I'm all in." He donated $40. So don't worry, these people, we stand totally behind them. We know these people are completely legit, and Malcolm is a great guy. So please support them. And if you have a couple of bucks, throw them in. It's great. And also, what we discussed earlier, maybe some people know, most of the people are in the age where relatives ask, "Oh, what should I give you to holiday for Christmas presents," and something like this, and everybody is like, "Oh, I don't have any wishes," and just ask them for a donation. Say, if you really want to give me something, and I don't need really much, so just make a small donation for the good cause. Yeah, so support Malcolm, and maybe support MriyaReport, but Malcolm is really doing great things. And yeah, if you don't know what to do with your Christmas presents, or if you don't want any Christmas presents, but you want to give your relatives a chance to show how they support you and like you, and they want to do something, this is an possibility.
Yeah, you can tell them donate in the name in my name to the International Legion. Here's a link, right? It doesn't matter what the cost is. It's about the effort. President Zelensky said that a few months ago. Try to do one thing for Ukraine, even if it's just to think about it. Think about Ukraine. But if you can do some positive action, you were saying $20, $20. That's right there. That's one Celox, or or hemostat, or it's 2 to 3 Israeli bandages, or 4 to 5 Z folds. I can tell you right now, as the stuff that I bought today, that's probably 4 nasopharyngeal airways with loops, 2 abdominal pads. I mean, I could break it out any way you want it. This stuff's getting used. All right. And later on we'll be posting pictures of stuff like that, as these bags are getting ready to go out. But our trauma medical kits that we're building up, we're not building these up to North American rescue standards. We're building these up to almost double or triple what the average trauma bag would have. So, you guys are doing it. You're wonderful. So, hey, let's see if Chuck is here. Is he here?
Malcolm, hi. Tiramisu. Hey, thanks for doing the Lord's work, you guys. Malcolm, it's always good to hear you, brother, because I know that means you're still kicking with us. And thank you, man. I wonder when you sleep, but I don't think you do.
I get up at 3 in the morning, bro. I still have all my duties.
Senior chief never sleeps.
I'm doing them by remote. And I'm literally like, I've got like these guys. We've got a new bomber squadron, and I'm managing the contractor in England, and the EOD guy who's building the bombs, and we're trying to move from 40mm grenades to mortars and mortar shells. And we've got 2 60mm mortars nobody's been carrying because we don't know how to carry them. I got mortar packs to send. I've got night vision I have to buy mounts for. That's before 6 a.m., bro.
I thought you were on Liberty.
No, it's Liberty. No,
Liberty, what's that?
I'm remoted back to the freaking talk.
I know it. I'm glad to hear that Tiramisu had a good day in Washington. And
hey, thanks for inviting me, Tiramisu. I was here in the States. I don't see these guys. They're here for medical, though. They're here for a very specific mission.
Yeah, and it nothing is more important than getting medical care to a wounded soldier in the golden hour, folks. That
Mhm.
first 60 minutes after he's hit, or she, that's when you can save somebody. And having those things that every American soldier just thinks magically appeared out of their Easter basket, and it does. But our Ukrainian heroes, they don't have that stuff, and it needs to be gotten to them. And it's guys like Malcolm and Tiramisu who are doing the work to get it. But if you can reach into your pocket, just like Malcolm said, $10, Malcolm, couple of blood clotting bandages. You can't make them appear when you need them.
Actually, that's blood clotting bandages are $30 each. But
Okay, well,
let me tell you guys a little hint here. Here's something we learned, and there have been studies because guys go out and they want to buy Celox, right, or they want to go out and buy Quick Clot. They've determined that just packing Z-fold, crinkle bandages down tightly has the same hemostatic properties as it'll stop the blood just as effectively as putting Celox in there.
And that's old school, brother. That's you and me. That's old school stuff right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, folks, the sun is coming up somewhere every hour of every day all around the earth. And wherever the sun is coming up, I guarantee you, Malcolm is on the phone getting supplies to Ukraine because Malcolm never sleeps. So, keep him awake by sending donations. As Bionade said, send some dollars, but you can send Canadian dollars, you can send euros, you can send US dollars. It all gets converted into what Ukraine needs. Right, Malcolm?
Absolutely. And PayPal and our donate button is the great equalizer. So it doesn't matter in what resource you want to send it. The key thing is this stuff literally gets turned into what it needs instantly. I'm just right now. I'm just gonna give you because I would like you to feel that you're helping Ukraine, really helping Ukraine. There are funds out there which are donate money to Ukraine, right? And you don't know where that goes, but it goes there. It goes pays salaries, does other things. Here's what you guys bought in the last day, right? 54-inch emergency trauma dressings, 56-inch emergency trauma dressings, 4 U.S. Army suction kits, right? The easy suction, 20 nasal pharyngeal airways, 5 Olays bandages, 2 Foxtrot drag litters, 6 bag valve masks. And here's something that no one has seen in a while. The M240B heavy machine gun, right? 7.62 by 51. We have been looking for these 50-round ammo pouches forever. And I found 8 of those things just in the last week. And they are like unobtainium in Ukraine. So we bought those, 2 vehicle post-assault medical kit bags, and what is that last one? And 10 TAC med bolus litters. There you go. That's what you guys have done since Monday, and that's not including the $3,000 order we have with North American Rescue. So this stuff's real, bros. Okay, and ambulances. That's what we're buying next. Pickup trucks are next. So like I said, everyone who donates, I have your email, and at some point we're going to be shipping you back a little thank you gift. I hope to be getting like Legion patches and stuff like that I'll send back to everybody. So eventually you will have, you will have my debt of gratitude personally.
Thanks, Malcolm. Tiramisu, you are also raising money with Sarah in Washington. Is that right? I don't know if Tiramisu can hear me. Tiramisu, are you there? Well, I think Tiramisu is occupied down in DC with Sarah, but I just want to remind folks You know, here at MriyaReport, you've got Malcolm Nance, you've got Chuck Farrer, all together right now. This is what I will call an hour of power. You only get that here at MriyaReport. And what is the power? It's the power to do something to help Ukraine. And it is the power to have understanding about what is happening in Ukraine. You want to do something? Go to tapestry.org. You go to mariaaid.org. You want the power of understanding? Stay here right now while Chuck Farrer comes up and we walk the battlefield with him virtually.
I got virtually sent into an outer galaxy just a minute ago, but I think I'm back.
Oh,
You're
Twitter
you're
Spaces
back.
has been buggy.
It is. Malcolm, if you could have, besides those up-armored Humvees, and it just kind of gave me a chill to hear that you're evac-ing wounded guys in a fiberglass module. Wow.
We're not. They're being carried the last mile, last kilometer on not even on stretchers. We're carrying them by ponchos.
That guy's in a poncho, which folks, by the way, a lot of times only contributes to the trauma, and it doesn't alleviate it, let alone the pain and suffering. But Malcolm, what would be under your Christmas tree if you could wave that?
Let's fantasize for a moment. Let's have a moment
Yeah,
of
but
fantasy baseball.
let's do that. What would you really like?
One task that I'm pretty close to completing is we bought 10 pieces of night vision. We're going to hopefully get some, maybe Rip Rawlings, a group that has ITAR, to bring those over, because we've moved our platoon, the commando platoon, to night vision capability, almost everyone, which means we'll be the first special operations team in our little sector that will be able to do all night missions, right? 5 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Excellent.
And that will change things, because but if I could get any one thing, I need right now, I need a thermal clip-on that will go in front of a glass optic on our MRAD, like the L3, clip-on thermal. Those are 12 grand each. Did I mention shit gets broken out there?
Yeah, exactly.
So, but that would bring my sniper capability at nighttime from lethal to murderous. And we're still we have thermals. I was running ATNs. I was using an M14 sniper, and
you're showing your age.
They're showing the weapon. They're showing you the weapon that they had, and it's
listen, it's a good one. It is a good. You know what? The teams were using those. At SEAL Team 1, there's guys still carrying those things because they dig them.
I have a Mark 14 Mod 1 stock now.
Wow.
So it's a Mark 14. All right. I remember we talked about this in August.
Absolutely.
We had to order those Sage stocks. And so, we're running Night Force glass and, now, but I had this ATN thermal for the offensive. And you know what failed? They weren't using Sadlac or Springfield mounts. They were using these like UTG airsoft mounts for the M14. Literally behind enemy lines, my thermal optic fell off.
Yeah.
Just fell off because one screw was missing. And I had to zip tie it on. And finally I just went to iron. I was just like, screw it. I'll fight with iron. And it felt unhealthy.
Well, you owe your guardian angel one if you lived through that one.
That was my late wife. She looked out for me the whole time there. I felt immune. I felt immune in Ukraine. The moment I got back here, I felt like that immunity's off, right? So I'm gonna get hit by a a fleeting moped or something, a bird scooter.
Well, those things that Malcolm is talking about, folks, those are what you need on a modern battlefield at night, and especially if you are tasked with the sorts of missions Malcolm was just describing, behind enemy lines, prowling around at night. It's not a good to have item. It is a life and death necessity. It's
Very
bad
true.
when a squad has to split them up, or one guy has them and his swim buddy doesn't. Matter of life and death for guys that are on a deep reconnaissance patrol that other people are counting on, and it's a bad thing. Must have items, they are, and they are expensive.
Yeah, they're really expensive. And we're rocking PVS 14s in our nods. We're not, we don't have PVS 15s. I had the only pair of PVS 31s. That's a $15,000 optic. And when I left, they were like, "You're leaving that here, aren't you?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yes, I am," because I'm not going to let my brothers go out at night. I mean, we had a Colombian guy who was our point man who got wounded by a landmine that had nothing to do with him. He just happened to be riding on the back of a BTR-4. This guy was amazing. He had a lot of combat experience in Colombia. And he was the point man, so he got the nods, but everyone behind him is all black out there. We are now going to shift that capability. At the end of this month, we'll have enough nods for the entire 20-man platoon and we will become equivalent to the SSO, the UASOF, because they've got all-night teams. But for the most part, most of their forces are day teams. So we're going to be able to really supplement our AO by saying, now we're going to go out and dominate the night.
Yeah, and that is, I don't think I've ever done maybe 3 or 4 things in daylight in my entire life. You're pretty naked in the daytime.
The war starts at 8 in the morning, man. It's like there's a gentleman's agreement that no one will go at each other until after breakfast. And when every time we got hit at 4 or 5 in the morning, I said, "Oh, somebody woke up the mid-watch section and said, 'Hey, you didn't knock off those 6 rounds that you had to shoot before 6 a.m. So why don't you just get them off right now?'" And the Russians were just like, "Oh yeah, the day watch is coming on." So they'd pop off their rounds, the whole battery, and then that would be it until like 8 in the morning. It's a weird war. This is World War II. This is what the Ardennes must have looked like in the Battle of the Bulge. So, with less capable Nazis. Let's just put it that way.
So I think I'm going to bid goodnight to Bianade, bid welcome to Daryl, and in between, George, you've had your hand up, so I want you to help us bridge this co-host switch.
Oh no!
Sure.
Can't I say goodbye?
Of course,
Yes,
you can say goodbye, of course, Dean.
So this by the way, this was a polite way of Alan kicking me out after I don't know how many hours co-hosting. All right, great guys, was great with you. I will stick around, and I hope the enlightened and gods of the Twitter space here will bring Daryl up soon. Have a great evening.
All right.
And Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Haurom, Slava.
Slava
Guten
Nazi.
Nacht, Bianada.
Yeah, cheers.
So let me get this straight. We got Malcolm Nance and Chuck Farrar on here. It's an all-star night. Tomorrow afternoon, or I think around 12:30, Rip Rawlings will be on here. So we're batting 3 for 3 here tonight, and it's great to have you guys on. I know this is this is just unbelievable. This is what I love, because we got 2 guys with I don't want to age you guys. I'm not going to say the combined experience because people will think you guys fought in 1917.
It's over
Ouch.
a century.
Yes.
and,
So I won't
and a
mention
quarter.
that, but let's just say you guys been doing this since the 80s, right? Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah,
So
that's ouch.
What are you trying to say?
So it's great to have you guys on. I see Daryl's gonna be the next co-host. So while that happens, I know that Malcolm, you were asked about what's going on in Bakhmut. We said it's turned into a meat grinder for the Russians. I know Chuck has been following the battle pretty significantly, and we know that right now the Vatniks, they took this, they moved 4 blocks into like this area, or they took a hill, some hill you can't even find on the map. There's not even a number for it. But I was going to ask both of you, and I think you've been asking this before, but since I got both of you on here, what in the heck is the obsession with Bakhmut? It's not like the place is called Zelensky, right? Like it was World War II, where Hitler was obsessed with Stalingrad because it was named after Stalingrad. What is going on? Can you guys try to wrap your heads around that one, please?
Yeah, Chuck, what do you think, man?
I literally think that like every dictator in history, since Julius Caesar, Putin puts a finger on a map, and if you were trying to just locate with no military education, and if I asked my 6-year-old niece, where is the center of gravity of the Russian attack, she'd put her finger like right on Bakhmut. And I agree. A la Stalingrad, this has become a political obsession with Putin. And look, you know what, folks? He needs a victory. He needs something to go right because things aren't going right. And Malcolm knows better than I do because I'm just looking at the intel feeds. But it is not a good place to be a Vatnik or a Mobnik.
Well, I got to tell you, here's what I said yesterday. All right, it's the same thing you said. This is Severodonetsk all over again. In the pre-war, I spent time with General Sersky and General Pavliuk. General Pavliuk at the time was commander of the Joint Task Force area of Donetsk and Luhansk. Right, the forward battlefront for 3 years. This guy was in charge of it, and General Pavliuk was commander of land warfare. They have since. Pavliuk is getting ready to take over for Zalushi, I think. And no, Sersky is getting ready to take over for Zalushi, and Pavliuk is now commander of land warfare. So these guys have been on that ground for years. And they know, I was just looking at a book that I bought in Ukraine 8 months ago called Slovyansk. And it's a description of the first battles of the war in 2014. They have fought for this town before. They have. But now they see all these resources the Russians are putting in there, and they are shaping the battlefield in such a way that they make the Russians think that they have a chance. And the Russians, here's the only thing I can see, Chuck, from the intelligence side. The Russians really think that if they break through there, they're going to be going to Kramatorsk. It's almost as if everything that's happened since September 6th does not exist on their maps. They think the salient still exists and they can collapse it. Everything. I said this yesterday. The northern sector of Ukraine, northeast sector of Kharkiv, has completely merged into the northern Donbass, right? We have 2 armies fighting in which was a 1 army sector area. And I don't think the Russians know that. It's like they think all their forces still exist, in the northern wing of that salient. And if they make the one big breakthrough in Bakhmut, it'll all come crashing down. They really think that there's nothing behind Bakhmut and Kramatorsk, and that Ukraine is just an empty area they can just go shooting through, and the whole Ukrainian line would collapse. I say, let them keep doing it. Let them keep bashing their head against it, and they'll take 3,000-4,000 dead and lose 100 more trucks and tanks and whatever, and the Ukrainians will get that village back.
I am with you completely. When we finally let you go to bed the other night, that is just what our discussion about Bakhmut turned on, and is that at great expense, trading gallons of blood for meters of dirt. They've actually been able to register an advance in Andriivka. They think, Malcolm, just like you said, that somehow they're going to be able to break through that and drive for the H-32 highway like there aren't rows and rows of hills in front of them, like they're not going to get hit in the flank, and like everything to supply that thrust doesn't have to come across the Bakhmutka River and across 4 kilometers of flat, completely exposed ground. They don't get it.
Here's what I think. I mean, they're vapor locked for Kramatorsk. Let's just
Vapor locked.
They have just got, they've got target, they're over focused on the target. They're looking
Right,
down that
target
straw.
lock. You got it. Target.
And they just got no greater field of view other than the Kramatorsk train station, right? And being able to get there. And little did they know, I said this several times on MSNBC, and it's probably why I'm not on MSNBC right now, because Cliff Watts, my buddy, was on the big board. When you see those arrows on the big board where Russia's advancing, those, you know what those are? Those point to tank cemeteries. Because you're going to break out. They may give them the breakout. They may say, okay, they've got a concentration of tanks. Let's let them roll. And you know what? I'm javelin qualified. All right. I begged people to give me javelin shots. Nobody would do it. I mean, I offered money. But I said I want to be a javelin ace, and then they gave me the Stinger when I went through Stinger school, and they didn't let me shoot the Stinger, and an Su-34 flew right over it. I'm a really frustrated guy, but the Ukrainians may say we're going to give them 5 kilometers, right? And at the other end of that 5 kilometers is going to be a javelin festival, and then the offensive at Bakhmut will disappear.
We were absolutely saying that there has never been an army in the world that has faced such a sophisticated enemy. The Russians have picked a fight with 20% of the world's Javelin missiles and 25% of the world's Stingers. Whatever they thought was going to work in 1983, Malcolm, it ain't floating now.
I can't believe it. Well, listen, guys, I've been here 2.5 hours.
Malcolm, get going, brother. I want you to get some sleep and listen. Angels around you. I am a small asteroid in orbit around your illustrious planet, buddy.
Give me a freaking break. Well, I'm glad, Chuck. We should coordinate another one. I'll be around for a while until I go back, which is indefinite. I can stay here as long as I want, but I'm waiting on some very specific things. My particular platoon is offline, even though now I'm responsible for the whole battalion, supply, resupply, and stupid things. So, but I'm going to stay around. I like this format, and we'll talk more. But if you can contribute to Tapestry, tapstri.org. Go buy us some bandages and help us get these Hiluxes out there, and help 3rd Battalion Legion and by extension 1st Battalion Legion as well.
Malcolm, thank you, brother, for carrying the torch, and thank you for everything you do. And listen, I am always delighted when you can spend so much time with us, and thanks so much. And get some rest. Get yourself a bourbon and a cigar.
Don't try to get Malcolm to sleep more than he does less for Ukraine. Come on.
If he slept more, he could take over the world.
Oh, jeez. No, that's not going to happen anytime soon. But anyway, well, thanks, guys. I'll be back tomorrow at 5.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
All right.
Thanks very much, Malcolm. It's great when you're here. It's great when you're here with Chuck Ferrer at the same time. I also want to welcome up my co-host, Daryl. Take the mic, please.
Daryl, how are you, brother?
Good. How you doing, Chuck?
Good, man. Good. Always good.
So there's been a lot of things going on today. There have been strikes on both sides, major strikes on both sides today. Are you filled in? You ready to fill in the gaps for us on what's going on?
Yeah, I think I'm up to speed, and if I'm not, I'll do something. But yeah, I think I'm. You could just tell me where you want to go, Daryl. You're driving the bus. I'll get out for you. Tell me.
Well, let's go to Kharkiv. Let's go north. Everybody got your maps out? Or did
Get your maps out. In Kharkiv, there were missile strikes, and that's pretty much all I know, Daryl. I know that Roman and the first responders in Kharkiv City were putting out fires.
Yeah, it was a bad day in that regard. And when you hear that the Russians have launched a missile, there is a 98% probability that it hit civilian infrastructure or a civilian population center, because that is the math on what they do. God bless Roman. I believe that a civilian dwelling complex was hit today. I'm not exactly sure on that, but that is what the Russians do instead of addressing a lucrative military target or even a military target at all. They do that for two reasons. Of course, this is the way they wage war. They think that they're going to somehow inflect the will of the Ukrainian people by killing children. And they're also unable to locate and come to grips with their foe. And a lot of times we've seen the imbalance, not only in tactics and the military command ethos on either side of the front lines here, but we've also seen that when it comes to intelligence and the battle for intelligence and the battle to locate and hit targets, the Ukrainians are weeks ahead of the Russians. Everywhere that the Russian foe is standing in occupation, they are surrounded by Ukrainian patriots, and the lucrative targets are suggested to the local Ukrainian battery commander, and they are engaged. We start up in the map section I'm calling the Izium axis, which is south of Kupiansk. This is the front line that remains after the very successful Kharkiv offensive. Once again, the Central Circuit main extension cord of this war is the P66 highway, coming north from Kupiansk down to Savatove, down again to Kremenna. The Ukrainian armed forces are across the P66 highway at Chevron Popkvika. That is to the north of Kremenna, separated from Kremenna by a couple of large stands of forest. The city of Kremenna, of course, is on the P66 highway. To the south of Kremenna is the Severodonetsk River, which, of course, is the same river that you will remember from the Battle of Severodonetsk. We do know that the Ukrainian armed forces are operating around the city of Kremenna, and they have been able to put patrols and special operations forces into that forest east of Dubrova, and of course crossing the Severodonetsk River north, moving towards Kremenna. And again, big forested area. You heard Malcolm talking about his experiences earlier in the war, operating in those forests, and it's one thing to have your local battalion commander tell you that we control this forest, but believe me, the forest is very dark at night, and a lot of things go bump in it. And it's been reported that there are numerous Ukrainian reconnaissance and special operations patrols prowling in that forest east of Dubrova, up to Kuzmane, and across the river from Privia. So again, you've got the Russians occupying Kremenna. They lost a headquarters element there today as well, spotted by local partisans, possibly the deeply inserted SOF, but 4 rounds came in, took that headquarters out. That happened 3 times in the last 36 hours. Headquarters elements were taken out. The situation along the P66 highway has not changed very much in the last week or so. We do know that the Russians have put heavy emplacements to the west of the city of Savatove. They've worked on some extensive defensive works there. Those are primarily oriented towards the west, and it's not exactly going to help them in the event of a breakthrough south of Savatove, which would push north up the river valley. So again, the Russians would really like this to be a quiet winter. They would really like it if the Ukrainians would just play their game and let them occupy their defenses and get the Ukrainians to leave them alone. That isn't going to happen, folks. A blow is going to fall, and in the meantime, we have Russian offensive activities concentrated again, as Malcolm was just saying, that the city of Bakhmut remains an absolute fixation for Mr. Putin. He is grinding up what is left of his better troops, his Wagnerites. But we're becoming aware that a lot of the platoon and company size sort of self-sacrificial offensive actions that are taking place around Bakhmut, a lot of these platoons are made up of people who were prisoners just a short month or so ago. They are not trained. They're not very well equipped. There were casualties today reported, Russian soldiers who literally had flat pieces of metal taped together with clear packing tape. That was in lieu of body armor. And the fact that the Ukrainian sources were describing that body armor today can tell you how well it worked. It was recovered along with the body of its owner. So in those 2 cases here, we're talking up north. Bakhmut remains an object of desire for the Russians. Again, I think this is a battle space that Ukraine was praying that they would choose to attack. Again, the Russians have made some very, very small gains. They've come across the M03 highway, entering a city park that is in the northeast part of the city. Depending on whose map you're looking at, the Russians are either still on the fringes of the park or have been driven back. And likewise, a thrust to the southeast of the urban area. Again, depending on whose map you're looking at. However, in any case, and you look at a topographic map, both of these areas, but especially the advance on the southern quadrant, it's been across flat, exposed terrain, and that is no place to be on a modern battlefield.
Chuck, I'm wondering, and as I look at the maps, and we really do need to look at maps, is there any chance that the Ukrainians can connect battle lines from Svatove to Kermena to Bakhmut, or is that what would be called a bridge too far? Are the distances here too great?
Well, it's all sort of the same fight. We have going from Kupiansk south to Bakhmut, the line of contact is basically north and south. Now there are places where it goes almost east west, but essentially it's north and south. If you've got a battle line that's drawn, you got a square of a map, and you draw the battle line down the middle of it. You think about the troops on the front lines. They have to be supplied, right? Those are lines of communication and supply. Around Savatove, the Russians face two problems. One is civil engineering, and the other is terrain. Savatove is linked by highway systems that come in from the east. Kremena has a much smaller highway joining it from the east, the 21302. The highway linking Savatove is the H26, a much bigger highway. But talking about the lines of communication and supply, if I'm moving something forward from Russia and I want to get it to that north-south battle line, I've got to go to the city of Starbelinsk. And that is, 50 kilometers behind the line. And then, because of the way the roads are and the terrain is, that I can send whatever those supplies are. They can continue on in almost a straight line to Savatove. But to get to Kremena, it's not just the hypotenuse of a triangle, right? The 101302 does not go straight to Kremena. It meanders all around, and then it starts coming in toward Kremena, but it actually goes to the south. And the bad thing for the Russians in trying to supply Kremena, which they are defending, that those supplies have got to go a very, very long way. And as they approach Kremena, they fall under the observation of Ukrainian UAVs. And the Ukrainians are much more likely to have a precision strike munition handy than the Russians. The Russians don't have a lot of one shot, one hit precision weapons lying around, especially for their artillery. But as the Russian supplies approach this line of contact, north and south, there are no direct routes between Savatove and Kremena. There is no east-west road going to the battle line. Those things have to basically go to Savatove and then get the mail sorted to go to either one of these places. So on a north-south battle line, you would think that forces on the east and forces on the west of that line would have equal lines of communication and supply, but that definitely is not the case up here around Izium. That weakens the Russian forces. That means that where the Ukrainians choose to concentrate and attack and go to punch through, the Russian supplies, ammunition, fuel, food, spare parts, tires, everything that they need to fight their defensive war, that stuff has to travel farther. And as it approaches Kremena especially, it is incredibly vulnerable because the T-1302 is just a little 2-lane road through the forest, through swamps, crossing lots of little streams and rivulets. And I think eventually, and especially because the Ukrainians have already crossed the P-66 highway north of Kremena, and that they are in contact in the forests to the east of Kremenna. Kremenna is probably the next thing that is going to fall. And I expect pretty much a repeat of how the Russians were driven out of Liman. They held it till the last extremity and beyond. When they were literally surrounded on three sides, they finally went to retreat, and the retreating elements were gobbled up. Liman was another case of dictators saying, hold this at all costs. And believe it or not, holding your territory at all costs is not really the way to win a war. You win a war by outmaneuvering your enemy. And interestingly enough, you win a war by fighting your enemy on the least, on the most disadvantageous ground you can, like Bakhmut, like Kremenna. So again, we're seeing the sort of strategic blindness and the tactical ineptitude that the Russians are sort of making a habit out of.
So if Kremenna were to fall, and if this is the next advance Ukrainians are able to make, it puts the Russian forces in an extremely exposed position and an unfortunate position. They would have to fall back to Starobilsk or even farther back.
Yeah, and that's why I think Kremenna is the lower hanging fruit, and again, punching through there and getting behind Kremenna. There's a little village called Zlitvik. It is what is it? It's about I can look at my scale here. It's about 10 kilometers north of Kremenna. It sits astride that sole line of communication and supply. And again, in the vicinity of Zlitivka, the Ukrainians are already across. They're already across the P-66. And that highway is something that makes it easier to move your troops down. Again, I think we're going to look at Liman Part 2. I think we're going to see the Russians ordered to hold until the sublime becomes the ridiculous. And as they go to fall back, which again is the most difficult maneuver in warfare, I think the Ukrainians are going to be able to follow up on that. I think that they're going to be able to, turn the T-1302 into a highway of death, and having taken Kremenna, the Ukrainian forces will have their own right flank anchored on the Severodonetsk River. So I think this is a very likely. This is likely the next. This will likely be the next domino to fall, I think. Yeah.
So I've also been looking at the weather report around Kremenna, and over the next 4 or 5, 6 days, it's hovering around that freezing thawing mark. So it's right around 0 to a few degrees above 0, speaking Celsius. Is this going to complicate the battlefield for the Ukrainians more, or will it complicate the battlefield for the Russians more?
Well, it would definitely be something that the worse the weather, the more it. Interestingly, this is sort of like the difference between Newtonian and quantum physics. The worse the weather is, the worse it is for maneuver warfare, for offensive maneuver warfare, precisely because the ground is wet. You might be able to walk across a dirt road, but you can't drive 20 trucks down it. It turns into soup. Okay, so so that's Newtonian physics. Small scale offensive operations always do better. The crappier the weather, the better it is for a small unit to undertake an offensive operation. I know that sounds odd, but you think of it this way. You are Malcolm Nance on patrol. You have crossed the forward edge of the battle area. You are prowling around in the enemy's rear. You want a dark and stormy, crappy night that it's sleeting and maybe it's 1 degree Celsius, because the sentries that you are going up against, the guys in the foxholes, the people guarding a fence line, their ability to detect the enemy, their desire to be out in the cold and the wind and the sleet, it goes to zero, and their combat effectiveness goes to zero. And on the other side of the coin, if you are the stalker and not the stalkee, the initiative, the morale, the ability to operate is completely on the side of the penetrator, and not the target. So, short answer is probably maneuver warfare is not likely to happen until the earth gets a little harder around Cremena. But this kind of bad weather, these kind of dark and stormy nights are exactly the time to start feeding in long-range patrols into the forests that we've been talking about, east of Dibrova, up to Kuzmiany. This is the time, and tonight is the night, folks. Well, the sun's coming up, but I could guarantee you that there are Ukrainian patrols and larger tactical elements assembling in the forests to the south of Cremena.
Daryl, do you have your maps out? I think Daryl is getting his map.
No, I
Daryl's
got
getting
my
a
map
sandwich.
out. No, I'm following along here. I got my map out. I was at one point I was just trying to get a good map because everybody wants to produce a map, but not every map is the best one to do this with. But
I read them all. You got to read everybody's map, and
well, I mean,
everybody's
it's good. Yeah, but when you're trying to follow along, that's the difference.
well, and I think there's a lot of OSINT mappers out there, and I think every one of them is they're doing the best they can. You can't be right all the time, and it's war. Just because you want to put a line down somewhere doesn't mean that's exactly it. And just because everyone else reports something doesn't mean it's true. You gotta find the people who are reliable and try to interpolate all everything that's been reported. But then, and again, folks, this is the best way to figure out this war. Get a hold of a topographic map, or at least a map that shows you a little bit of the terrain. And if you're trying to figure out where the line of contact is, you're gonna be looking for a hill, right? You're gonna be looking for a river valley. You're gonna be looking for steep inclines, because these are the things that slow offensive actions. If you see a salient sticking out, whether it's the Ukrainians making an advance or the Russians making an advance, in the case of the Russians, look to the east. Are there rivers behind them? Is the ground they've taken, are there no contour lines? Is it nice and flat? Well, that's not an advance then. That's a kill box. You need terrain to get behind. We've seen on several occasions, and especially up south of Savatove, the Russians made a great big advance towards the city of Makiivka. They crossed the P-66 and drove towards Makiivka. What was that? It was almost 10 kilometers. Russian telegram channels were all a titter about this great thrust that they had made. And again, all you needed to do is look at a topographic map and say, there wasn't much of a hill from the P-66 highway all the way west to Makiivka. And folks, they got their clocks cleaned. They got their clocks cleaned. And again, the Ukrainians, as they did in Severodonetsk, look, they'll fall back and let you come right up. And, great. You've got 1,000 guys on the wrong side of the P-66 highway. How are you going to feed them? How are you going to give them ammunition? How are you going to give them artillery cover? And the Russians didn't check any of those boxes, and they paid for it.
Folks, retweet this space right now and get your maps out. And if you have a friend who has a better map than you, ask them to send it to you, but retweet MriyaReport right now as we literally walk the line of contact. When you come right down to it, we are walking it, or will be walking it tonight with Chuck Farah from Kremenna to Kherson. That is a long, long journey. And it's a journey that will end with Ukrainian victory. So, Chuck, I also saw a report. It came from Thomas Tyner and some others that the majority of Russian casualties being taken to hospitals in Luhansk were casualties of frostbite. This is inhibiting the Russian ability to fight.
It really is. And we have a little joke in the SEALs. It's called travel light, freeze at night. And you can fight in the wintertime if you've got the gear. And at the very minimum, that means a decent set of boots, more than one pair of socks, everything that any outdoor enthusiast listening here knows, a couple of layers of clothing, outerwear, hat, gloves or mittens, all of those things. And it isn't surprising that the Russians are having so many environmental casualties here. Traditionally, in warfare, it is the elements and disease that kill more soldiers than combat. And Russia is not supplying its people with these needed elements. And a wool greatcoat that is worn for the October celebrations in Moscow, that isn't going to cut it. Daryl and I were talking a couple of nights ago. If you're out at night in the winter, you're holding onto your rifle, it just seems to suck the life out of you, because you're 98.6 and that rifle is literally ambient temperature, which could be 10 below Celsius. That rifle could be 20 degrees, 20 degrees Fahrenheit. You can't just put your rifle down. You've got to hold on to that thing. And again, we've talked about the rules of three, and one of those rules is 3 hours without shelter. So if you are in really adverse weather conditions, in 3 hours, you're going to enter a state where you are less and less able to not only just operate, shoot, move, and communicate on the battlefield, but even help to save yourself. I think we're going to see General Winter take an increasing toll on the Russians, from now until April. We're going to see that. And again, remember those lines of communication and supply. Everything that goes to the Ukrainian soldiers on their front is passing through essentially a permissive environment, right? Cheering crowds, waving the convoys forward. Everything that gets to a Russian soldier on the front has to pass through the bandit country of occupied Ukraine, where no one is a friend and everyone is watching, and everyone is more than happy to drop a dime on a passing Russian convoy. And that has an effect on what gets to the front, what gets diverted by corrupt officers and flag officers and generals and commissars, etc., and what actually gets to the poor, suffering Russian grunt on the front lines. And that's going to take an increasing toll too on the Russians.
So Ukrainians have also been hitting behind Russian lines. And this is usually an indication of Ukrainians shaping the battlefield. They've made some very deep strikes behind Russian lines. And I'm going to get the name of this town wrong, Chuck, but I hope it's enough to cue you in. Bryansk, which,
yeah, Berdyansk, which was it was 100 kilometers from the forward edge of the battle area. That's 60 miles for our American friends. We don't know exactly what happened there, but since 7 and 8 December, there have been a series of terrific explosions, at least 3 very, very large explosions, and 15 smaller explosions. This is a Russian air base. We don't exactly have the battle damage assessment right now, but I guess we could at least chalk this up to another smoking accident. And I would also point out to a lot of people, 60 kilometers is a pretty long way for a certain type of precision strike munition to be fired. Again, you might not believe in ghosts, but I do.
I think I do too. And so Berdyansk or Bryansk is down the road towards the coast from Melitopol. Am I reading my map right?
You are indeed, and this would have been a perfect target for a shaping operation. And again, when you see multiple secondary explosions like this, it tells anybody. We had apparently 3 terrific explosions followed by 15 smaller explosions, secondaries. You've absolutely hit something sympathetic, right? You hit something that wanted to go boom. And again, your target is an air base. Well, air bases are huge, right? They're giant. It's really some kind of a coincidence that an ordnance bunker was hit. And look, there are no luck. This isn't luck. This was a target that was absolutely identified by somebody on the ground. They knew where to hit, and very likely the Ukrainians have shown this time and time again. They know when to hit the target. So, for example, aviation ordnance is usually stored in bunkers. You don't want to have one bunker with everything in it. You want to have a couple of bunkers. You want to have actually quite more than a couple, and you want them to be separated. And that's the right way to do things. The wrong way to do things is you don't want to carry it very far, so you'll just stuff the bunker up completely to the roof with 1,000-kilogram bombs, because that way it's shorter to take them to the ready tarmac where the ready aircraft are standing. With the right kind of intelligence, you can literally wait until the arming operations are going. Something we likely saw in the case of the Saki airfield attack, which again, I guess you don't have to believe in ghosts to realize that was a target that was multiple tens of miles. It was in Crimea. It was maybe even 50, 60 miles outside of the range of anything that the Ukrainians were alleged to have had. So, folks, they've got some amazing stuff, and they're using it, and they're using it on the most lucrative targets they can find. And Alan, you're right. They're using that stuff where they're shaping the battle space, and everything that blew up at that airfield is something that is not going to be hanging under the wing of a Russian strike fighter. It's not going to get dropped on Ukrainian soldiers or children or civilians. Now it's contributed to making a moon-sized crater on that airbase.
And for whatever reason, we don't see the Russians acting sensibly. In other words, whether it's at airfields in occupied Ukraine or at airfields in Russia, uh, they don't spread out their planes. They don't spread out their armaments. And this is either the result of laziness or overconfidence, believing that the Ukrainians can't possibly hit us.
Yeah, and there was another coincidental explosion at Kursk airfield, again in Russia, and again tens of miles beyond the Ukrainian frontier. This fire was it struck a petroleum fuel location. You could literally see the smoke plume from orbit. I looked at 4 or 5 satellite photographs today from the Kursk airfield fire, which apparently was so big. This fire was so big with secondary explosions that the fire department didn't even try to fight it. Their choice was to let it burn out, which is an option. But again, whether or not this was caused by a Ukrainian agency or sloppiness on the side of the Russians, these accidents seem to happen a lot to the Russians.
They sure do. So I know we're going to continue walking the line of contact, and I'm just going to say the name of one town, which is north of Melitopol, Tokmak, and you know this is an extremely long, extended battlefront here. The Ukrainians do not have 1 million soldiers behind every town we talk about. We wish they did, because this war would be over in 3 days. But there are villages and towns that are strategic points that draw everyone's attention. I think Tokmak is one of them.
Absolutely. Tokmak has been the scene of lots of Ukrainian strike activity. 4 or 5 S-300 missile systems have been destroyed there in the last 70 days. Tokmak is, of course, north of Melitopol. We're talking about a location that is 30 kilometers, perhaps more, south of the line of contact. And it is a logical place for Russians to focus their logistics, ammunition storage, air defenses, etc. It gets hit regularly, and again, these aren't random missile rounds dropping into someplace in the town. The magnitude of these explosions, it has always been indicative of ammunition storages being targeted, absolutely being zeroed with one round. And again, Tokmak is pretty much hit at least every 36 hours. And again, one day there is going to be a battle of Melitopol, and one of the first things that'll happen in the campaign that's going to liberate Melitopol will be the city of Tokmak. It's going to be liberated. It is on the way. So moving south out of Zaporizhzhia, you have the M18 highway, which basically goes with a few deviations right and left. It goes down to the city of Melitopol. About 20 kilometers, let's call it 10 kilometers south of the forward edge of the battle area, the H30 highway breaks off to the southeast, and that leads to Tokmak. That is definitely going to be a place that the Ukrainians are going to take. It's probably a place that the Russians are definitely going to try to hold on to. But interestingly, with the way these highways, with the M18 going north and south, and the H30 going to the southeast, it's going to be very hard for the Russians. Not impossible, but difficult for them to cover both the approaches to Melitopol and the approaches to Tokmak, and especially because Tokmak is behind a fairly significant water course, which means either that the Russians are going to make a stand behind the river, thereby giving up the city of Tokmak, and or that river is going to prevent the Russians from getting, as long as the Ukrainians allow a bridge to cross that river, the Russians will be able to deploy forces, supplies, logistics north. But at their will, the Ukrainians can blow that bridge, and now that river becomes an impediment to Russian logistics, and that's going to free up the Ukrainian effort. Again, I don't expect an attack on Melitopol soon. I think we're going to not see large maneuver warfare happen until the ground gets a lot firmer. And frankly, we're going to see the Ukrainians allow General Winter to kill some more Russians in the meantime. I would expect when things are most miserable this winter, February sometime, I think that's when the Russians are going to have to brace themselves for a shock.
And it really is General Winter that helps explain Ukrainian patience. Ukrainians are very, very patient in their war planning. They watch, they wait, they have a plan in reserve. And that just seems to me what is happening right now all along the battlefield. Yes, there are intense battles in Bakhmut. Yes, there are intense battles in Kremlin. I understand that in Bakhmut, the fighting has essentially been continuous. You're talking about 12 continuous hours of artillery shelling and back and forth small arms engagements. That is exhausting. But elsewhere on the battlefield, the Ukrainians are showing their patience. Chuck, how does patience pay dividends on the battlefield?
Well, you always want to fight the enemy where and when he is weakest. So tactically, that could mean you want to strike where the enemy is not, right? You want to hit a place in the line of contact where there aren't a lot of enemies. That's one way to put it. But the other way that you can strike where the enemy is weakest is to let other factors weaken the enemy. One of those big ones, and maybe one of the biggest, is the weather. Any student of World War II will remember what happened to the American Army in a sector that they thought was relatively quiet and in a blizzard, so nothing was going to happen there. But that turned into the Battle of the Bulge. So on the Russian side of the equation this winter, I think that the Ukrainians are very likely to simply let this turn into wait till the misery is turned up to 11 for these Russian units on the front in what they had hoped to be a defensive struggle. And again, the front goes from Kupiansk to Kherson. It is the length and breadth of eastern Ukraine. And when you think of Ukraine, it's the size of Texas. Boy, that's a big place. If you're an American and you ever drove across Texas, you just want to okay, enough. I get it. It's big. But the Russians have to be ready along that entire line to meet a Ukrainian offensive. They don't know where it's going to fall. Unlike the Russians, the Ukrainians are able to concentrate their forces for an attack. The Russians don't have that luxury. Everything they do is under the observation of NATO satellites. Their signals, their communications are thoroughly penetrated by the Ukrainian signals and electronic intelligence people. Every road that Russians move down is under the observation of Ukrainian patriots. As we've seen in Bakhmut, the Russians keep throwing these platoon and company size efforts forward. Look, that isn't going to answer the mail. This is something that several brigade task groups operating in concert should be doing to address the Bakhmut problem. Why don't they do it? They can't. They can't do it. They can't bring those forces up there, concentrate them in the necessary areas of concentration to stage them for a maneuver warfare assault to cut off Bakhmut north and south. They can't do it because if they concentrate their forces anywhere, they get pummeled by Ukrainian artillery. And we've seen it. It's almost a weekly occurrence that the Ukrainian intelligence reports that 100 or 200 Russian casualties are being rushed to a field hospital because they were assembled in a place at a briefing, at a parade, even at some tactical gathering, and they get clobbered. They get clobbered. And I'm not even talking about mustering the vehicles, the fuel, the tanks, the ammunition, the artillery, everything else it would take to launch a cohesive, cogent, militarily relevant assault on Bakhmut. All they're doing is feeding 30, 40, 60, 100 guys into the meat grinder, as Malcolm himself called it. And that's all they're doing. And that is going on, unfortunately for the Russians, along the whole battlefield. They're unable to concentrate their forces. Look, I'm not telling anyone to rest on their laurels. I'm not. There are approximately 500,000 Russian troops along the frontiers of Ukraine, 500,000, with 1,600 main battle tanks and maybe 7,000 vehicles, possibly more vehicles. That's a lot of troops. That might be enough troops to win the war. Again, it's one thing to have all those numbers. It's another thing to get those troops together, concentrate them, prepare them for movement, and move them without being observed by the enemy. So any large Russian tactical maneuver element thus far in the war has been broken up before it can project its power. And that is one of the negative factors that is not going away for the Russian army. Not in this war. It isn't. And if you're a Russian commander and you can't launch a surprise attack anywhere along the line, how could you possibly expect to succeed?
Yeah, not only broken up by Ukrainian attacks, but broken up because observed by Ukrainian partisans. It's the Ukrainian partisans who are feeding information back to Ukrainian command posts. And as Chuck pointed out, it's not just place, it is time and place that these deep strikes by Ukrainians are occurring. They do the most damage that can be done. Chuck, I just want to take a moment to talk a little bit more about General Winter. And we happen to have a couple of speakers on the panel right now, Anna and Tara Masu, and also Ryan is with us. Ryan is in Ukraine, who know a lot about these frontline casualties, especially the casualties caused by weather. Such casualties can be caused on either side, Russian or Ukrainian. Anna, please take a moment to join us.
Yes, I know. I've finally gotten the speaker figured out. I have to just tap it ever so gingerly with my pinky, and that's been a problem.
Hi, Anna. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this, and I'm glad you're up.
Oh,
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, so especially concerning with hypothermia and all of the challenges that the military is going to be facing on top of the massive injuries just from artillery. But what a lot of people don't realize is that from hypothermia injuries, these can also lead to amputations, need for skin grafting, specialized. I mean, the doctors involved usually would be vascular surgeons, general surgeons, ortho, plastics, interventional radiology, and overall lots of skill and knowledge that goes into saving these limbs. So that is a concern that definitely keeps me awake at night, thinking about how to possibly manage all of that with all of the chatter that we've had about this like brutal winter that we're facing in Ukraine right now as well.
What do you think given talking about both sides of the battle space here? I know that the Ukrainians need absolutely more of everything, but what do you think about the standard of care that the Russians are getting? That interests me a great deal, considering the absolute disregard for their lives that their commanders seem to show towards them.
I don't think that they're getting that disregard for life on the Ukrainian side at all. The dealings that I have had with people in the healthcare systems in Ukraine is very similar to what the standard of care that I deal with in the United States. For example, the hospital system that I work for, we get a large population of inmates, and overall, just a patient is a patient. We don't look at
Oh yeah.
They are cared for as a human being, and and I think that they're probably grateful to once they get to the hospitals in Ukraine, and
Oh, but I was referring to what goes on with the Russians. I'm just seeing the disregard that the Russian generals have for their own troops, and we were talking about the mounting casualties that the Russians are enduring simply from exposure to the elements, which is only going to get worse. I don't think we are yet in the depths of a Ukrainian winter.
Yeah, I can field that if it's okay.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, first of all, there is, at least as far as what I have seen, there is no true battlefield specialized medical capabilities on the Russian side. These videos you see on Twitter of Ukrainian soft forces dumping out captured Russian medical equipment, what they call an IFAC. I'm 35 years old, and some of their stuff was manufactured before I was born. I'm not seeing anything that indicates they have any sort of a mature military medical system, let alone one that can function in the Ukrainian winter at all. I'm not seeing anything approaching that, and the standards of care on the civilian side in Russia are quite low in most areas, in the more impoverished areas, and that's largely, I think, going to be reflected in their medical forces. I was privileged to have a conversation. So for context, I'm not a military person. I have no prior military experience. I don't come from a military family. I don't have any military training. And part of me joining ZSU and the entire kind of process of my story leading up to that was I very quickly had to figure out what are the very specialized tasks and knowledge base required for battlefield medical excellence. I had a really great opportunity to speak with a former NATO defense attaché who came from a U.S. Special operations background, and I said to this person, you know, what are some particular policy recommendations that I can put forth, or I should really emphasize for the Ukrainian forces in terms of keeping our soldiers well through the wintertime? And he looked right at me and said, they need the warmest boots on the planet because that is what keeps soldiers alive in the wintertime. And the conversation started from there. Not to mention that Ukraine already has 8 years of experience fighting in winter conditions. It obviously wasn't large-scale maneuver warfare like we're seeing right now, but particularly Ukrainian special operations forces or anybody that served in the JFO is going to be familiar with what these wintertime conditions are like. And that level of institutional knowledge about real world combat operations in real weather conditions that is now ingrained in the ZSU because of the experience of the past 8 years is going to trickle down and is going to be taught to the newer members of the armed services.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree with the boots they're not everything, but they're almost everything. And if you have everything else and you don't have adequate footwear, it's going to be a long night. I know that you were speaking to Congress here recently. How is that going? I think you mentioned it earlier, but I hope people who are tuning in love to hear your progress and how receptive some of the members are, and we'd love to hear that. And so also you can tell us, you know, what you need. And
our delegation members were discussing this earlier today, and we are overjoyed at how receptive Congress has been hearing from us, particularly about military medical issues. The Helsinki Commission invited the Ministry of Defense representatives, including myself, to come over and talk about specifically military medical issues, which is how Sarah and I were invited as part of this delegation. Myself as a civilian consultant working with MOD, her as a combat medic and somebody who's generally very familiar with the overall situation in Ukraine. And the members of Congress, bicameral, bipartisan, widespread, strong interest in assisting with military medical issues. There has not been a single meeting with any staffer or elected official that has not been overwhelmingly positive and receptive. It almost seems like the members and their staffers are going out of their way to figure out ways to help ZSU and to help Ukraine become victorious through the winter and assist with the fighting. Of course, I'm focused really on how we can support armed forces of Ukraine. I'm not discussing that much on the civilian side, but of course, because ZSU, especially in newly liberated areas, is assisting with care of the civilian population. Of course, we also have Ukrainian doctors and biomedical researchers, medical innovators who are here, discussing those parallel issues. In terms of what's needed, everything. I jokingly said to a staffer, I need 1 million of everything that you have for Ukraine. That is what I would like Congress to give is 1 million of every medical item that we reasonably think we could need. Of course, there was some laughing, but it's not entirely hyperbolic. The big things we're focused on are the evacuation issue. So armored ambulances are arguably our #1 priority. And we're, as I mentioned earlier, we're also talking about other more specialized capabilities that I can't go into for security reasons, but other specialized capabilities relating to medical evacuation that, if implemented, we think are going to be game changing on the battlefield. What I've learned coming from the civilian side, the nature of war is that armies need lots and lots and lots of stuff. And when you're talking about the medical perspective, the basic building blocks of military medical care are things that Malcolm was mentioning earlier: stretchers, IFACs, CLOCs, high quality tourniquets, ideally multiple per soldier. I believe Malcolm was the one that mentioned his IFACs are like way overstocked. That's something I've strongly been encouraging, and so basically modifying and enhancing a NATO standard IFAC, and figuring out how much stuff we can cram in that bag for our infantrymen and our special operations soldiers and our artillerymen to have out there in the battle space. My conversations with staffers, with elected representatives, have been such that military medical issues are something that everyone is becoming acutely aware of, for no reason other than now that the battle space it's very dynamic, but I think the overall nature of the war is maturing in that day to day there's a little bit less uncertainty about maybe particular tactical situations, and we're able to pull back up to a 30,000-foot view and start looking at the really big picture issues and how do we solve these and how do we get widespread international support for the military medical issues associated with the war as it's being fought today.
Yeah, I just want to remind listeners, I mean, Chuck knows this, Malcolm Nance knows this, Tiramisu, Anna, Sarah, all prominent speakers here at MriyaReport know this. The capacity of medical care on the battlefront increases morale of Ukrainian soldiers. It is so important to know that when there is an attack or when there are soldiers wounded, they will be cared for, they will be taken to the rear as quickly as possible. Of the $68 billion the United States has authorized for helping Ukraine, there's a substantial amount that goes to these military medical needs. But the other thing that anyone here listening right now can do is go to MriyaAid.org. You can make a donation there to get medical supplies to the front. You can also go to Malcolm Nance's site, tapestry.org. Do the same thing. This is an absolutely essential aspect of the war that is ongoing in Ukraine right now. Save the soldiers, preserve their lives, preserve them. They all want to go back and fight. But the fact of the matter is, many will live to rebuild a new Ukraine in the future. I hope I didn't interrupt too much, Tiramisu.
No, not at all. To dovetail that, actually, I've been in the warehouses. I've been at distribution points. I've distributed medical goods myself out there. I tend not to go to the front line because I'm not a brave Ukrainian soldier, but I
You're brave
with,
enough, friend.
thank you, but I'm just here to support Ukraine. Here, in terms of if there's ever any issue of does my dollar matter or is my donation actually going to get to the front? And we've had this question asked from the individual donor level all the way up to very high levels. Is this stuff actually going into the hands of the Ukrainians that are then saving the lives of their battle buddy, the soldier next to them, etc.? The answer is absolutely yes. The fluidity and the capability of the Ukrainian government and all of the wonderful supportive NGOs that are operating in the country. I've actually been very pleased with how streamlined that process is. And my advice would be pick a group that you feel is reputable or that you have some prior experience with and donate to them, because this is the stuff that saves lives. This is an issue that I keep drilling into every person on Capitol Hill that we're talking with. These products save the lives of Ukrainians, not just soldiers, because oftentimes what we're seeing in these newly liberated territories is that the combat medics, the doctors, the nurses, in the civilian side, it's called allied healthcare personnel, but basically specialized healthcare personnel that are working in ZSU. Oftentimes, in these newly liberated areas, the Ukrainian army is the one that is responsible for delivering civilian medical care until the government and the Ministry of Health, the NGOs, etc., until these territories are truly safe for non-combatants to be operating. The Ukrainian army is often the one that is providing the medical care in the most recently occupied territories, and they're having to provide probably a greater breadth and depth of medical care than would otherwise be expected in a wartime scenario. And all of these supplies are absolutely saving the lives of Ukrainian soldiers. I actually had a video sent to me, which was quite touching, but it was a soldier well after the fact talking about he was able to self-apply a tourniquet that was given to him by an NGO in Ukraine, and had, I think it was a gunshot wound in the arm, and he basically made it a point after he was healed up to make a thank you video to this particular NGO for donating the tourniquet that he was able to likely, if not save his life, at least save his limb with. And I just want to continue to emphasize that the donors around the world, I'm a fella. There are many NAFO fellas on Capitol Hill, around Capitol Hill. So I feel like I'm in very good company on Capitol Hill with the NAFO fellas and that whole movement. But the donors around the world, from the individual donor all the way up to the biggest partner nations of Ukraine, are absolutely 100% responsible for saving the lives of Ukrainians.
I just think two really important things I just want to bring to the forefront, especially for our American listeners, because it is kind of American time right now. It is wonderful to hear the engagement of Capitol Hill staffers and their bosses. Their bosses are members of Congress, House members and senators. They are engaged. They know the importance of what is happening. And Tiramisu and Anna and Sarah are all bringing critical messages to our elected officials. There will be no shortage of support of Ukraine as we move into 2023. Members of Congress are united, by and large, united in supporting Ukraine and making sure that funding and material, that's military material, medical supplies, get to the front. And we can all do the same thing here. You can do a little simply by going to MriyaAid.org and making a contribution tonight. So the casualties of war occur on both sides. Ukrainian soldiers are fighting and dying every single night in defense of their country, every single moment of every single day. There are battles that are continuous for hours and hours at a time. Chuck has spoken of the battle that's ongoing right now in Bakhmut. Malcolm Nance spoke about the battles that occurred in Kharkiv. We all hope for a quick end to the war through Ukrainian victory. But until that happens, so many, many things have to be accomplished. I'm just wondering, Tiramisu and Anna, if you want to finish up with your summary of what's going on right now on Capitol Hill with your visit, and then Chuck and Daryl and I can finish our military updates. So, Tiramisu?
Yeah, the primary delegation is finishing up tomorrow night. So we have a full still. It's 8:40 here in Washington right now. We have a full 24 hours still to go. It's been a nonstop whirlwind tour for our delegation. We're finishing up with some meetings, and then Sarah's actually going to be headed to a couple of other parts of the country to do some additional work, but I'll let her talk about that for herself. The delegation is going to continue to emphasize the military medical issues, continue to bring support, and just to offer a little bit of context, we're talking about very big picture issues, but we are also talking about very granular, tangible issues, things like IFACs and tourniquets, in addition to training and cross-disciplinary training, training with partner nations. So we're trying to address military medical issues with the armed forces of Ukraine at levels ranging from the structural and the doctrinal all the way down to what do we think is the best tourniquet out there, or what is the most efficient way to do XYZ process, and what medical products do we need to do that. I can't talk too much about the exact nature of the conversations, but that should give you some sense of the scale and scope of what we're trying to address. I'm really hoping very shortly, I can't quite predict the time frame of that, but there will be really good news coming out of Capitol Hill specifically related to military medical issues.
You know, that is great to hear.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the applause. Tiramisu, I hope that you and Sarah and Anna can return tomorrow or in the next few days when your visits on Capitol Hill have concluded, and keep us up to date. And I really appreciate your being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would love to come back. I'm not a war person. I'm a medical person, but I'm always happy to address military medical issues and offer updates about what's going on with the military medical situation with CSU. And I will sign off now. So Slava Ukraini, thank you very much.
Hello, Slava. And you know, Tiramisu, in a war, medical people are war people. So Chuck, we've gone about 3/4 of the way from Crimea to Kherson, and so let's get to Kherson, where there are continuing cross-river artillery battles, and this is across the Dnipro River. The Ukrainians drove the Russians out of Kherson City, but the Russians are not leaving Kherson alone. They are shelling it almost every day. Well, what does this signify?
Well, it's a bit of the revenge shelling, as it were. Of course, the Russians again occupied the North Bank for a pretty long time. They were, as you said, driven across the river. What they've done is repositioned their artillery. They have declared a 10-kilometer exclusion zone along the south bank of the Dnipro, and that has opened up all of the small communities all along the Dnipro, from Milove south to Nova Harkova, of course, Kherson. They get shelled pretty much every day. And again, this is a Russian shelling operation. They're not addressing military targets per se. These are rounds targeted on villages, on the city of Kherson itself. Interestingly, though, we talk about cross-river activities. In the last, God, I don't know, I guess it was 24 hours or so. Of course, the Dnipro flows past the city of Kherson, and as the river goes west, it enters into a delta. Like the Dnipro is one of the biggest rivers in Europe. It enters into a river delta there, bound on the south by the Kinburn Peninsula. But the Dnipro splits into a couple of channels there. And interestingly, the Russians are now shelling terrain south of the major channel of the Dnipro, which does indicate, in fact, it's one of the best indicators to know where the Ukrainian forces actually are. And this previously was a bit of a nether region. But given that the Russians are shelling it now, you can be pretty sure that Ukrainian forces are operating south of the river. We do know that farther along the Dnipro, to the east of Kherson, the Dnipro again turns northward towards Zafarista. That area of the river is crossed every night by Ukrainian Special Operations Forces. They are in communication with partisan networks operating on the south bank. Again, slightly farther afield, but as we saw today, long-range strikes hit Tokmak. Even farther south on the Sea of Azov, the airfield at Berdansk was struck. These are targets that are developed, identified, and directed by Ukrainian partisans, by Ukrainian Special Operations Forces, which are operating more and more on the south bank of the Dnipro. Especially, there was a very cogent article from the Institute of the Study of War last week. If you draw a sort of oval around the city of Melitopol, but maybe 20 kilometers, a radius of 20 kilometers around the city, that increasingly is bandit country for the Russian army. Partisan operations there are becoming bolder, more manifest. They're doing things like picking off isolated patrols, individual sentries, and again, all along the south bank here, and we've seen it quite a bit. It is not a good place for you to be a collaborationist, traitor Ukrainian who's assisting the Russians in their security arrangements. Those sorts of people are getting picked off. We hear about the big ones, the directors and the deputy directors, but just being an individual Russian thug, that's not going to increase your lifespan any either. And again, these operations, partisan operations, and these deeply inserted special operations forces, this is preparing this battle space. When the effort against Melitopol comes, just launching that offensive, getting to Melitopol, getting to Tokmak, this is going to split the Russian effort. It is going to make the south bank of the Dnipro as irrelevant as the north bank was. And again, it wouldn't even be necessary to eliminate all of the Russian forces south of Kherson. If you split them in two, the sources on the western axis become militarily irrelevant. They're not going to be able to fight any Ukrainian forces if they are cut in half. All that they could possibly do is hope to guard the northern limit of the Crimean Peninsula. And again, we've said this, there are only two ways into the Crimean Peninsula, the M17 and the M18 highway. These are the only two roads into that great big peninsula, which is almost an island because its northern limit is a series of lakes, swamps, river turnings, waterways, etc. And that is a pretty ripe target. There are only two roads in, M17, M18, and the Kerch Bridge. Well, the Kerch Bridge has already been magically struck by weapons the Ukrainians don't have. I look for it to be struck again here probably within the next 4 weeks. I think I'd wait till some dignitary cuts a ribbon to open the damaged road section up. I think the Ukrainians will hit it again. And to this point, the Kerch Bridge is essentially it is the major supply route, of course, into Crimea. It's functioning at about 25% capacity. Its rail capacity maybe even less, and everything that's coming in and out of Crimea, principally now, is moving by ferry, by boats, by barge, and interestingly enough, by Russian amphibious ships. Those themselves are pretty good targets. So again, when the book about the Russian-Ukrainian war is written, there's going to be a couple of chapters about Melitopol. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I absolutely promise you there'll be a battle for that city, and it's going to be one of the key events of this war.
And we're going to be watching it with Chuck Farrer here on MriyaReport as every day of this war unfolds. And as Chuck just mentioned, there are only two ways into Crimea, but there's only one way to end this war, and that is to have Ukraine drive out every single Russian soldier from Ukraine, from Luhansk, from Donetsk, from Crimea. This will happen. It will take time, but this will happen. Daryl, please come in.
Yeah, Chuck, I'm looking at Vasilivka. Have we heard very much out of that area right there, just south of Zaporizhzhia? The road, the E105.
Yeah, right now there's just sort of pot shots being exchanged there, and again, look, the Russians know that Melitopol is it's a goal. If you are a general and you are contemplating offensive action, and we've talked about the Ukrainians preparing the battle space, and we talked about the advantage that the Ukrainians have in that they are able to concentrate their forces, and they are able to some extent to conceal their intentions and muster a Sunday punch. Look, we saw that because we saw what they did in Kharkiv. We saw the Kharkiv offensive. We saw it rock the Russians all the way back to Savatove. At one point, the Russians were rocked all the way back to Stravolinsk. That is a long way before Stravolinsk is where they stopped running. They finally had to turn around and come back. So we're talking about efforts south of Zaporizhzhia. You are Ukrainian commander. You are going to want to manipulate and modulate your own presence on the front line. What do I mean by that? You don't want the Russians to know where you might be contemplating a blow. Going down the M18 highway, that's a pretty obvious route into Melitopol. It doesn't mean it won't be used by the Ukrainians. The M18 there is also the E101. It's got two designations. But where that blow is going to fall, south of Zaporizhzhia is not the only place that the Russians have got to worry about. Anywhere from Donetsk to Zaporizhzhia is where that blow could fall. I think that eventually, and we talked about this, much, much earlier in the war, months ago, that it would be a primary goal and militarily orthodox to drive towards the Sea of Azov, and then with your right flank secured on the sea, to move eastward. I'm not the only guy to think of that. Believe me, every war college graduate, everybody, an NCO on up, can see that, including the Russians. That's absolutely going to happen, Daryl. But you know what? I don't know when, and I can tell you that in addition to preparing the battle space as much as they can, the Ukrainians, they're also going to make sure that they rope-a-dope the frontline Russian units. So wherever somebody is thinking that they're reporting to the Russian general that it's all quiet in their sector, that's the place that the blow is likely to fall. And the good thing about that is the Russians have got to be on guard everywhere, and the Ukrainians have only got to pick the weak spot to punch into and also develop another axis of attack. So we're talking about a left and a right. And again, it's going to happen.
Yeah, it just seems that whole upper portion of the Dnipro coming south out of Zaporizhzhia would be just nice to have that entire coastline right there that you can supply. You could bring in what you need by road, by boat, and it also would give you another angle at Nikopol, and that's going around the river, and then before you even pull south, rather than going straight south, because then you control everything above you, and east toward Kherson.
Yeah, and it's every kilometer that you advance brings your weapons closer to targets in Crimea. Sevastopol considered itself safe. It's not. The people at the Saki Air Base considered themselves safe. They're not. Ships anchored in the roadstead out of Sevastopol considered themselves safe. They're not. The Ukrainians' ability to project power at great distances, look, they punch far above their weight. They punch far above their weight. And people can argue all night about what weapons the Ukrainians have, and Washington said this. Folks, we just saw explosions at the Kursk airfield. We saw some sort of device hit two airfields that are 100 miles from Moscow. Underestimating the Ukrainians is a really dumb thing to do, and I think we're going to see more long distance strikes. I think we're also going to see more innovative forms of naval warfare. We saw the remotely piloted vessels, the remote surface vessels. That was a turning point in naval warfare. That was the first time in naval combat that remote controlled warships went into action. That had never happened in the history of naval warfare. As a result of that, the Russians pulled back some of their major surface and subsurface combatants out of Sevastopol to safer locations away from Crimea. And that just means that in order to shoot your cruise missile at an apartment block in Kiev like you want to, now you've got to sail a longer distance. Now that ship burns more fuel, food, and that itself is a victory. Even though there were no Russian surface ships sunk in that engagement, believe me, that was an epoch-making event in the history of naval warfare, and it's already had a strategic effect against the Russian Black Sea flotilla.
Chuck, you have a few more minutes with us. We have a couple of hands up. I know Daryl has some more questions.
Yeah.
I just had my mic hot. I'm sorry.
I got about 15 minutes. Alan, I'd happy to do that.
Okay, we have two hands up right now. In sequence, it is Gunther and then Raver. Gunther, please go ahead.
Hey, Chuck, good evening. Always an honor to talk to you.
Hi, Gunther. How are you doing?
I'm well. Oakland is a little misty, but not too bad. So I was trying to think about like the level of casualties, like how much damage just the elements caused. And I was just looking up some statistics from Stalingrad, which is, I don't know, maybe relevant. And just the Germans, there, as far as I can tell, they lost about 1/3 out of like their 300,000 or so casualties. 100,000 of them died of like hunger or frostbite cold, which is, and was the Wehrmacht in 1942 any like poorer organized than the Russian army of 2022? It's an interesting sort of thought experiment.
You've that data is absolutely germane to the present struggle, and you're right. On the whole, the Germans were not ill-equipped. They eventually were undersupplied in Stalingrad, but 30% casualty rate for a winter campaign, non-combat casualties in a winter campaign. That's just about the math in winter warfare everywhere throughout history. And again, I think this is going to be a tougher winter for the Russian soldiers than it is going to be for the Ukrainian soldiers. And that is because the Russians have got more supply difficulties. They have layers of corruption. They have layers of ineptitude, and generally have a much lower regard for their soldiers than the Ukrainians do. And I just thought I'd add that when I was a boy, I lived in Hayward, so thought I'd throw that out there.
Awesome.
So Raver, you're up with a question. Please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Chuck. So I want to shift your focus to this defensive line that the Russians are building. I'm assuming that you've probably had the chance to look at imagery. I haven't. Are you seeing any evidence of the supporting construction, things like berms for tanks and artillery, dugouts, areas, assembly areas, communications trenches? or any signs that the line is actually being manned by any type of combat troops? Because I'm presuming that the Russians are planning a phased withdrawal of that line once it's done. And so that sets a kind of a clock ticking for Ukrainian efforts.
Yeah, there are about 40 miles of defensive works that the Russians are working on. It's essentially east of Kupiansk. I am happy to let them turn over as much earth as they want. I'm happy to let them create the Maginot Line or the Siegfried Line or any other of the lines that we've read about in warfare that are essentially worthless. Just the fact that they think that these defensive works are going to deter the Ukrainian army. And again, I don't want anyone to lose sight that, look, if you assault a prepared defensive position, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you. But this is going to be won as a war of maneuver. And if you dig this wonderful series of dugouts and bunkers and everything else, and you get in there and you lick your thumb and lick your front sight and you're all set up and now you're ready to fight the Ukrainians and all they got to do is come to you. Well, that isn't going to happen. And that's no way to win a war. And all that the Ukrainians are going to have to do is outmaneuver that line of defenses. And a line of defenses is never as good as a battalion-sized ambush, right? It just isn't. Luring your enemy in, letting him extend his lines of supply, and giving him a bloody nose up front, and cutting him off in his rear, and beating him all the way back to where he came from, that's how you win a war. And nobody's ever won a war by digging a series of defenses and getting behind them. It didn't work for the French. It didn't work for the Germans at the end of World War II, and it isn't going to work for Putin right now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Chuck. I was just wondering if you'd seen any signs of the construction of the secondary positions, like the berms for tanks or artillery.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think they're doing that. I mean, a berm is a really, look, a berm actually works, right? I don't think they're doing that. I do know that they spent millions of dollars on these goofy 2.5 foot tall cement pyramids, which we've all seen the videos of, an infantry fighting vehicle rolling right over. I mean, those things aren't worth the effort and the sweat and the calories that the Russian soldiers are burning to put them in place. So, you know what? In the short answer to that question is, I haven't seen imagery of any sort of defense preparations in depth. The kind of stuff that you and I would look at and say that's a well put together. That's a well put together series of field emplacements. And I'd also point out that throughout this war, the Russian combat engineering skills haven't impressed. Their river crossing abilities, some of their most egregious defeats have been in the course of what should have been something that they have the equipment for, the training and the and the ability to exploit, but they got mauled on the Severodonetsk River. Back in May, that was it was incredible. I was in communication with the Army TRADOC Command, some of the battlefield analysis. Just that battle changed American military doctrine because it was such an egregious defeat for the Russians that American combat engineers took a look at it and saying, how do we make sure that never happens to us? I read the Russian manuals. They should have known how to do that. They should have established local artillery superiority, counter battery, you know, capabilities. They should have been able to put that bridge up and secure a bridgehead and exploit it. But instead, they lined up all their vehicles bumper to bumper along a single one-lane road and parked them with their engines running, waiting their turn to cross, and they got annihilated. So, yeah, so there is about a 40-mile, and again, you know, there's a lot of open source satellite stuff. Some of it you can get. It's kind of current. I can't always afford it, but there's, you know, about the 35 38 mile area that they are fortifying, and I'm not impressed so far.
I'm going to impose on Chuck and take two final questions that need to be quick and pointed. And that will be Doc B and then Dryfly. Doc B, please go ahead.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. It went out for a while. Thank you very much. So now that we know you love mandarin oranges and you stuck those in your pack every time you had a chance.
Oh my God.
And now we've heard from Tiramisu and talked about Anna and Sarah. And as a former corpsman, I direct message Tiramisu because I got a little bit of a Woody hearing about all this medical stuff that was going on, because that sounds so great. But one of the questions that I had for him when I asked him inside, because we talk about the golden hour, and I personally have put way too many men and women on medical evac helicopters. And
me
man
too, Doc.
pads, yes, absolutely. I'm sure you have. But Tiramisu explained, you know, there's a lot you can't talk about, but of course we have to worry about man pads, right? And there's the proliferation of those in field, and how difficult that makes helicopter operations in helping that golden hour. And, you know, I was kind of interested in what you were thinking about that, ways to speed up that process to get that injured person, not just to the back of the field, but also out into care without having the kind of air support we're accustomed to in the U.S. military.
Yeah, it's that is a tough one, and almost every place I served, not quite every place, but let's say 60% of the time, if I got badly hurt, I could expect to be flying at some point to get to a higher echelon of medical care. And you know, of course, the best way to get casualties off the battlefield is absolutely to put them on that helicopter and get them back to you know, someone who can take care of them, certainly better than I can. And Doc, you could take care of them better than me, but you know, you need a trauma surgeon at some point. I think you know, if we are talking things that fly, there are a lot of concerns that go into that, and that is that the man pads on both sides of the forward edge of the battle area are really complicating. They are complicating any sort of aviation component to the medical evacuations. And you know, just as you were saying, and as Tiramisu said, at the granule level, and he spoke about this, a soldier who made the video to thank the NGO for the tourniquet that saved his life. God, guys, we're talking about something that you can probably get on Amazon for like $8, right? $8, and that's what's going to save your life. It isn't like the Steven Seagal movies where the guy gets hit in the shoulder and he gets up. Look, you get hit with a high velocity bullet, Doc, you know this. It hits a bone, it goes up one way, out the other, and you know, you incur some significant vascular trauma, and your wound could kill you in 3 minutes, 4 minutes. And just having that tourniquet for buddy aid and self aid at the front is so important. but that golden hour is everything. And tiramisu, and they're doing the Lord's work. And whatever the United States can do to help wounded Ukrainian soldiers, I urge the lawmakers to absolutely do that. But it's a good time for me to also say, look, there's something the listeners can do right now. Get on Malcolm's website, Tapestry, get on MriyaReport, and look, those tourniquets, those bandages, those IFAC kits, soldiers' own personal medical kits, and they make a big difference, Doc. You know that yourself.
They make a huge difference. They really do. Last thing to follow up, because I know we're getting at the end of your time, and I appreciate that. I want to thank everybody again, of course, for doing this, and really recommend that everybody retweets this site and does what they can, especially this time of giving. So the last one is, I asked you about Wagner last time. I threw you that hardball and softball question, you might remember. But now we're getting reports that Putin directly is going into the prisons and recruiting and building his own forces from prison recruits, as opposed to Wagner going in and doing it. Is there something bigger going on behind the scene? Is there a power struggle? Is there a fear that he has? Or is Putin just saying, well, you know what, I can take advantage of this and do it cheaper than I can with Wagner, so I'm going to do it? I was really curious about that. And thank you guys all very much.
Thanks, Doc. I think that would just be Putin needing to show himself as many places as possible. And look, let's say you do recruit a bunch of murderers and rapists and burglars and car thieves and drug dealers and child molesters, or whoever else you could dredge out of a Russian jail. Putting a rifle in their hand and busing them to the forward edge of the battle area, that isn't going to work. It
I'm
doesn't
more
matter.
interested in the politics behind it, Chuck. Sorry for cutting you
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. I just think that is probably Putin needing to do that for his own reasons. And I'm the last guy to be saying this, but it's slightly unbecoming for the president of a nation to actually block out some time on his schedule so he can go into a prison to recruit felons. And I guess the only reason that he has to do this, or feels that he has to do it, is because there are potential rivals. There are other people occupying the media landscape that he feels the need to counter their presence. But who could figure that out?
Yeah, I think that
insane times. Well, thank you guys all very much. I appreciate it, and have a great night.
Absolutely.
I think that's the key question, Chuck. Who can figure it out? The Kremlin has always been, and it is today, a black box. We cannot see inside it. We just don't know. We'll know someday, but we don't know today. And with that, Dryfly, you receive the honor of the final question. It better be good. Dryfly,
It'll be it'll be an easy one. The question I have for you is, I was reading today that there's some hints or suggestions or OSINT evidence that they've maybe reconstituted some of the that first guards tank group that got wiped out near Kupiansk, and that's supposed to be their maneuver blocking unit that's going to be behind that line east of Savate. And I think Arestovich, or the guy who does some of the briefings, he actually alluded to that. He says it's still stuffed full of conscripts and Mobics, and that it's still been beat up from the earlier battles. But they say that that's probably the intent. Have you heard anything about that? And I will listen.
Yeah, I did hear a little, but I whenever I listen to anyone say anything, and I mean this both about the Ukrainians, believe me, whose side I'm on, but especially the Russians, I always think, who is saying this and what do they want me to think? Taking the information at face value, why did you tell me this, and what do you want me to think? The First Guards Tank Army was probably one of the most elite and premier units in the Russian military. Guards being an honorific, very hard to translate into a U.S. military context, but it's somewhere up there with having the Presidential Unit Citation, which is a big deal, folks. You have to be a pretty storied outfit to have a Presidential Unit Citation. When he was talking about a resurrected First Guards Tank Army, look, if they weren't right, and as you pointed out, if they weren't annihilated in the Kharkiv offensive, they ran away from all their gear. If they're being reconstituted as an armored, as the first tank army, you need to buy them everything. Tanks, infantry, fighting vehicles, artillery, uniforms, everything. And let's say that Russia was able to wave a magic wand and do that. Everybody listening here who's been in the military knows that you have to work up a unit before you can put it into combat. And in the United States, I've never even heard of a pre-deployment cycle that was less than 6 months. And that's for an already existing unit that didn't have its ass kicked over the course of 60 kilometers and running in disarray into Savatove and having finally to be turned around at Starbolinsk by military policemen waving guns in their faces. So I don't know if the First Guards Tank Army is going to be put back together, but I would say this: the sooner the Russians put that unit back into combat, the worse it's going to fare. I wouldn't think that 2 years would be too long a time to try to reestablish that unit, get its people to be competent, and think of everything that you need in that First Guards Tank Army. You don't need guys to carry a rifle, right? I need guys that can drive a tank. That's just the driver. Now I need a gunner. I need a vehicle commander. I know somebody who needs all the component things that vehicle commander needs to know. He needs to have probably been promoted from a driver. He knows how to work all the radios, the targeting equipment, etc. He knows the tactical manual front and back, on and on and on and on. Artillerists, people to work on the engines, all of those things. And any skill that you could name takes at least 6 months to train somebody. At least 6 months. And then you're not some grizzled old master sergeant who's been doing this for 20 years. You might be a guy who just got out of Russian jail and they sent you to a 6-week diesel mechanic course. What kind of a mechanic can you possibly be? Or a vehicle commander? 6 months of training? Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, that's what I think of that. But I will go back to something I said earlier tonight, and that is there are 500,000 Russian troops in different areas from Belarus and then around the eastern frontiers of Ukraine, and that is not a minuscule threat. But again, those raw numbers they don't mean very much. You need people who are trained. You need people who have good equipment. You need people whose tactics are current. But underpinning all of those things is morale. And it doesn't matter if you've got a brand new T-90 tank, T-14 Armada with the latest laser targeting systems. It doesn't matter if you're going to be one of the 38% of guys in those vehicles who stop their tanks, open all the hatches, and run away. It doesn't matter what kind of gear you have. We've seen almost every item in the Russian military inventory, and I'm not exaggerating. everything from air defense systems, anti-satellite electronic warfare systems, state-of-the-art battle tanks, artillery systems, self-propelled guns, air defense complexes. Everything has been abandoned by the Russians. Everything. They've run away from everything. They've run away from brigade communications vehicles with all the day's codes, all the radios turned on, everything, and they've run away from it. Man, that your army needs to be reformed from the ground up. Absolutely, you need to start from zero, back in someplace quiet in Siberia, and start this whole effort all over again. So, regarding the First Guards Tank Army, the sooner they come into combat, the worse they're going to do. But that is a great question.
You know, Chuck,
Go ahead,
you know,
Dryfly.
Thank you. That's all I was going to say. That was kind of what I thought, but I wanted to hear it from you, and I will let you go. Thank you.
Sure, Dryfly, man. It's always good talking to you, brother.
Thanks very much, Dryfly, and thank you, Chuck. Here at MriyaReport, we are honored every Tuesday and Thursday to have you speaking and guiding us through the battlefield in Ukraine and giving us your insights. Makes a huge, huge difference to every listener here. Thank you.
Thank
Alan,
you very
thanks.
much, Chuck.
Alan and Daryl, thank you for driving the bus. I look forward to talking to you guys every week. You are my partners in this effort, and it's just great. And you know, it's been said a bunch of times, folks, but look, it is the season of giving, and little stocking stuffer. Why don't you give a soldier a tourniquet this Christmas? They'll really appreciate it. But Alan and Daryl, thank you so much, and I'll be talking to you soon.
Talk to you soon, Chuck. Appreciate everything.
Thanks, you guys. Good night.
Good night. Alan, could you imagine being in a tank and you know that the last time you were in a tank, you saw the turret fly off your buddy's tank? When they're reconstituting this unit, if it's from guys that have seen that, imagine their apprehensiveness at the first sign of one of those tank turrets popping off. The guy, and you know they have told the guys that are in the unit with them what they saw. Think about that.
I believe, Daryl, that's why they call them driving coffins. And of course, whatever tanks the Russians have to reconstitute this tank unit are not the most modern. All those modern Russian tanks have already been destroyed by the Ukrainians. So what are you driving? A Prius?
They are driving older tanks. The T-90s, they donated already to the Ukrainians already. A lot of the T-80s and other tanks they've already donated. They're going against their own equipment with guys that know how to operate it. And you got guys that are barely out of some type of training. Here's the stick, move it this way, move it that way, go that way. The biggest thing is not understanding how to take the commands you need to on the battle space, especially when you want to go radio silent. There's ways that we communicate silent when we're out in the field. You know, use hand motions when you can, and if you can't, then you double back to the radios. But if you stay in radio silent and you try to move across the battle space without your moves being known by the enemy, they're going to be in a world of hurt. A world of hurt.
No question about it. You know, I think probably the best tank the Russians have left right now are those T-72s. They are decades old. Many of them are not upgraded with modern targeting mechanisms or with optics. I mean, if the Russians are reconstituting such a tank unit and expecting it to drop behind the line in Svatove and make a difference, they are kidding themselves, but they are not kidding the Ukrainians. You know, wow! I just can't imagine it. But you know, the other thing I will say, and Chuck was very upfront about this. There are 500,000 Russian troops and supporting armed forces members occupying Ukraine right now. That is not an insignificant force. Russians inflict casualties every single day on Ukrainian soldiers. This war is not going to be over tomorrow. It's not going to be over next Tuesday when Chuck comes back. It's not going to be over in weeks and months. And that's why we all have to continue to pay attention. It's why we all have to continue to do what we can do for Ukraine in any small way. One way, listen here at MriyaReport. Get the information you need. Another way, go to MriyaAid.org. Make a small donation.
And to keep up with us when we have these interviews, go to our webpage, MriyaReport.org. And there you'll find all of our interviews and the links to our Spotify account. That way you can take it with you, even if you can't be here. Thomas Steiner's interviews, you know, between the high Mars with CJ, those are there. There's one that's about 5 hours long. That's good for a long trip when you can't log in. So take a gander, go see, you know, take them with you. The reason why we did it is because we are preserving these events for prosperity. One day, you know, researchers, they'll come and they'll look at these things, and it's going to be something to say. You know where you were when this war happened, when freedom was won, when liberty was saved, and where the red. Well, I'm old when I say red. When you know when Russia was beaten. Those recordings will help decipher what happened and what the climate was at the time with the people. And that's one of the other things about having those things. They're going to be good for researching. So they're there. Listen to it. You're live. You're here. This is all history, and just stay with us as we go forward and till this war is won.
Well, you know, Daryl, a place like MriyaReport is also a part of history. A place like this has never, ever, to the best of my knowledge, existed before. The volunteers here, who are co-hosts and behind the scenes IT people, have all come together organically. What does organically mean? It means they stood up, they raised their hand, they said, what is happening in Ukraine matters to me. I understand that Ukraine is fighting for my freedom. This is the freedom the people, lucky people, all over the world have tonight. It is also the freedom that Ukraine has tonight, and they are fighting for in order to restore that freedom to occupied Ukraine. So, MriyaReport is a new point in history. I don't know how in the world this place came together, but it sure did. We have dozens of co-hosts all around the world, many different languages, many different experts. Now, over the months, millions of listeners, millions. There might be only 500 or 600 here right now, but we are on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Do the math. It adds up. It adds up.
So what are we going to do here? Let's take a couple of hands. Let's see, Raver, what did you think about tonight?
I enjoyed tonight, but I put my hand up because you guys kept saying my magic word, tanks. So when everybody knows that the whole purpose of the tank is to use maneuver and enable it to deliver direct fire on the enemy and induce shock. It's actually why the U.S. armored patch is the way it is. But that's actually the least important part of the tank, because you have to get it there, and maintenance is what really makes a tank effective. And new crews aren't going to know how to do that maintenance. They aren't going to know how often they've got to check their cracked engine, how to check the hydraulics, keep their batteries charged, what to do if they have an electrical bus failure. And all of these things have to be done every single day. You've got to stay on top of that tank. It is a very fragile beast. It's a lot like the old horse, the old cavalry horse. If it didn't get its oats, it was going to rapidly break down and then turn your tanker into infantry, and we're not real good at that, because our motto is death before dismount. And so if you don't know how to maintain your tank, it's going to become a bunker. And when it becomes a bunker, I guarantee it's going to become a bunker at the absolutely worst possible time for it to become a bunker. And it may not even be able to shoot. Like if your hydraulics fail in a tank and you fire that gun and run it back against its stops, you're done. I mean, that tank is done. It needs depot level rebuild to pull that gun off the stops. And so the idea that the Russians could reconstitute the First Guards tank army in a couple of weeks or a couple of months is absolutely asinine. It took one of the greatest American tank commanders of all time, perhaps possibly the greatest, Cretan Abrams, about 3 years to turn his battalion from a bunch of farm boy conscripts into a force that could go up against the SS and slaughter them. So this is not something that you can do overnight. It's a very slow process. It requires lots of field training. It requires commanders who believe in their men, and it requires men who believe in their commanders. And everybody's got to be able to pitch in and spin wrenches and check track tension and run, do the bore sights and ram the tubes and load and fuel the tank. And I just don't think the Russians can do it. I don't think they have the human capital to put together a mechanized force that is going to be anything other than targets.
River, you've been bringing up something. With these tanks coming out of storage, I wonder when was the last time they exercised that barrel. Like you're saying, that barrel, if you don't exercise that barrel and those seals go, you fire that thing one time and it gets set back, and that recuperator doesn't allow that barrel back into its firing, back into its ready state. You're done. And if ever, what I'm talking about, folks, is when you fire a tank gun, the recoil on the barrel, that barrel moves inward, and then hydraulics and gas pressures help it move back out. Without that recoil system, that barrel goes in, and it's in a position where it can't be loaded. It's not going to it's not going to go back out to the ready position, and you are now just looking at a hunk of steel with a nice appendage to the front. It's not a good thing.
Not just that, Daryl, but imagine being Private Ivan, and you've got absolutely no experience, and you've been stuck into this tank, and somebody tells you to disassemble that breech block and clean it. Are you going to be able to know where all the Jesus pins go? Or are you just going to, looks good enough and stick it back in? And then you get to find out why it's called the Jesus pin.
I don't think they're worried about doing that kind of maintenance, believe it or not. I just don't, and that's if their breaches are set up like ours, where they are where they do have all of that kind of stuff. Um, I just don't think that they're going to get that level of maintenance. They may grease the track, keep it up tight. That's about it. That's about all they're going to have time to learn. They're being sent to. They're probably loading up on a train somewhere. Get them on the train. Get them to the battle space. Set up in nice, pretty formations. Get some BS inspections done, and go forward.
Yep, and then I got. Sorry, Daryl.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I got one final point on this subject of maintenance. Is a good crew not only knows what needs to be done, but they know how to do it efficiently, which means they can maximize the amount of time they put into maintenance to get the most out of it. Inexperienced crews are going to take longer, and that taking longer, there's no free lunch. And so that's taking time out of something else, whether it's refueling time, reloading time, briefing time, sleeping time. And the Russians are already at a deficit with this, and so are the Ukrainians, because they use 3 instead of 22 hours per tank per day to do all the things that need to be done, from shitting and shaving to making sure that tank can fight. And the more inefficient your crew is, the less time the crew has to take care of themselves, and fatigue builds up, and then they start making mistakes, and just everything compounds, and you either end up with dead crews or tanks that have been bricked.
So, Daryl, I think Raver's making a good point here. Those Soviet era tanks and the Russian tanks have 3-man crews. Western tanks, US tanks, NATO tanks, I believe, have 4-man crews. I think the Leopard has a 4-man crew. I'm not sure about that. But
Yeah,
that
the M1 has a 4-man crew.
That one additional man makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. They may have more tanks, a lot more men, but that doesn't ensure survivability. You got to know what you're doing when you're in there. You have to be able to fill in. If one man goes down, somebody else has to get up and command that tank. If the tank commander gets taken out by a bullet or a sniper round going through his head. It sounds like, doing tanks is a pretty easy job. It's not. It has a lot of pitfalls with it, as far as just training, maintenance, being able to understand what you are doing with that tank. It's not just firing. Your firing has a purpose. You are setting the plate for the infantry to move forward. And if you don't understand that that's what you are doing, then you're just sitting there, you're just shooting a gun. It looks good. You hit something that's great, but if it's not directed and fired for the effect, then it's just spinning wheels out there. The Ukrainians understand what their guns are designed to do. They understand the mission down to the private, because they're being taught NATO style. Everybody understands what the mission is. They communicate it back and forth, up and down the chain. So it's going to be bloody. It's going to be a bloody battle. There'll be losses on both sides, but Ukraine will come out on top of this. I have no doubt in my mind. It's just the number of tanks that they're going to have infantry with them to help them move the tanks forward. Just know that. We have Gunther. Come on back up.
Hey, good evening. I was thinking about these emplacements with the. Sorry, we might have a raccoon outside. All right.
Gunther, is it the raccoon that's missing
No.
from Ukraine?
I don't know. They move around a lot. They're very shifty. So who knows? It's hard to tell them apart. But my French bulldog is ready for battle. I'm thinking about the obstacles that they need to get across, and of course, like just thinking about approaching those obstacles under fire, and then like getting through the minefield, and then clearing the things, and then passing the ditch, and then going over another minefield, all under fire. How much of that could be done remotely? Like, how much of that could be done with automated bulldozers, automated things to basically do a lot of that work, so you don't have to have people up there under fire, trying to set charges on things and to like fill in ditches and that kind of stuff.
Daryl, that's a question for you, not me.
Repeat that one more time, Gunther. Sorry.
I mean, in theory, you don't have to. I mean, that you could automate some of the machines to do the basic clearing of stuff, like remote control a bulldozer to go up there and like breach the lines. And you don't necessarily have to have your combat engineers totally exposed for some period of time while they're trying to do that.
Well, you could, but you are looking at a piece of machinery that, if he's going up to breach, you're going to have men up there anyway. And if you have a piece of machinery that goes down, loses communication, or what have you, it's a lot different than a tractor on the farm that's basically on autopilot, on GPS coordinates going around a field. There's no chance of him running over his own men, or so a stray round, something, taking that thing and making it go where you don't want it to go. Remember, the Russians also have electronic countermeasures that they can block signals. So you're really looking at a piece of equipment that will be there. But it also it can be a liability, because you're just sending something up there and it gets taken, or it just gets shot out because the electronic signal's lost. And you're not going to be doing that without that that area that you're trying to breach being somewhat secure. If they're going to have dozers, they're more than likely going to be armored up, and the survivability, as long as it doesn't get hit by an RPG, he'll be pretty damn protected, as long as he's got his blade up at approaching the berm. That's what they did. They raised the blade up just above where they can see, just below where they can see, and that blade protected them. But these berms, you got tanks that have blades on the front. Their engine, it's a combat engineering vehicle. They have a gun on it, and it's got a blade on the front, just like a dozer. So they don't necessarily need a remote control type dozer to do it. They got tanks that can do it.
Okay, just sort of wondering. Thank you.
Thanks, Gunther. And just one other point about these tanks. When we talk about a 3-man crew in a Russian tank and a 4-man crew in a Western tank, this is a design restriction. You cannot get 4 men into a Russian tank. Am I right about that, Daryl?
They were set up with an auto loader. The rounds loaded up. When the targets were selected and fired, the gun would automatically reload the round. The difference with ours, and I'm not sure if the Russian tank can do it, but we can fire different types of rounds. If the commander calls for an HE, he loads an HE. If he loads a Sabot, he loads a Sabot. He can call for what he wants, selective based on the target. And that's one of the advantages. You have that duplicity in what you can fire going down, what you send down range with that 4-man.
Thanks, Daryl. Before too many more weeks go by, I'll be able to get a tank out of neutral and at least spin it around somewhere. But until I learn how to do that, Whiskey, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Well, originally I came up to talk to Gunther and warn him, like, he should know. Those Oakland raccoons, man, be careful. They're smart. Coming from Oakland myself. But in any event, I think the conversation was going towards like going across some of those lines. And the one thing I always kind of wondered was, the rope charge mine clearing equipment that Russia uses. I forget what the name of it is, but
it's like a MICLIC, what we call a MICLIC.
Exactly. Yeah, Daryl, you got it. Yeah, just like instead of sending dozers up, or send some of those up and clear a path, or send it down the same axis of the trench and clear the trench.
It depends on what you have access to at the time and what they decide they want to use. I mean, all options on the table. When they're setting it up and they are doing their battle plan, they'll have it. They'll get what they need for it. There's just multiple ways to do the same job. In other words, you can either do it with the combat engine. Either way, they do this. Both of them can do it. Just one does it a different way, and it also depends on the type of obstruction. Maybe you do want to use the MICLIC if it's something that you want to clear a path, a wider berth, and there's mines close by, because that's what that line charge is for, is to clear minefields, more or less.
Okay, Charles, I see your hand is up, and that must mean it's morning somewhere in Europe.
It is, yeah. But actually, I put up my hand because you guys there's a couple questions about the topic is right up my alleyway. Combat engineering, I love it. So I just wanted to add a couple things here. I mean, so the Russian version of the MICLIC is called the MriyaReport. It has these long explosive charges cooked to a rocket, but that's located on a BMP, and there are two of them. The American version is a towed trailer. So that's the only difference. Same thing, and it's a fairly standard piece of kit in various militaries. The thing with that MICLIC is, like Daryl said, it's primarily designed to make a lane in a minefield. So the rope itself, the charge itself it's about 100 meters long. Depending on which country, it's like 110. Sometimes it's 100, sometimes 120. And what that does is then that makes a vehicle width lane through the minefield. It either just destroys the mines themselves, or it kicks the mines out of the lane. So the force of the charge disturbs the earth and kicks the mines out. Then you still need a vehicle to proof that after you've done it, because strangely it leaves these kind of dead zones. Like there's like very, very thin areas down the line where it's not 100%. So you proof it. That's when you see these tanks. You've seen them on maybe Ukrainian ones where they've got a plow on the front of it or rollers on the front of it. They typically use a tank for that. And then they have to roll down it first, or they typically do that to proof it. and then you're good to go. You can breach wire with that. We don't see many wire obstacles in this war, mostly mines and anti-tank ditches. A MICLIC won't do anything for an anti-tank ditch. And the combat engineering vehicles that Daryl was talking about. So the U.S. Army doesn't have those anymore. Forget what they were called, Daryl, but they had one on like an M60 chassis, I think.
Yeah, the CEV.
CV, right? And it had that cool little short gun on it that had like a demolition charge that it fired out the front of it. Fortunately,
It could also shoot out a beehive round, clear trees out.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't. It doesn't. It's they don't have that in the arsenal anymore. But other countries do have them. One of them is Germany. It's called the DACS, DACHS, DACS, and the Ukrainians have been given some. Basically, what it is it's like a tank without the turret, and then it has a blade on the front. It's not like going to do a whole bunch of. You can't build berms with it really, but what it's designed to do is to act a little bit like a scraper and fill in anti-tank ditches. It's pretty much what the blade is made for, is to fill in anti-tank ditches. And then it also, the ducks has like a big backhoe on it too, so that it digs fighting positions, and it can dig vehicle fighting positions. These vehicles do exist. They're pretty rare. I haven't seen too many of them on either side in the war. The Soviets had one too. I forget the exact nomenclature of it. But they do exist, but they're pretty rare. In a lot of cases, I think Gunther, when he was talking about the remote control thing, yeah, actually, he's not far off the mark in some cases. So there are a lot of remote control vehicles now. You can check out, like, for example, one called the Panther from the U.S. Army. The Panther is an M1 chassis without the turret, and it usually comes with mine rollers or a mine blade on the front of it, and that is actually remote control. So it does exist. Yeah, but most of the times when we talk about the remote controls vehicles, we're talking about the mine flails. So the ones that spin the chains to do mine clearance. Most times they don't use those in the breach.
Wait a minute. Explain that vehicle there, Charles.
The mine flail?
Yeah, explain that one. I've never seen that one.
Okay, so this is a whole range of vehicles have these. Mine flail is basically you take a drum or a pipe, it's just called a pipe, and you attach chains to it, and then you spin the pipe very, very quickly. And this is on an arm, and you run that across the ground, and the pressure of the chains hitting the ground detonates the mines. And they have it attached to smaller, like Bobcat sized vehicles. They have it on the back of trucks, so you just drive the truck backwards instead of driving it forwards through the minefield. And most of these vehicles, these mine flail systems, are also remote control. And behind where this flail is spinning, there'll be usually a big shield, to like a hard metal shield, kind of angled, so that the vehicle isn't really damaged by the detonation. This is a really common tool in demining, but it's not used in breaching that much because they tend to be quite slow. So it's mostly used in civilian demining activities, but those are also remote control. So there are remote control vehicles out there, and the assault one in the U.S. Army was called the Panther. They were pretty rare too. It's just an M1 chassis with like some mine rollers and some other things on it. But yeah, anyway, sorry, that was kind of long.
Long but informative. Thank you. Always learning. I always like learning new stuff. Whiskey, you're flailing your hand up there. What you got?
No, I stuck my hand up once. I'm sorry if it came up a couple times, but it was just the chain roller mine drum clearing technology. I was actually surprised, Daryl, you didn't actually know about that.
I was in combat engineering.
Okay. Have you guys ever heard of a fellow named Jacques Littlefield? He was a good friend of mine.
No whiskey. I've never heard of him.
Yeah, Jacques Littlefield owned Pony Tracks tank farm out here in California in the Portola Valley. It was like the largest private collection of tanks, military fighting vehicles, and everything. Before he passed away, oh God, it was probably about 8 years ago now. But yeah, he was an interesting fellow, good friend of mine. But he actually owned a Scud missile launcher parked in his barn. I helped him restore a German King Tiger tank.
Right. Well, that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Well, we're gonna go ahead and let's go to Primus. This will be the first time I see you tonight. Good evening. Hello, Primus.
Oh, hey, can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine.
Okay, good. It works better when I actually hit the talk button. Little known feature, but yeah, hey, it's been a minute, Daryl. So yeah, one thing, with that defensive line, we're talking about the combat engineering, and I was a little curious what Chuck Ferris' perspective might be on that too. In terms of removing or getting around those things. I think in a sense we're kind of making an assumption that the Russians are doing something stupid and it won't work. And I wouldn't necessarily assume that. It seems like a great place to put a reserve, which can go either, north or south or whatever, depending if there's a flanking maneuver. So I don't know what their intentions with it are, but I mean, I'm sure they're aware of basic military science and how lines haven't worked out historically. So I would assume they have some sort of plan, but a frontal assault on that would be pretty difficult because you can drive a Panther or bulldozers or something up to those cement pyramids, but if they happen to be pinned into the ground, but you're not just going to be able to slide them out of place. And if there's anti-tank mines in front of it, you're not going to get the bulldozer up there. And if it's pre-sighted with artillery, well, God only knows. But it would be. I mean, I think it'd be very difficult to clear that. I don't know what the Russian objective with it is, but I'm sure something makes sense to them other than just hiding behind the line.
Primus, I think that these concrete tetrahedrons are part of what I'll call a PR campaign. They are not driven into the ground. They are placed upon the ground. They're also already deteriorating. There have been videos showing that they are peeling away. You could probably push one over. And once you pushed one over, you would think, wow, I can push the next 100 over. And this is just you, just with your strength. These are not serious lines of defense. I don't think we know yet about the minefields and that kind of thing, but it's a PR campaign. It's not a defense line. If you want to see a real defense line, look what the Ukrainians are building on the border with Belarus.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're focusing on the tetrahedrons. I don't know what's behind it. I don't know what's in front of it, really. But I wouldn't discount it. And I don't think you can just push them over. I certainly can't, no matter how many times I go to the gym. But
have you seen the videos of them peeling away? It's just like what they call that stuff when you put the plaster on the side of a house.
Stucco.
They're very lightweight. I mean, they're still durable enough. Like there's a video of a Ukrainian armored vehicle hitting one at speed, and basically bouncing off of it, knocking it to the side, but probably took some paint off. But something that's been alleged, because we've seen these not only in active or presumptive active combat zones, but also in places in Russia on the Russian side of the border, that there's some kind of grift going on, especially from Prigozhin, the Wagner Group head founder, etc. In that he may have some people who are affiliated with these contracts because Wagner seems to be wherever they're setting these things up. And if you're getting paid to put all these things down, well, it doesn't really matter how quality they are. However, the concerns about minefields around them, those are real. Those are ones that people have. And as them just being able to hold people back enough that they can't sprint through in Humvees while Russian artillery has time to vector in on that, that's also another realistic concern.
Yeah, I mean, for all I know, they're made out of plywood, but I mean, if they are cement, I mean, I've been to Rome and seen 2,000-year-old cement structures before. So I mean, they might crumble a little bit on the outside, but there's still mass to it.
Well, the other thing I would say, Primus, is, if you're thinking about these concrete tetrahedrons and we're thinking about them, I know the Ukrainians are thinking about them. And I am pretty sure they either have intelligence from partisans where these lines have been laid, or from satellite images. So they have a plan. But I don't see these concrete tetrahedrons doing anything. And of course, as you know, if you've seen Roman concrete, no one yet today knows how the Romans made their concrete, and no one knows how they made concrete that fixed underwater. It's a mystery, and it's a mystery the Russians haven't solved, believe me. These concrete tetrahedrons might as well be made out of styrofoam.
Well, I think they have figured out how they did the cement, but that being said, I mean, talking about clearing, I mean, if they ever do have to go through it, with all the artillery, I'm just curious what a 155 millimeter or a 203 would do to some of those things, because you may not even need to drive a bulldozer up to it; just blast the crap out of them and drive through. So there's also that way of clearing obstacles: just blow it up from 15 miles away.
There you go. Now you're thinking. Gunther, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, to Primus's point, obviously, I don't think it's ever helpful to underestimate things. Anything that slows someone down or funnels someone is a problem. But so, Charles, overall, like, what is your thoughts as to these fortifications, and how concerned, in the grand scheme of things, should the Ukrainians be about them?
Yeah, not a ton, but it's not zero either. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, creating fortifications is what the Russians like. It's what they should be doing. It depends on which lines we're talking about. I mean, I think language knows the exact setup of them a little bit better. But I mean, I've looked at all of the satellite images of the different ones. If we talk about the ones up in Luhansk, right, it's very linear. What you were talking, and if we look down in southern Kherson and more towards in Zaporizhia, it's more of a checkerboard, and we can talk about defense in depth later. But in general, checkerboard is better in this case than what we see in Luhansk with just a single linear line. But I mean, Primus, what you were talking about, of course, we have an acronym for that. We have tactical drills for that. It's called SOSRA, which is suppress, obscure, secure, reduce, and assault. It's something that combat engineers and maneuver elements will train repeatedly, and at least in the Russian case, or excuse me, the Ukrainian case, I mean, they certainly have combat engineers, and they have maneuver elements who have been working together for the past 9 months and been training together for the past 4 years. They will know the basics of SOSRA, and yeah. So what that means is to suppress the enemy, because essentially any obstacle, and this is an obstacle. So the Dragon's Teeth, the anti-tank ditch, and then the minefields between them, are certainly an obstacle. When we talk about the effectiveness of them, it's kind of like, it's like, imagine, I don't know, it's like, imagine I gave you a recipe and you made it, and even though it's the same recipe, it might not taste as good, because it might be the first time you made it, or you're not a very good cook or whatever. And that's kind of what it is. So they're actually using the right recipe. It's just sometimes when we look at the actual hand, the way that they're doing the techniques that they use, sometimes we're like, that's not how you do it. So when we talk about the dragon's teeth, for example, I mean, we've talked about them not being placed into the ground. They don't seem to be of a particularly robust construction. And so you don't really need a dozer. You highlighted once, like you could use artillery to breach it, but that's in the reduction part of SOSRA. So the first step is, let me go back, get my thoughts in order. The first thing is to suppress the enemy. So an obstacle typically wants to be overwatched, whether that's a river crossing, whether that's a minefield. These are all obstacles. You want to have overwatch on those things as the defender. So you want to suppress that overwatch. You'll do that with and try to isolate the breaching area. So you can do that with direct fires with tanks. You can do that with indirect fires, such as close air support or artillery. And you want to make sure that you want to try to push the overwatch away, or at least make it so the overwatch can't do their job effectively. Then you want to obscure the breaching site. Typically, this means using smoke. And these can be done in feints as well, right? So you could you could go to the line and you could suppress and obscure like 5 or 6 different sites at the same time, but actually you only plan on breaching in one specific site. So the third thing is to secure the breaching site. In best case, you can actually get some troops across the obstacle to try to secure both sides of the obstacle. It doesn't matter whether that's a minefield or an anti-tank ditch or a river or whatever the obstacle might be, but if you can possibly try to secure both sides of it, that's optimal. If not, then you will bring those direct fires like right up to the obstacle so that you can, so that when the breaching takes place, then the enemy cannot directly attack the breaching force. Then you breach the obstacle. That can be done in a number of ways. We talked about MICLIC, we talked about engineering vehicles. This is when combat bridging comes in, like AVLBs. It's the exact same technique, just different obstacle type. And so in the case of the Dragon's Teeth, for example, like one of the problems why that they're not in the ground is that a tank itself could actually push them out of the way. So you wouldn't even need a dozer. As we mentioned, tanks, and we've seen tanks with mine blades on them. I mean, you can literally just drive up to them, push them out of the way left and right, and you've got a lane. So then the lane is marked or opened, and then the assault force goes through, and you have a little passage of lines there. So this is trained over and over and over again. This is pretty old military doctrine. So yes, it is a challenge, and what the Russians have built there is not nothing. It's not super great, especially the one in the Hansk is just operationally not the best because it doesn't employ defense in depth, at least doesn't appear to. But yeah, all the questions that Primus raised were valid. But of course, there's full manual sections and battle drills and all that stuff to actually solve all those questions.
Yeah, Charles, I'm just going to break in here and say you're always right because you have the experience. The other thing I'm going to say is that I don't expect the Ukrainians will ever suffer from overconfidence. They're too patient. They are too wise. They are too ingenious. And we here at MriyaReport, all of us listening, should also never, ever succumb to overconfidence. Yes, we all believe in our hearts and know in our hearts that Ukraine will win, but it will take a very, very long time. And that's why I encourage everyone to please give to MariaAid.org. Tell your friends about MriyaReport so that they can come here, listen, and learn. And with that, without much warning, Daryl, I'm going to be signing off. We have European co-hosts coming out. I just want to say as I love saying every night, Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava. And thank you very much, Alan. I'm glad to be sitting here with you. Sometimes, folks, you get partners and you work beside, and it's just a pleasure to have them there. And Alan's one of those type of people. And just, you know, I just enjoy it. He's an old pro at this. And I'm just gonna say good evening, language. The crowd is here and they are primed. Charles and Nanda, you guys are gonna come up and once who's gonna come first? Who's on second? What's on third? You guys come on in and we'll language while you go ahead and you get started. We're gonna make our swaps.
Well, thank you guys. It sounds like it's been a great space today. I've been tuning in when I can. Thank you, Daryl, Charles, Anda. Hopefully we didn't just lose, Alan, but you guys do a great job keeping this thing. I know it's a lot of effort running it 24/7. Really at this point, how many days are we into it? 288. So thank you guys for all the work you do. If you are following along for the update tonight, the text and map is up in the nest. If you are joining us for the first time, welcome. You scroll up to the top of your screen. You should see a link there. You click on that. There is both the text for tonight's update as well as a live app. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Basically, it just lets you look at a map that I'm looking at and controlling on another device. I can't see any of your data. The only thing you see is what screen I'm looking at. Tonight, we'll be using Andrew Perpetua's fantastic map to zoom around Ukraine so we know which of the 20 Bilharivkas we're talking about. And the red dots indicate Russian artillery strikes. The blue dots indicate Ukrainian artillery strikes. And the other icons you can click on at your leisure if you'd like to know more information. If you get into the app and that link does not take you directly where you need to go, the code for tonight's map is all lowercase R1VGT. You can put that in the text box on the landing screen. That is R Roger 1 V Victor G Golf T Tango. Give folks a second to do that. And then for tonight, it'll be cumulative because I didn't do one yesterday, so it'll be for both the 7th and the 8th of December. Without further ado, we'll be starting up in northwest in Belarus, proceeding clockwise, ending with some general statements. Let's begin, shall we? So, this is the military update for December 7th and December 8th, 2022, days 287 to 288 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Starting in Belarus, proceeding clockwise. In Belarus, there's currently no indication of Russian or Belarusian forces forming assault groups, which would be a necessary condition for any offensive action over the border or having the present capability to mount another assault into northwest Ukraine. There are increased Belarusian military drills. Those seem to be more in the central part of the country and the western section. We're not necessarily seeing them mobilize along the border in what would be an alarming configuration. Moving towards Kyiv, western Ukraine, and the politics of the day. Emergency power outages continue in the Kyiv region, although restoration on the east bank of the capital is proceeding as the Dnieper runs right through it. There was only 30% energy supply on the east bank yesterday, and they're working broadly to get that back up to scale. There were some issues with the actual distribution centers as well. Ukraine is currently working to ensure that hospitals have a 5-day supply of fuel for generators in the event of sustained blackouts, and the Kyiv government has also come out and said that that is not an impossible probability, and people should prepare for the possibility of complete sustained power outages, at which point there would need to be more extreme actions taken. In the event of a sustained mass blackout in Ukraine, TV and radio broadcasting stations are set to work for at least 72 hours, and people are being encouraged to buy battery-powered radios in such an event in advance. The International Committee of the Red Cross visited prisoners of war on both the Russian and Ukrainian sides of the front lines to examine their status and send things such as notes and books. Per the Moldovan government, which is just southwest of Ukraine and has had a missile fall into its territory in recent days, Any missile that lands in Moldova are the direct result of Russian aggression in the government's mind, regardless of who fired them, be they Ukrainian air defenses off course or not. With ongoing SBU investigations of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church ongoing and their relationships to the parent Russian Orthodox Church, additional hidden Russian passports, as well as Russian and the DPR-LPR militia paraphernalia was discovered, as well as in eastern Ukraine, a couple dioceses that were actually directly reporting on the positions of Ukrainian military staff and sending that over to Russian allied groups. Per the Ukrainian National Bank, over $31 billion of international aid will have been received by the end of the year, having expanded significantly in the second half of the year. And Time magazine called President Zelensky and the Ukrainian Spirit Person of the Year. Moving to Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv region. Strikes continued into the border regions, especially north of Kharkiv city. Russian forces allegedly attempted a cross-border raid near Ternova to the northeast, however, they were repelled. Russian forces did shell into downtown Kharkiv again with a good half-dozen missiles, causing casualties, and there has been an increase in Russian S-300 strikes in this region between the cities of Kharkiv and further east towards Kupiansk in recent days. Moving over towards Kupiansk, Kreminna, and Svatove, Russian forces continue to deploy additional troops along the Svatove axis, including from Kherson, with a considerably sized trench system between Svatove and all the way up to the north to the Russian border. There is speculation that Russia may be preparing for counterattacks towards Kupiansk in the coming weeks, if only to impede a Ukrainian assault here towards their own positions. Immediately northwest of Svatove, near Kuzumivka, along the highway where Ukrainian and Russian forces have been fighting it out in very intense combat for a number of weeks now, it does appear that Russian forces have managed to push back Ukrainian troops some way to the west towards the Zarabets River and away from the highway itself in the form of massive artillery strikes. Southwest of Svatove, near the town of Ploshanka, also could serve as a springboard for Ukrainian forces coming from the south to take the highway and push up towards Svatove. It does appear that Russian forces are also attempting to push Ukrainian troops further west and back towards the Zarabets River. This terrain here is mostly farmland, especially around the town of Novovodyan, which is where Russian forces are believed to have pushed up in the last 24 hours, although Russian troops have appeared to have crossed into this town of Novovodyan and thus have a little bit more of a hard point that they can exert control out of rather than fighting across these very large and very flat fields. They're trying to contest Ukrainian positions on the east side of this river here, and as a way to sort of interdict any Ukrainian supplies along this highway. While this isn't a major Ukrainian offensive zone here, it still is worth noting that there does appear to be some kind of, at the very least, spoiling offensive going on by Russian troops in this region. Around Kreminna, Ukrainian strikes on the highway north of Kreminna continue, as well as into the city, although there is no current indication that Ukraine physically controls the highway with mainline combat troops, although there are special forces on both sides of it. Ukrainian troops are reported to be broadly encircling Kreminna to the northwest, west, and south, in effect limiting it to a single main highway or supply artery coming in from the east. Otherwise, there's been a lot of chatter about the Russian First Guards Tank Army, which was supposed to be the heroic, laudable unit in defense of Moscow and got pretty badly torn up during the Ukrainian Kharkiv offensive. They have been deployed to this region, although they have been broadly diminished and are apparently being resupplied with a number of freshly mobilized or otherwise conscript soldiers and are having issues with keeping their so-called standards up to par as a result. Moving across the Seversky Donetsk down to Seversk, Lysychansk, and the areas around, Ukrainian and Russian forces continue to skirmish to the northeast, east, and southeast of Seversk along mostly static battle lines at this point. It does not appear that Russian forces have been any more successful towards Bilharivka or any of these other regions in the last day or two than they have been in the last month or two. There continues to be numerous abuses against Ukrainian citizens in Severodonetsk and Rubizhne on the far side of the river, with a large number of abductions without trial and numerous reports of public executions by hanging, or at the very least, the corpses are being hung as a warning or threat to any other, even alleged partisans. These trials do not go heavy on the evidence. And between Bakhmut and Seversk, along the highway itself, Russian forces do appear to have made some minimal progress, capturing the small town of Bilharivka on the highway after leveling essentially all of it over the last few months. Moving down to Bakhmut and the areas around it. In Soledar to the northeast, Russian forces continue to skirmish with Ukrainian troops, and shelling continues along the major lines of contact with no substantial changes. Russian forces still occupy some of the eastern industrial area. Ukrainian forces still broadly control the area around the mine and the residential section, and shelling continues aplenty. Russia is continuing its attempts to try and push further southwest through the city or the suburb of Bakhmutsky towards Bakhmut itself and seize territory along the highway. However, given the fact that Russian artillery is now landing much closer to their positions here than it was before, it appears there may be a Ukrainian offensive operation ongoing. Other Russian attempts to cross towards the highway here have been impeded by the self-same Ukrainian artillery and the fact that they're crossing quite literally very open fields with a number of rivers in them that tend to slow them down. Around Bakhmut, the situation remains concerning, with Russian forces increasingly leveraging fire into the northeast suburbs, as well as the external suburb of Pivhorodne, where it appears Russia is trying to gain a foothold so as to either continue a encirclement attempt of the city or to have some place to base out of for an assault into the city rather than tramping across those same large fields that we were talking about, which do not offer much protection, especially having been shelled very heavily with artillery for over 120 days. To the east of Bakhmut city, we've seen incredibly high Russian shelling along the main route into the city where the heaviest Ukrainian defenses are in the industrial zone. Ukrainian forces several weeks ago had pushed the Russians out towards the crossroads. The Russians now appear to be pushing back in, although there is no substantial evidence to suggest that Russian forces have been able to clear these numerous large and heavily defended and entrenched Ukrainian points. To the southeast of Bakhmut, however, the situation has gotten worse. Russian forces do appear to have broadly pushed into certain elements on the outskirts or the southeastern outskirts of the city, based on where we're seeing Ukrainian artillery shells landing closer to the southern highway, or really southern bridge crossing over a small reservoir that currently serves, to the best of my knowledge, as one of the main transport routes east-west on the highway. At this point, as Russian forces continue to try and attempt an attack into here, Ukrainian forces had attacked into the southeast region. However, that assault apparently was unsuccessful. This is where the Georgian Legion was at least partially surrounded and took some heavy casualties. Sorry about the cat. And Russian forces appear to be broadly recommitting their forces to this axis as the Ukrainian troops were forced to pull out. Should Russian forces be able to push further into this residential section, because the bridges, there's 3 of them, otherwise up the Bakhmut River, have been mostly destroyed, it would make things a little more challenging for Ukrainian forces on the easternmost side of Bakhmut city, and there are discussions and plans in place should such an event occur. So keep an eye there. Really, the southeast corner of Bakhmut right now is the most worrisome area. Otherwise, immediately to the south of Bakhmut city, while Russian and Ukrainian shelling continues aplenty, it does not appear yet that there's been any major changes in ground control. Russian forces and Ukrainian troops continue to basically shell in the same area in conditions resembling World War I. And otherwise, further to the southwest, along the river, it does appear that Russian forces are continuing to try and exert control on the west bank of the river here in another attempt to flank around and either via artillery control or physical control over the ground, cut off access to Bakhmut from the west. However, that's a decent bit of territory to cover. There's been no indications that they can zoom right up it, again, because you have some hills in the way, forested regions, and they'd have to cross a number of fields under artillery fire to get there. Bakhmut, however, does remain challenging with really considerable casualties on both sides. Unfortunately so for the Ukrainians, and less unfortunately so for the Russians. Moving down to the Donetsk, Luhansk, and other occupied regions. Another group of Russian prisoner conscripts, people recruited by Wagner, deserted a unit east of Avdiivka in the town of Yasinovatia, and reportedly 3 out of the 20 were located and executed by conventional Russian military forces. This is the second time in the same region in the last few days this has happened, and this shows that both the continued degradation of morale as well as the definite presence of Russian barrier forces from mainline troops. Ukraine does appear to have shelled a chemical plant in Horlivka, setting a sulfur warehouse on fire. Despite the smell, there appears to be no other major risk to the population in the area, though the Russians are really hemming it up on social media. A Russian military truck rammed a passenger bus in the long-occupied village of Shakhtarsk, which killed 16 people, and the Russians blamed it on the bus driver and the bus riders themselves. In this eastern region of the country, temperatures have dropped as low as negative 17 degrees Celsius over the last couple of days, or 1 degree Fahrenheit, as the ground begins to more increasingly freeze. Okay. In the southwest suburb of Marinka from Donetsk, fierce fighting continues as artillery strikes continue to be no more than 2 blocks apart in some cases between the factions. Moving down to Mariupol, where there's actually been some rather interesting military developments. Russia is deploying more troops and reportedly constructing defensive lines immediately to the west of Mariupol city. Russia is also apparently deploying more troops between the cities of Berdyansk and Mariupol, specifically in the seaside town of Urzuf, where apparently a portion of the Russian Southern Military Command has been deployed. It may be that Russian forces in the southern region are increasingly deploying quite literally as far away from the front as they can, unless they want to get on a boat, in order to get away from the known range of Ukraine long-distance strikes, or simply closer to the Sea of Azov for supply purposes, or to leverage the Russian naval assets that are currently there. But it is interesting to note that they are about as far away as you can get from the front line right now. Along the southern axis and Zaporizhzhia in general, in the long continuing fight around Vuhledar and Pavlivka, we haven't seen any major Russian changes. Ukrainian shelling continues to push into the southeastern section of Pavlivka, and they appear to have a demonstrable capability insofar as that Ukrainian artillery has both the high ground advantage on the far side of the river and is apparently more accurate or has better trained crews. So despite the Russians running a large number of people into this region, they have been unable to substantially gain any terrain for really several weeks now at the cost of massive casualties. Otherwise, along the southern front, Russian forces have continued to shell into Zaporizhzhia and the regions around it with ballistic missiles targeting infrastructure. Another Russian airbase exploded in Berdyansk, reportedly hit by numerous explosions overnight, although the Russians claim that nothing happened and the Ukrainians are being a little bit coy about what may have occurred. This is not the only place to have suffered explosions, with Tokmak, a major Russian strategic base on way to Melitopol, was hit by a good dozen missiles overnight, causing severe devastation at this often struck base. This is essentially the same way that you had Chornobyka around Kherson, it gets hit all the time. This is the same thing, except instead of an air base, it's just a place where people get stationed on air defenses, and then they get hit by the rockets their air defenses are supposed to stop. So they don't seem to be working that great. The Russian forces in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant have further entrenched themselves in the last 24 hours, with additional long-range rocket artillery systems being set up physically around the nuclear power plant itself. This does run contrary to Russian claims or Ukraine claims that Russia is preparing to depart from the plant under some sort of agreement. And an explosion killed a Russian occupation official in Melitopol and was caught on live camera. It is unclear if it was a car bomb in her vehicle itself or an exceptionally accurate artillery shell. And per the Ukrainian intelligence service, Russia is likely to attempt mass mobilization of Ukrainian citizens in the Zaporizhzhia region, potentially going so far as to conscript 17-year-old boys. Moving to the Kherson region, Denmark sent 50 water purification systems to Mykolaiv, which was struck again today and has had considerable issues with their water supply dating back several months. Russian and Ukrainian dueling strikes continue along the Dnipro River, although there is considerable Ukrainian attention currently being paid to the area of the river immediately southwest of Kherson, near the town of Hola Pristin, in this sort of delta marshy area, Russian forces have been shelling into these wetlands and marshes for a number of days, and there's been increased Ukrainian shelling on the proverbial or prospective landing area in Holopristin, and there is thus speculation of a possible Ukrainian waterborne assault coming from this direction. Keep an eye out. Ukrainian strikes continue south of the Dnipro in Skavosk and Chaplinka, and Ukrainian shelling continues to target the Kinburn Peninsula, while Russian forces fire across the water into Ochakiv. Russia has claimed to be restoring the Novokakhovka hydroelectric power plant / dam, where they had blown up some 50 meters of road surface in their retreat, but this claim ignores the fact that Ukraine has considerable artillery pressure in the area. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. Unfortunately, there's a very real threat of mines in the region after the Russians mined it all as they left, and 4 Ukrainian senior police officers from the Cherkasy region were killed by a mine in Kherson the other day. Moving to Odessa, the Black Sea, and Crimea, there are continued emergency power outages in Odessa, who is one of the most hit regions or most damaged regions in terms of electrical infrastructure during the last massive salvo of missile attacks, with limits on electricity consumption and including the suspension of some public transit. A husband-wife duo were identified and detained by Ukrainian SBU officers in Odessa as they were acting as spotters for Russian missile strikes in the city, as well as attempting to locate Ukrainian Neptune anti-ship batteries. The Black Sea Fleet remains broadly in port, with concerns about weather and Russian kamikaze drones in the Black Sea, and Russian air defenses allegedly engaged a Ukrainian drone overnight near Sevastopol. In general, in the last 48 hours, Ukrainian forces have eliminated some 880 soldiers for a total of 93,080, 8 armored vehicles, 6 tanks, 2 artillery guns, 23 cars and trucks, and 16 UAVs, including some Iranian Shahed 136s. Both Putin and the German Chancellor Scholz have made statements that Russia would not use nuclear weaponry on the battlefield in Ukraine, including Russia's non-first use policy, officially. Putin additionally made some rather bizarre statements regarding, quote, defending Ukraine from Polish invasion, unquote, and stated that Russia would only be willing to negotiate a peace deal if all parties, including Western powers, agreed to recognize the Russian annexation of South and Eastern Ukraine. Per Russian government officials, they are not currently trying to enforce a line of messaging on Russian military bloggers, as such a crackdown could just drive them further away from Russian military talking points, but not deprive them of an audience. And per Russian opposition media, reportedly Russian government officials are continuing to conduct mobilization, with now even subsidized housing organizations issuing summons to people living there. And the Headhunter job search website, which is like a Russian version of Indeed, will now be officially transferring information about its users to the FSB, and there's a number of very real concerns about that. The U.S. National Defense Bill, which has been broadly approved, will supply Ukraine with at least $800 million in additional security assistance, as well as allocating $2.7 billion to increase ammunition production for U.S. and NATO weaponry. There is an additional provision allowing for increased drawdowns of U.S. stockpiles in support of foreign partners, i.e. Ukraine. Per the U.S. Joint Chief of Staff, Mark Miley, the front lines are stabilizing Ukraine, and either side may take offensive action after a hard freeze permits armor and mechanized assault across the terrain. Germany will be transferring some 16 bridge-lading Biber APCs, which can cross up to 20 meters of space. This will likely become useful in certain areas in the south and east where rivers are currently serving as de facto battle lines, and they are additionally transferring more armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery. And the U.S. is reportedly encouraging Germany to supply Leopard 2 modern battle tanks. Poland acquiesced to German constraints and renewed requests to receive Patriot missile batteries to defend against Iran missiles coming from the east, although Germany was very clear that these are not to be deployed into Ukraine proper. The European Union is preparing a 9th package of sanctions against Russia, including 3 Russian banks, exports controls, including restricting Russian access to drones and other microchips, and blocking Russian media organizations internationally. Slovakia approved a new military aid package to Ukraine, including ammo, winter clothing, and ammunition for fighter jets. Additionally, they will be looking at potentially restarting production of Soviet-era 152 and 122 millimeter artillery shells as part of a NATO effort to invest in Slovakia, Bulgaria, and the Czech Republic to do so in order to replenish Ukraine's supplies for their Soviet-era weaponry. And finally, the French Supreme Court announced a ruling in a 6-year court case to fine Russia some 1.5 billion US dollars for its actions in annexing Crimea in 2014 and to repay that amount to Ukraine. While the judgment is welcomed, it remains to be seen how this will be enforced. And with that, I should be about done. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around. Thank you so much for listening.
Great, thanks a lot, Language. Excellent. As always, quite a few topics there, because obviously a lot of things happen in a war. Thanks for keeping track and organizing it for us. If you'd like to ask Language a question, please go ahead and click on the request button and come on up, and we can take questions. Anda? Anda, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I don't think she had unmuted. Hopefully, I did such a fantastic job. There's no questions, or everybody is furiously writing, "No, you're wrong." I'll take both. Probably the latter more likely than the former. But a question about Pisky, which is just southwest of Avdiivka. So what we have seen in this region specifically is that as Russia has continuously shelled into Avdiivka, frankly, long before this most recent invasion started this year, this is where the front lines of the battlefield have been since 2014. Russian forces, in an attempt to try and encircle it from the west, because they've been incredibly unsuccessful over the last 280 some odd days to just directly run in there, attacked into the town of Pisky immediately, again, near the front lines, near Donetsk International Airport, in fact. Pisky being a village that's been broadly abandoned for the last 8 years. I think there was like 11 people living there, more out of defiance than any other reason. Russian forces had continued an assault from here towards the northwest and towards the north, but this does appear to have been broadly beaten back, with some footage emerging today, apparently showing Ukrainian troops fighting Russian troops who were stationed in the town of Pisky proper. If that's the case, it would indicate some sort of Ukrainian offensive in the region designed to take a little bit of the pressure off of Avdiivka and its supply lines and give the troops there more breathing room. But keep an eye out on it. It does appear that the Russian gains they fought so hard for over the last 2 months have been undone in a very short order, to put it mildly.
Yeah, thanks. We've got Abdullah. Abdullah, go ahead.
Hey, thank you so much, Charles. Thank you, Language, for your time again. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. I was reading a report that said that the Russians were removing S-300 systems from Syria, and so there's a dispute between the Iranians and the Iranian operatives in Syria and the Russians. Have you seen any reports into this fact? Thanks.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's been indications of this for some time, actually, from satellite imagery showing that places where they were, they now are no longer. Russia, Iran, Syria, Israel in the region with, strikes against Iranian-backed militia groups, essentially you could call them, Hezbollah, etc. In the region. That's a complex topic. But broadly speaking, it does appear that Russia is, at the very least, allocating more of its forces out of the region. And based on the increased amount of Israeli strikes, Israel and Russia do have, I'm not going to say a relationship, that would be a little strong, but they do communicate for a variety of reasons, for each strategic interest in the region. While Russia would like to support Assad, they also, realizing that they may be leaving something of a power vacuum, do not want the Iranians to come in and rule the roost. So there has been numerous times alleged sort of a tacit agreement of, okay, when the IRGC gets a little too heavy, well, maybe we're going to turn our anti-air defenses off for a couple hours, and we're going to look the other way, and their base got hit. So sad, too bad. I guess Assad has to come back to Russia now. And that's, whether that's true or not, there's speculation about it. The fact that these systems are being pulled out, or at the very least don't appear to be present in quantity, seems to indicate that Russia is redeploying more and more of its forces away from its military adventurism overseas. We're seeing this in other regions. They did so in the Nagorno-Karabakh area with their so-called peacekeepers, as well as other regions, Chechnya and the Caucasus. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yes, yes, it does. Thank you so much. Thanks, Language.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. Let's go to Kevin.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I was having trouble getting that live map, which I've been looking for. I've been looking at other ones, but anyways, I just had like a couple of general questions, and thank you for everybody for this space, obviously. But the overall, like, when do you think the ground will firm up enough for more large scale movements, basically? And where do you think the action, without giving away anything, like, where do you think the natural progression for this, and I'm sorry if I missed you say that already, where do you think it might transpire?
The natural progression of what? I'm sorry, cut out there for a
Or
second.
just like the offensive, if we will, the overall. I mean, yeah, it's a tough, everything I want to ask I almost don't want you to say publicly, but yeah, like, where do you think it's going next? Is it Melitopol, Zaporizhzhia?
That's the
What
$1 million question.
in the frozen ground thing? But yeah, I'll back up.
That's the $1 million question. I certainly won't pretend to know. The Ukrainian government doesn't exactly bring me up and go, "Hey, we're going to attack here next week if that works for your schedule." So I'll learn about it, I'm sure, when other people learn about it. Maybe if I'm lucky, a little bit before. But if I was a betting man, there's one of three places they could go. Technically, four if they do something crazy in Donetsk, but I just don't see that. There is the region specifically east of Kupiansk towards Svatove. It appears the Russians are concerned about it most highly in this area because the fact that they're setting conditions to attack towards what is 3 Ukrainian armored brigades, which already slaughtered them when they tried doing so when there weren't 3 Ukrainian armored brigades in their way, and they weren't just using mobilized forces, leads me to believe that doing all those things a second time is not going to work out any better for them, which, unless the Russians are just having really terrible short-term memory loss, I have to imagine the reason they're assaulting or setting conditions for an assault is to try and spoil any Ukrainian offensive here. And it's something the Institute for the Study of War has been discussing a bit as well, that if you're attacking your enemy, well, then they can't group everything up and attack you, right? It's a very costly strategy in terms of keeping your enemy from coming after you, especially if you're doing so with a improperly equipped, trained, and demoralized force. But if that's all you have and you don't care about your soldiers' lives, then, well, that remains a possibility. That's one option. That's my personal guess. I hope, although I'm not sure, Bakhmut just resupplying there, just getting more artillery shells there. There's been a noted decrease in Ukrainian artillery fire in this region, unfortunately, and a noted increase in Russian artillery fire, although Ukrainian troops from the Kherson region, a little fresher, a little more relaxed, hopefully, after a couple weeks, have been deployed into the Bakhmut region, and some of the more bloodied Ukrainian forces have been pulled out. Hopefully, this will be able to lead to something of a change as well. And then the third option would be something in the south. I mean, we continue to see strikes towards Melitopol, towards Berdyansk. We hear Russians complaining about it. While Russian forces have not, as some have said, broadly retreated from the area, they were recycling troops in and out. If in the event that Ukraine does stage a push all the way down to Melitopol, that basically cuts the Russian southern flank in half. Yeah, technically they can move stuff into Crimea via the bridge and whatnot, but things start to collapse very quickly for the Russians as soon as the Ukrainians manage to get all the way to the Sea of Azov and hold that position down, because the highway running along it is currently one of Russia's major supply arteries to everything else in the region. Those are the three. I mean, unless Ukraine decides that they're really tired of Belarus and they're going for Minsk, which I think is, to put it mildly, not likely. It's probably going to be one of those three, either in the east, maybe towards Bakhmut, or towards the south. If I was a betting man, the Russians seem to be the most concerned about the area around Kupiansk. So I suspect they may know something I don't. Also, there's an increased presence of Ukrainian armored vehicles here, which, following the Ukrainians' general strategy of very rapid armored offensives, would make a little bit of sense. But this is all speculation. So we'll have to see.
If I could just, I guess it would make sense, and I wanted to hear what you just thought. I guess it might be stating the obvious, but it might make sense just to let these new weapons and ammunition, like basically stockpile. Use this time to stockpile, reinforce, and just hold the line for a little while. Anyways, that's all I had to say. Thank you so much.
It's a possibility, but a lot of the statements that have been seen from both Russian and Ukrainian sides actually have been that they're just waiting on the ground to freeze. I want to say if it gets down to, and we're starting to reach there, I think it was -5 degrees Celsius for an extended period of time, or more than -15 degrees Celsius, which, once you get down to this low single digits in Fahrenheit, for a moderate amount of time, you get enough hard frozen ground that the tanks and the armored vehicles can start moving again without getting stuck as easily. Once that becomes a possibility, then a lot of things become a possibility. And, at this point, then it just becomes a question of who is better equipped and trained for, cold weather, winter warfare. My money's on the Ukrainians.
Yeah, just to jump in here. Yeah, we've been talking about the, kind of this window of opportunity with the weather for a bit now, as we've been monitoring the forecasts and the conditions, especially in Luhansk Oblast. It was quite cold. Unfortunately, that window closed. They had quite a bit of snow yesterday, I believe. And the temperatures now are, so on Sunday, it's actually going to be 9 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit anymore, but well above freezing. And it's going to be rainy and snowy for the foreseeable future, with some freeze thaw cycle going on. So you're going to see a lot of pictures over the next week of a lot more mud, sadly. All right, let's go to Lisa, I think was next. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you, Charles, and I appreciate your help. I had a little trouble finding the right map. Like, I don't know. I ended up over in Africa somehow. Don't ask me how. But anyways, I wanted to ask you, language learner, do you feel like the area of Bakhmut is the worst right now? Like the
Absolutely.
I guess like the worst place to be fighting right now?
100%.
Now, I don't remember, you said speculatively, but you were making like choices. But I was wondering, are they able to get any kind of ammo in there to them, or is it just the shelling's too heavy to approach them to help them? Because I heard they're like running really low.
There's still supplies getting into Bakhmut. It remains challenging. There's a northern route and a western route, to make really broad statements here. The western route is more treacherous than the northern route, although both are challenging. And the city itself is just very heavily shelled, especially over the last 48 hours, with Russians increasingly reaching out with artillery to touch the western highway in. The situation is challenging. Frankly, as bad as it is, it's not as bad as it has been. From some units there were points where the best supply of Russian ammo for small weapons was taking it off the Russian soldiers they killed. Thankfully, that's gotten a lot better. Supply routes have become a little more bolstered, a little more fast moving. Frankly, not as much as some people would like, myself included, but you make do with what you can as best you can. It's just a very challenging situation. A lot of casualties. However, hopefully putting in some more fresh units that are frankly less badly bloodied will hope to stabilize this situation a little bit, especially as it does appear that Russia is making more offensive actions, especially from the southeast. What this looks like, especially if we get into urban battle, picture changes dramatically. I'm sure if you listen to Colonel Spencer, Major Giroux when they're on here, then there's a big difference between fighting in fields and trench lines that have been there for months and shelling it like in World War One, or fighting through a city, which now it's been publicly talked about in interviews, so we can all talk about it, has a huge honeycomb network of tunnels dug in the last 6 months, going every which way. There's a lot of natural environments to take advantage of, to put it mildly, as well as all the lessons learned from the other urban fights. Severodonetsk, Mariupol, because there are Mariupol defenders who have gotten out, been traded back as POWs, as well as from Lubizhne, Popasna, so on and so forth. They've got a wealth of knowledge to draw back on, unfortunately, earned in blood. They have a city that they've been able to reinforce for over 6 months, and they have a Russian Air Force that is considerably less skilled than it was during other urban conflicts, such points as they were able to leverage that effectively. I don't see the Russian Air Force being the deciding factor this time. They're just not making the same quantity of airstrikes that they were, 6 months ago, let alone 8 months ago.
Okay, I thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Hopefully I answered the question.
Yes, you did. You put it in perspective. I was just wondering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Nick, go ahead.
Thank you, Charles. Language, I have a question about Russian munitions. Going back to Avril Haines's characterization last weekend that the burn rate for Russian munitions, I believe she characterized it as extraordinary. But the post commentary sort of analysis of her comments was that she was speaking about precision munitions, and my impression was that she was actually speaking about all Russian munitions. So my question is, do we have any source or metrics for what the Russians have left? Especially, I'm thinking particularly of artillery munitions, non-precision artillery munitions. Is there any reliable metrics or source to divine how much they might have left before their stocks become sort of terminally depleted? Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to send a big thanks to Dr. Paul DeSantis, who has been spending a huge amount of time tracking this and giving tremendous information on it. Last I saw from him, I think they're saying it was somewhere between, on both sides, this was from Rheinmetall, German defense company, to put it mildly. Ukrainians were firing up to 6,000 to 10,000 shells of all kinds a day. This probably includes things like mortars as well, depending on how crazy you want to get with it, even firing things off a grenade launcher at a high angle. The Russians, I believe they were claiming up to 20,000. Now, this is a notable decrease from the absolute maximum, which was, apparently 50,000 or more. What is interesting to note, though, there was a really great article that I keep referring people back to. It seems a little bit presumptive now because the Russians shelling decreased considerably, something they did admit could happen. It's from theinsider.ru. Yes, it's a Russian news source. No, it's very much not pro-Putin, sort of opposition news, if you will. And they wrote a fantastic article called A Farewell to Arms. If you search The Insider, A Farewell to Arms, it should pop up as in English, where they said, hey, at these rates, we'll be out of, artillery shells come December. The Russian army just won't have enough, because even when the Russians were refurbishing existing artillery shells, not making new ones, just pulling stuff out of storage and making sure they worked, from 2014 until 2022, the maximum they were able to do was about 500,000 a year, right? At their height, they were firing that every 10 days. Now, if they're firing about 20,000, that's still a considerable amount. It take them about 25 days, but that's a year's worth of resupply. So they're burning through it in record pace. I think the speculation I've seen is sometime in spring of next year, Russia, if they kept firing completely at the same rate, they start to run out, though we have seen them resupply from places like North Korea, Belarus, potentially Iran, though that's less likely. My speculation is they're going to have to taper off. They're not just going to say, oh, we're going to fire everything we have, and now it's March 31st and we have no shells. I guess we're done with the most important section of our military. No, they'll say, okay, well, now we're going to fire less. Oh, now we're going to fire less. Same thing as when HIMARS entered the battlefield, started blowing up Russian ammo dumps. We still don't know, or I certainly don't know, exactly how many Russian artillery shells went up in flames then, but there was a sudden and massive decrease in the volume of Russian artillery shelling from apocalyptic to merely terrible. We may see another change like that, or a slower change in them ratcheting down their intensity, which would be phenomenal because Russia relies oh so heavily on their artillery. In the absence of that, or even just artillery parity, where Ukraine and Russia are using the same volume of artillery, this would be a very, very different war almost overnight, in a very pro-Ukrainian way.
If I could just
Thank
add
you.
into that.
Thank you, language. Excuse me, Aaron, really quickly. I want to double check. That was theinsider.com, and the article is called A Farewell to Arms. Is that correct?
Yes, it should be, if you search for insider.ru, or you search just
.ru.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
.ru,
All right,
a
thank you.
farewell to arms.
Thank
Yeah,
you, thank you very much. And
yeah,
I see that excuse me,
Nick,
Aaron, one
Nick,
last thing. May I
Nick,
ask Dr. Paul to DM me? Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Nick,
I'll drop
Nick, do
down.
you hear me?
Yes, I
Nick,
hear you. I want to drop down. Thank you.
okay, language was speaking while you were speaking, so I don't know if Dr. Paul heard you or not, but you were not, half of your sentence was over language, so that's why I sometimes it happens that one speaker cannot hear another. Aaron, I saw you up, but Bubbles is before you, so I will let him go first.
Thanks, and I'll make this quick. And language, I had two questions for you. First one was, out of the 800 plus Russian casualties or deaths you sort of quoted, how many of those are from the Bakhmut region, if you do know? Second question is, Malcolm Nance, about 2 days ago in this space, had indicated that an option for the Ukrainians, and it's certainly up to them. And he was a bit cavalier about it himself. He said that, sure, we'll just let the Russians, after we've had our fill of killing Russians, we'll just let the Ukrainians, maybe do I suppose, a tactical retreat, and then start, rocketing any supply trucks or tanks that go through the supply route, because Bakhmut seems to be like one of those supply routes, which is why it's of strategic importance as well. So I suppose what would be your take on that, and also what's the body count from the Bakhmut region daily?
I don't have an exact figure on it. Talking with soldiers in Bakhmut, they've said that, for every one of us that dies, about 5 to 10 Russians die. This was specifically on the southern southeastern axis, where we're seeing the Wagner guys run into artillery fire ad nauseum. So, on days where Ukraine has a lot of casualties, and there have been days where they've taken, 500 casualties, so that's dead and wounded, both heavy wounded and lightly wounded, in 48 hours, the Russians take far more. That's, as best I know, is that it is a slaughter. There's a lot of bodies out there. They're wearing a lot of different flags on their arms. Unfortunately, not to, keep, I'm actually depressing, but it's important to pay attention to the reality of the circumstances. The International Legion has been deployed there. I've talked with people in English sitting in those trenches, and if you're listening here, you got internet connection, there's probably somebody from your country sitting in that trench under artillery fire in the last 6 hours, praying to whatever they pray to. So maybe bear that in mind. Bakhmut is a very challenging circumstance, to put it mildly. As far as this Ukraine is going to withdraw and it's going to be a great, it is entirely possible that there are things I am not aware of. Certainly Malcolm Nance, if he was there, I'm not, so I won't, certainly go against him. But everything I have seen from this area in Bakhmut, when Ukraine loses territory, it is at great cost, and it is fighting to the edge. It is not pulling back so that they can then blow up the Russians. It is hard-fought land. The most recent area that they had lost is Crossroads, immediately to the southeast of the city. That was a very, 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 very bloody fight, to put it mildly. And that because the Ukrainians are not the Russians and because they don't sacrifice their men willy-nilly, I find it challenging to believe that they would bleed their people out to that extent just so they could say, now we're going to hit them. Are there more benefits that show up when the Russians push up? Yes, but frankly, the major challenge that the Ukrainians have been dealing with here is that they do not have artillery parity. The guy on the front line said, yeah, there's about 3 Russians to every one of us, or like 3 armored vehicles to every one of ours, 5 Russians to every one of us sitting in a trench, and like 10 artillery shells coming in for everyone going out. And so the Ukrainians, I do not know if they have presently the capability to do that sort of, we're going to pull back, Genghis Khan them, hit them as they rush in. I don't see it. The soldiers I've talked to don't see it. It's entirely possible I'm asking the wrong questions to the wrong people and I'm missing things. That's always very much a real possibility. But I really think it is what it looks like on the tin right now, which is the preparations for a very impassioned and bloody urban defense, which can still be highly degrading to Russian forces without being some sort of, secret strategy to let them run back, because that doesn't seem to be the case from my perspective. And I think we might have lost him, but please do let me know if that answers your question, Bubbles, or if it just made it more confusing. And of course, I always welcome other people's content or context on that. If you have a question, comment, concern about what I'm saying, my DMs are always open. I'm always happy to learn.
Aaron, go ahead.
Hey guys, Andy, Charles, language, good to see you. So another thing I wanted to bring up about the ammunition the Russians have, they have roughly around 190 to 200 of those Iskander-M SRBM short-range ballistic missiles supposedly left. There was a bunch of a data sheet that came out from the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, and there's certain things on there that seems like that they have a bit more of than I thought, and less of than I thought as well. As far as certain cruise missiles, they have a few more of a few less now since they fired a bunch this last week. A few more of the KH-101s and 5.55s left than what we thought. Like it's like in about 400 or 500 range. And then there's a lot that's not on that list that should be on that list. And that is like, say, the KH-22s, the AS-4 Kitchens. There's no direct list of those. That they could be as many as 1,500 left, or maybe even just 300-400. We don't know, but those are, in case anybody's wondering, those are designed in 1961. I mean, these are the ones that are fired from the Tu-22M backfire bombers. There's a lot of different ones that are not on that list that should be, but then there's also some older systems that, of course, are on that list. We don't really know how much they have left of a lot of their older inventory, but rest assured they probably have more of it. But in a sense, up in the Ural Mountains, that's exactly what language said, is that they've talked about 152 and 122 millimeter gun ammunition, artillery ammunition, for at least up until January. And this was a few months ago when they said they had roughly about 7 million shells. This is coming from Russian mill bloggers. So some of their estimates have been more accurate than Western estimates, which is really interesting which is understandably because we're getting it from inside the Russian military. So yeah, but there's no way to know for sure. I mean, there's a number of they might have 90 to 100 of the Kinzel KH-47 M2s. Those are the hypersonic air-launched ballistic missiles that we've seen that are not very accurate. They're overhyped. But yet again, it's one of these things we just have to wait and see. But I trust that the more data that they put out, the more they have a good field, always a feel for it. I just think that some of these numbers may be higher than others, and others not are a lot higher than what they have estimated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to jump in here, and I mean, yeah, I think you know, I mean, I agree that when we're talking about numbers, you know, I think it's it's these are indicators. I think not necessarily what I would say treated as certainties. In a lot of these numbers, I actually have questioned whether the Russians themselves even know exactly how many they have and where they all are. I mean, I'm sure they've been looking for them, but I'm not even, you know, I don't think they're keeping inventory like Walmart does.
Oh, I
But
know. It's very true, because even now it looks like that they're making a desperation act of taking some of their KH-55s, AS-15, their older nuclear cruise missiles, taking the nuke warheads off them and putting either dummy warheads or concrete in them, and to use them as decoys for
Yeah.
spending their SAMs. So, yeah.
Yeah, they did that with one of the 55s. I guess it was about a week and a half ago now. But question to language regarding artillery numbers. You know, CJ often points out that you know, the total number of shells fired by the Russians has steadily decreased, despite the fact that tactically it would behoove them to fire actually increased numbers instead of less. And there have been signs about quota systems, and that's been talked about on the Russian side. These kind of quota firing, you know, 10, 20, 40 rounds per day, just being kind of fired off. Is there any more indication over the last couple of days regarding number of shells fired? And again, this is not to say that this is a definite indicator that they have reduced stocks, but obviously we look at things in patterns and trends. What do you think, Language?
Outside of Bakhmut, we have seen increased decreasing. Sorry, we've seen. Let me choose better words. We've seen
Accelerated
a general decrease. Yeah, accelerated. Thank you. It's been a long day. We've seen accelerated decrease in volume of Russian fire. What's also interesting to me is Russia does not appear to have the ability to sustain the same volume of fire at all places at all times. Avdiivka was getting slammed into the ground by artillery literally every day for the last 288 days. This slowed down when they started focusing on Bakhmut, which in terms of the war is not that much further away. It's like 30 miles, 40 miles. So the idea that Russian forces within, on a good day, an hour drive, can't utilize the same amount of artillery indicates either there's a logistical bottleneck getting there, or they simply do not have the quantity or logistical capability to supply shells to both areas, which again are very close to each other at the same time in volume. They can't scale up. They have to choose one or the other. If that is the case, then it does have implications that Russia is able to be locally very heavy in artillery, but broadly among the battlefield is starting to feel it.
Great, thanks. Anda, hi.
Hi. Also about shells. Apparently it's ammo day. Uh, we had we had a piece of news in our in Romanian newspapers, which stated that what we see right now as missiles are coming directly from the production lines. They quote Vadim Skibitsky, I think. And they say basically that the attacks will continue. And I was wondering, when they say they come from the production line, because they imported, right, a large amount from Belarus. We have seen trains and trains and trains going from Belarus to Russia. So I'm looking forward. Is there a possibility for them to run out, or is there a possibility? Do you see any possibility for us to deter this production? Is there anything they use that it's in our power to put a sanction on? Does it make any sense what I'm asking?
Right. If I'm hearing you correctly, the question is there any way for us to deteriorate or diminish the quality of Russian production of shells and missiles so that they can't keep using them in Ukraine? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Right. So with some things we can, with these things like precision guided missiles, which require sensitive electronics because that's what makes them precision and not just, a to whom they concern, missile for several hundred kilometers away. We're already restricting that. There's actually been increased restrictions by the EU imposed, I want to say today or yesterday, which people are actually saying, hey, these are so intense. They're talking about what's called dual use technologies. So things which, yeah, you can use them in your laptop or your washing machine, but if you move it in this way, that way, and the other way, you can also use it in a bomb, a missile, or a tank. Saying, now because you've been such a jerks with the tanks and the missiles, you don't get your laptops and washing machines either. Something like that, if properly instituted, would probably have a rather considerable effect. How much so, I won't pretend to know, but it's just a step in the right direction of, oh, you've been evading sanctions this way. Well, we're cutting off that loophole now. As far as artillery goes, that's a lot more complicated. Frankly, Russian artillery is pretty simple to make, especially when it's ground impacting, because you have shells that explode in the air, which thankfully the Russians don't seem to use a lot of. Those would be much worse if you're in a trench, because then it explodes, there's metal all over the place, and the trench doesn't protect you from straight up. They use just essentially big dumb bullets, and when they hit the ground, they explode. Talking with guys on the front who have been there for really way too long, since February, they mentioned that the sound of the Russian artillery has changed. So, and this is apocryphal. This is from one or two guys. They say that early in the war, the Russian artillery, when it came through them, it was like a flip sound, like they're like just cutting through the air. And now the stuff, which they suspect is older, is like when you think of a stereotypical artillery, kind of shrieking in. They hear that a lot more now. And one guy I mentioned goes, I bet either they're using older stuff or they're making it crappier now, because, and then also there was things with accuracy and whatnot, which is a little more in the weeds, but their speculation from people actually, dealing with this all day, every day, is that the Russians have swapped to either older shells or less sophisticated shells for whatever reason.
Thank you, language.
Thank you, Andy.
Great. All right. Well, it looks like we've made it through all the questions, language. Thank you very much for the update today and for being able to stay and answer some of those. Is there anything you'd like to add before we move on to kind of different topics?
Sure. There's a couple of real quick questions. So I'll just run through them. One is why is Ukraine not reinforcing Bakhmut if they're so badly outnumbered in man materials? That's a complex question. This is a big war. There's a lot of places to focus on. Just because I personally might have an attachment to people in one area does not necessarily mean it's the most important. And Ukrainian military command is the one in charge, right? So they have access to much more information than I ever will, and they know where people need to be. Plus, we just had offensives in Kherson, offensives in Kharkiv. People cannot be everywhere at all times. Another question from Harold: what about these air defenses moving to Belarus? Any hints? Frankly, I'm not seeing any real major indicators. I mean, I don't think Russia expects Ukraine to start shelling into Belarus. If they do, it's going to be artillery. Air defenses aren't really going to stop that. So it could be for S-300 missile strikes, although frankly, I don't think we've seen any of those out of Belarus for a little while, but that is a real risk because those can't really be intercepted. Belarus, there's a lot of weird stuff that happens there, but frankly, and maybe I'm wrong here, I look at it being more performative than actual, like military deployments. And I think that's about. Oh, and then somebody's showing me, thank you, Null Pointer, that a large chemical plant in Moscow is on fire as well. And then does the geological stratigraphy, I don't know what that word is. I assume that means like the strata or the Earth's layers, stratigraphy. Please, somebody who's better at English can tell me. The one language I'm terrible at, right? But does it change among the three as you discussed? South versus east versus the middle in Bakhmut? It's a lot colder in the east than it is in the south. That's really the biggest thing. So if and when it freezes, it'll probably freeze first there than it will in the south. That's about the bulk of it. And that's about all the questions that I got here. So I thank you guys also very much for having me. And thank you, Charles. Thank you, Anda, for hosting this great space and for, letting me ramble on for a little while. I really appreciate it.
Language, when I can you hear me okay? I had an audio issue. Anda, ready? Mic check?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay, good. Actually, after I said that, I got a question in my DMs for you, so maybe you could answer one more. Context of the question is, from the listener is, we saw a few weeks where they were losing 20 to 30 tanks destroyed and captured each day. Now it's down to 2 or 5. And so the question is, if they're using conscripts as disposables and cannon fodder, are they doing the same with tanks, or are they taking care of them differently? Are they running out of tanks? Just kind of any indications that you may have of how Russians treat their armored vehicles. Are they disposable, and maybe why then losses have gone down?
We've seen that a bit, especially with the older tanks. I mean, frankly, they've got a real alarming, Russian alarming disregard for their equipment. Things get abandoned quite readily. During the drive east of Kupiansk, there was, I want to say, like 5 Russian T-90s that just got abandoned by a river, which is generally not what you want to do with one of your modern tanks when your enemy is taking them and knows how to use them. You don't just leave them all sitting there on the riverbank for the first person to come along. We've seen cases where Russian armor is drastically incompetent in terms of the training they're getting or even the defenses. There's some pictures from outside of, I want to say, St. Petersburg or Moscow, of a Russian unit that's essentially welding armor to their own tanks just to try and make it a little bit better than tanks from the 1970s, these T-62s they're being issued now. So Russia has a huge quantity of these tanks. A lot of them, I'd say, early in the war was in some cases, only 10 to 15% of the tanks in storage were able to be readied in any sort of timely fashion. Perhaps that number's gotten better by now, but they seem to be treating it like they've got an unlimited supply. And if one blows up, well, it doesn't matter. We've got reinforcements. I mean, they've been doing that with a lot of vehicles, but I think the reason that the numbers have changed is because we're not currently seeing any major Ukrainian offensives here the same way that we did in Kherson, especially a little bit warmer, a little easier to hit things in the field, etc. Same thing east of Kharkiv, or east of Kupiansk, when Russians were basically just trying to stage counteroffensives that went nowhere. Right now, things are a little more sedentary. If and when that changes, then we may see those numbers go up.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Sorry. Just one more, and this is quick. So I saw on your wall some days back when Russia hit 90K casualties, so 90,000. You estimated they will reach 100 by Christmas. Um, do you, do you think it still holds? I saw they are already at 93 and going up. So that's the only number that it's constantly going up or remaining at the same level. So I was wondering if you have a model or something and you can adjust it and we can you can see earlier if we get to see 100 K.
Well, I mean, honestly, that was a little bit just, I was actually trying to kind of lowball it there. At this point, frankly, there's like, what, 17, 18 days till Christmas. They need about 7,000 more people in the ground, then you're at 100,000. Real quick math off a calculator says that's like 410 people. So if it's more than if the average stays at more than 410 people per day, then you get there. If it drops, then you don't. But we've seen a lot of times where it's been 500, 600. If that continues, then the model sticks true. That's not really a hard and fast guess. To be quite honest, I'm not basing that on anything besides, wow, this could happen. But it does seem to be bearing broadly correct.
Thank you. Because actually, I keep spinning numbers in my head about this. Why? Let me explain why. I'm thinking like this: if they have 100,000 people dead, they probably have another 200,000 people injured. That's 300,000, right? The entire population of Russia is 140, 150 million people. If you consider the average family having 3, that's about 50 million families, right? If you have 50 million families and 1 in 10 families has a casualty of one sort or another, it kind of, I don't know. I think I'm looking for a point in which they will. I can see something in their society, like a tipping point, like break even. When you have this moment when you really reconsider what's happening. So basically, that's why I was asking. And thank you. You've always been patient with my questions.
Well, they're always great questions. So, I always learn something. It's really great. So broadly speaking, at least as of, I want to say, this is going back almost a month now, the last time that Volya put out casualty figures for both sides. Russians were at about 65 some odd thousand. This was over a month ago. So maybe I'm misremembering. But long story short, the Russian casualties, so that's dead, wounded of any kind, heavy or light wounded, and missing in action, as well as captured, their range put somewhere around 225,000. And that was before the last several days. There's been some, good map or data sets showing that the Russian casualty count is increasing for a variety of reasons, most likely a lot of it being the mobilized folks just doing really tremendously bad at this whole war thing. But if I was a betting man now, I'd say conservatively, casualties, so all things included, 250,000. Yeah, it could be in the upper 200s. It could be scratching 300,000 because they were taking it's like a 2-to-1 ratio, a little bit more. So if they're at 90,000 now, then they could have 180,000. right? 100, 90,000 wounded, some odd. Especially because it's not a perfect scale. If a bunch of people all get wounded at one time, well, it's going to be worse than if 2 people get wounded every day. So, yeah, I think it was as of this was as of November 8th. So literally a month ago, the top for the Russians was just about 225,000. I imagine it has gone up considerably in the last month. So we'll just have to wait till the latest numbers come out. But the Ukrainian numbers, at least for killed or losses, so killed in action, captured, missing in action, which usually means killed, but they haven't found the body yet. Those actually seem to be tracking pretty accurately per internal Russian estimates as well. So I have no reason to doubt them at this point. Even though they do massage the numbers a bit, they always end up being even at the end of the week. But besides that little, somebody's got some OCD in the Ukrainian casualty counting department, they're generally pretty much on the money.
Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. And yeah, so you said your goodbye language, and then we, of course, anytime that happens, Murphy's Law, we always get some more questions. But I really appreciate it, and make sure to pet your cat, as you know, and we absolutely love cats in the space. It always makes me happy, at least, to hear a meow in the background or somebody trying to remove a cat from a keyboard. I love it. So yeah, have a good evening, language, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not just a me problem because, I love Athena, but she's a little shit sometimes and really desires attention and sitting right in front of the computer screen or the microphone or everything else. So it's nice to know that this is a systemic problem. It's not just me. But anyway, thank you guys so much for having me. Have a wonderful evening and do take care. Cheers. Have a good night.
Thanks a lot. I've just a short interlude, and I've got a topic I'd like to discuss, but I do want to ask a quick cat question to you there in Romania while I'm on it. There is a thing here in Germany where we have restaurants or cafes that are cat friendly or filled with cats. So in other words, you go there, it's like a cafe or a restaurant, and there will be like 15 or 20 cats roaming around, and the decoration has scratching posts everywhere and things to climb, and the cats will come to the desk to the guests, and you can sit there and hang out with cats. Do you have anything like that in Bucharest or Romania?
Not in an organized fashion. Uh, um, in the so in the center of the city where there are a lot of cafes during summer, cats figure out it's a good place to come and beg for food. So you will generally see some cats. People are not so inclined of shooing them away as you do um, with dog, and therefore you see a cat from time to time, but it's nothing organized because actually one of the things here is that most people associate cats with being filthy, shedding hair and everything, and they don't want that in their food. We also had COVID for 1.5 years, like going around. And therefore, people were really mindful, sometimes to the point of paranoia, in not having their hands dirty before eating or something. So they are not entertained in the fashion that you said. But what I do see every summer, and it gives me great pleasure, there is a small flower shop very close to my grandparents' house, which has in front of it a small bench and some flower pots. And there is a orange tabby cat, a very large one, sort of a Garfield. And he is welcome there. People come and bring him food. The people from the flower shop entertain him. And he sits on that bench or sleeps on it. And it's really cute, between flowers and people crossing in front of it every day. Um, that one is a constant there, and I really like it.
All right, cool. I just was wondering. Yeah, they there are a few of them. It's organized. I've never been in them, but I wanted to ask. All right. I just want to mention a couple things as we change topics here. Thanks to everybody for listening to and participating in the Maria Report, a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week Twitter space where we talk about all of the news, current events. We have experts and analysis on the war in Ukraine and the genocide against the Ukrainian people. We're completely volunteer. Anna and I, we're usually here about this time where we drink our coffee early morning European hours. It's currently 6:43 a.m. in Kyiv and also in Romania. It's 5:43 Central European time where I am. And it's turning into the evening time, late evening time there in North America. So if you're on the West Coast, hello, all the way to the other side of the world. Check us out at MriyaReport.org. There you can find all kinds of information about who we are, some of our speakers, and links of how you can help support the efforts in Ukraine. We've got one guest today, Tomasz Blotowski, I believe is how I pronounce it. He is a U.S. EU trade and regulatory affairs lawyer, so he's in Brussels. It's going to be great to have him on. I think his name sounds Polish. I'm not sure. Do you know if he's Polish, Anda?
To my understanding, he is. He was in the space previously as a speaker. A couple of months back, I know. I know that not because I was able to join the interview because I couldn't, but because I and some of the co-hosts tried to figure out how to pronounce it correctly. So I think Domen is the only one who doesn't butcher that name. It has a particularity. It has a dash on its L, and I don't remember what that does in terms of pronunciation, but I remember that one is important when you try to speak, try to um, pronounce it. So I have, we will have to wait for Domen for that one because I cannot vet that, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
No worries. I always have trouble with the Polish names. I apologize if you are Polish in the space. The only one I know is Robert Lewandowski, but that's probably even a German pronunciation. Anyway, Tomasz is as I mentioned, he is trade regulations expert. So he will certainly be here to discuss things like sanctions and potentially the oil cap and other kinds of economic and we'll say economic warfare aspects to this war. So that will be interesting. He's coming on at 16:30 UTC. So that is what, about 11 hours from now? No, 10 hours from now. He'll be here, so that'll be great. There's been a lot of news coming out of Poland over the last several days. I think most of us have heard the story about the Patriots coming from Germany to Poland and that discussion. There was also, big news recently from Poland regarding armored vehicles. earlier this year, I believe it was this year, they made a deal with South Korea to purchase 182 K2 main battle tanks. These are similar to a Leopard or a M1 Abrams, modern main battle tanks with 120 millimeter guns, roughly weighing about 40, 50 tons, and 212 K9 self-propelled artillery, which are similar to the Paladin or the Panzerhaubitze tracked self-propelled 155 guns. Then, so a couple days ago, Poland received their first shipment of these main battle tanks and these self-propelled howitzers, with the first 10 K2s and the first 24 K9s arriving in Poland. And then just a day later was confirmation of purchase of 250 M1A2 Abrams tanks from the United States, which, if I'm not mistaken, if I do my simple math, the most math I can under this, brings me to about 332 main battle tanks that Poland has purchased or is getting in the near future. But do you have any further news from Poland? It was probably Ukraine's best ally at this point.
It is. Poland. It's a big country. It's a developed country. They have a stable economy, and they have helped on any front. And one of the things, you are right, we do have news again from Poland, and this is about their decision to increase their army effectives from 110, which is approximately the present number of enlisted armed personnel, to 250,000 members. So it's basically doubling their number of enlisted active soldiers, and they have at this point volunteers and reservists, right? They launched a program in order to retrain them, and in a span of 2 weeks, almost 30,000 Polish people joined as volunteers, and around 38,000 are not at their first military training in the last years. So apparently they are really striving to not only have the equipment, but to prepare their troops. And I think preparing the troops is kind of harder, right? It takes more time to develop the skills and have specialized military personnel. You can buy products, right? Equipments. They can come in months, as we see in Ukraine. But I'm really glad they are starting. They are starting this program and strengthening their army skills also, if that makes sense.
Yeah, quick question. I think we've got Ray up. He's got his hand up, but I have a quick question for you, Anda, first, and that is this expansion of the military. Is this active duty or is this a reserve or territorial defense? Because active duty is very expensive, more expensive than the equipment.
Actually, in the army, they don't say in the article, they don't say if they are active or reservist, but they are retraining reservists. This is what they say for sure. They want to have um, to incorporate 17,000 new professional soldiers. This is how they phrased it, and they said this is a move in the context of um, Ukraine being invaded by Russia. Basically, what I think is that they are not going to wait around and see if Russia tries the same thing with them next year or in the years to come. And they are not gonna sit around and wait and be content. You know, we have NATO base here. We are in NATO. Let's wait until NATO helps us. I think they have a more let's prepare, let's be self-sustained. If necessary, we can help others. I think this is the bottom line, right? I will check for other details about this, but they are not. So, to my recollection, if Romania, which is a fairly smaller country than Poland, used to have around 80,000 active duty military, and they say Poland has 110 in present times. It is a possibility to be about active duty, but let's see if Ray has any details on this or something to add. Maybe he knows better. Ray?
I think I think you think too highly of me, but just an educated guess and looking at how NATO did it during the Cold War, that obviously it would be very expensive to have a lot of professional military, as Charles had pointed out. But if you look at the large turnover in tanks, they had a large number of ex-Soviet T-72 series, which they have upgraded, and they have transferred a lot of them to Ukraine. And why were they keeping all this many tanks? I think it's for the rainy day that you would have reservists. You would have this mobilization reserve, just like I think what Germany did during the Cold War, as they got, built new tanks, the Leopard 1s and then the Leopard 2s. They didn't dispose of many of their old tanks like the M48 A2s. And what they did was made some modest upgrades to the M48s, the very old tanks, to bring them up to more modern standards, and then actually have many of they had a huge amount of reservists, which would be called up, and also territorial defense units that use these tanks. So I think I think the change in posture may be something similar to that during the height of the Cold War, that instead of having a lot of tanks which are which are in reserve and left there and not actually being used, actually in storage, that you activate, make these tanks actually actually can be used, but but as a mobilization reserve, having reservists or territorial defense units get trained, have people that can actually man those tanks when there's a need. I think that was how Germany did it. Germany had the biggest tank force by far in NATO during the Cold War. And guess who has the largest number of tanks in NATO right now? And that would be Poland. And so actually, the way that they are buying up, for example, the Abrams, these are not the top of the line Abrams, and it looks like that they are also being a little bit budget conscious, but these are very capable upgrades of the M1A1 Abrams. They're called M1A1SA for situational awareness, and they're a couple of very useful upgrades to this model of the tank. It wouldn't be as expensive as a new build M1A2, but it would be quite capable. The situational awareness actually talks about a command and it's what's called blue force tracking, that there'll be electronics and communication system that would allow the tank commander to know where friendly forces are, and that helps coordinate and avoid blue on blue friendly fire incidents, and that is supposed to be like one of the real advances in making these tanks much more integrated with the other units and be much more effective in the field, and something that obviously the Russians had lacked to their cost. One other very important addition for people who are who are keen on tank warfare, the commander on the M1A1SA actually has a stabilized weapons commander's weapon station. It has a heavy machine gun that can be the commander can use to shoot at lighter armor and infantry. But the most important use of this is this weapon station is stabilized and has a thermal imager, and the commander can actually use it to search for targets while the gunner is engaging another target. The so-called hunter-killer operations, which is the state of the art quickest engagement capability for tanks. The Abrams have been criticized for not having this capability, except for the more expensive M1A2 model. But having this commander's stabilized commander's weapon station, the tank commander can actually search for target while the tank is moving and the gunner is engaging another target. And if he spots a suitable target, at a push of a button, the turret can be slewed to the bearing of what the commander is looking at, in order to allow the gunner to very quickly acquire and engage a new target. So this hunter-killer capability really takes away one of the big deficiencies of the older model Abrams, and with this upgrade, you're actually bringing an older model up to really very much top of the line capability, but not at the same cost as a new M1A2. So I think Poland is actually doing all the right things to really very quickly bring up its capabilities, so that if there is another threat of war, that they would be able to cope with that much better than, frankly, much better than any of the or many of the other NATO allies. Hope that's helpful.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Ray. Yeah, when I think of that hunter-killer capability, sometimes at work, people kind of ask, what does that mean? And I kind of equate it to, sometimes you have these virtual meeting software where people can move around like a whiteboard or move through PowerPoint slides, and then with one click of a button, you bring everybody back to what you see. That's kind of how I think about it in business terms. But so that's the main upgrade then of these M1s is that capability of that's great. I have a question about the T-72s. If you want to answer, go to that first, but maybe I'll ask the T-72s next.
Oh yeah. Just very quickly, that's what the war gamers and the sort of tank enthusiast gets most excited about. But it's really is that Blue Force position reporting. I'm old fashioned. I still remember the EPLARs. I think you might remember that. That was replaced, I think, in the mid teens. And the new system is better than the old, but it basically gives you a sort of much more situational awareness. On a display, you will see where friendly units are, and have less of a chance of shooting at your own people, and knowing where everybody is. I think certainly helps coordinate action. I think hunter killer, for people who remember the old days during the Canadian tank trophy, where it's a sort of gunnery and battle skills competition. The Americans always ended up losing to the Leopard 2 equipped NATO allies. And that was partly because of a lack of a hunter killer capability, which made them a little bit slower in getting on target. So that's really important. But I think equally, if not more, would be this new sort of situational awareness and command and control upgrade that these M1A1 SAs will have.
Great. And I hear, so I wasn't in tanks. I mean, I was a combat engineer. I was mechanized, but I worked a lot with tanks, but didn't drive them and didn't shoot them, but or it didn't use them to fire. Let's make sure I don't. But I hear a lot on the people talking about upgrade and modernizing and refurbishing and these kinds of different things, and just kind of maybe you can help me understand, like, when we talk about the upgrades of these T-72s, like, what exactly is that? Is it just optics? Is it the gun? Is it the engine? I don't know.
It could be all of the above, and of course, the combat engineers are the salt of the earth. You help the tanks get to where they where they need to be and avoid running over mines and obstacles. So never sell yourself short, obviously. But to address your question, the T-72, it could be any of those things. And I think if we speak to some of the I think that recent program where the was it the Dutch that paid for the checks to upgrade some T-72s, and when they came out, it looked very much like they had night vision. The original T-72s, which are put into storage, still used very old infrared searchlights for night fighting, and that's a huge disadvantage. You tell everybody with modern nighttime optics exactly where you are, and that's not a very good thing. And having more, I think even like the 91 Gulf War showed how modern optics with much better forward-looking infrared, allows the Western tanks to be able to see and engage the T-72s. The T-72, I think it was M2s of the Iraqi from a much greater distance, and obviously that's a huge advantage. Some of the more modern Russian tanks actually have some of these more capable forward-looking infrareds, and when you have all these old tanks which have been in storage, and they probably had the original infrared searchlights and not very capable stabilization for shooting on the move, fire control computers which are probably so old you can't maintain anymore. I think by upgrading those things to a if not a thermal imager, then a good light intensifying night sight, and then a fire control computer. I know that the Czechs have also done things like put just better recoil systems on their tanks, just to reduce the dispersion when you're firing. Many of these sort of mechanical upgrades, which make the tanks just be able to hit their targets more reliably at long range, and of course, some of these tanks may have had very old engines, although many probably didn't have very many miles on them. But those that did, you probably would need to have all of those things that tankers hate to do. Refurbishing all the automotive and the suspension and tracks, and so it could be any or all of those things. And in addition, just as important is the protection. The T-72s had very relatively primitive passive protection, and many of them you see have reactive armor, the explosive reactive armor fitted to enhance the protection. Many of the Ukrainian tanks you see actually have these smaller tiles of the contact one, which is only effective against shape charge, but that's still important because the Russians have infantry RPGs and also anti-tank missiles, and some of the contact ones give a some measure of protection against these shape charge attacks. And some of the Eastern European countries, including Poland, have developed better reactive armor that can also deal with kinetic energy attack, the APF-SDS, the Sable rounds, and I believe the Ukrainians have also been taking captured Russian heavy reactive armor that's good against kinetic threats and mounting them on their tanks. So some of these T-72s, which were in storage without even the reactive armor, they really need to have the reactive armor fitted just to make them at least have some basic level of protection against against shape charge attack, just to make them at least not so easy to knock out. So those are all the things that really needs to be done to the tanks in order to get them to be fit for purpose.
Great, thanks a lot, Ray. I see we've got Colby up. Good evening, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing okay, thanks, Charles. How are you today?
pretty good. Usually when you come up, you've got something about smoke or fire at this time of day, at least.
People are gonna think that I'm a pyromaniac or something. So there is a tremendously large fire, one of the biggest ones that I've seen in quite a while, at a very large suburban shopping mall in Moscow Oblast, just outside city limits, that is currently raging. And the video is in the nest now. I have geolocated it. This is confirmed. Yeah, just like a huge, huge fire that's raging right now. It seems to be kind of contained to one corner of the mall, but it may have since spread really, really big. It's at least a good 15% maybe at least of the total area. This is a huge mall. So yeah, things going boom. Just a really, really crazy fire. I got a couple of videos in my thread, and there's tons of other ones that are floating around Twitter right now. So go check those out.
We were actually checking them, yes, while you were speaking. Ray, do you have something to add?
I actually have a question. I mean, when you look at the ferocity of the fire, it looks like it's being fed by some sort of fuel. And just wanted to ask Colby, is there any additional information on why it's so ferocious? It's at least a gas line, if not some sort of chemicals or fuel that's on fire.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's in the food court or something, and there's a lot of combustibles. Maybe I haven't done any Russian media searches yet to see what they're saying, if anything, yet. So I'll see what I can find.
That is absolutely amazing. It's like a Hollywood film. That's unreal. I was just to add one thing. I did see some report that it was at an Obi, which didn't make me happy. Obi is a German hardware chain similar to Home Depot. I don't know if that's true or not, but I did read that. But yeah.
You would be correct. There is a Obi located in that wing of the mall. So wooden furniture, I guess, helping to fuel the flames in that case.
Yeah, I don't know what Obi sells in Russia, but if for any of you in North America, just imagine it exactly like a Home Depot. In fact, even the colors are the same. It's orange, and all the employees wear orange aprons, and that's where you buy your garden stuff and your shed and your lawnmower and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know what all they sell, but that is an absolutely amazing explosion.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures right now. It does in fact just look exactly like a Home Depot, and all the products inside. It just looks like one that would be here in Canada or the U.S. Exactly like a Home Depot.
Yeah, I'm a bit, but I mean, I'm fascinated by fires. I could stare at them all day, and I could probably play this video on loop for the rest of the morning. But is this I mean, if you imagine a Home Depot exploding, this seems even way bigger than something that would just be like, from materials, right? Or am I reading too much into this?
I don't know. You're definitely more experienced than I am with fires. So looking on Google here, it does seem like it's definitely this Obi store. It looks like it's taking up pretty much probably most of the the side of this wing of the mall. It's probably spread into some of the adjacent stores, but certainly this looks like it's the source is that store. So I don't know, what the cause is or what else might be in there that's really fueling this. But yeah, it's really, really big, and that seems to be where it started.
Cool. I see we've got some hands under, but I lost track. I don't know who was first.
Daniel.
Good morning, Anna. Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Kobe. Good morning, everyone. I don't want to be rude, but I will say fires in Russia is normal because the way how they prevent the fires is very substandard. First. Second, I think they don't have enough people in fire prevention teams. And third, even that explosion, maybe something very flammable, some canister, things like that. But this can happen from a different, how I can say, accelerates the fire. Is enclosed fire, for example, inside, and when the fires destroy the roof, and suddenly the cold air and more oxygen come, you can see something similar to an explosion. You can see this on some houses, for example. They burn inside. You see a lot of smoke, and when the glasses, windows are blown, or the roof is penetrated, you'll see a very accelerated, like an explosion, because oxygen intensify the temperature and the rate of burning. I don't want to look very smart on this, but it can be partially the explanation for that fireball.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. Go ahead, Anda, sorry.
It depends. I will only add this. It depends if when it started or where it started. If it was caught, apparently it was not. If it is spotted fast or not, right? Usually, unfortunately, this kind of accidents happen from faulty wires. It is we are during winter. During winter, a lot of radiator and other stuff are working, and unfortunately, sometimes the electrical system can catch fire if it's not if it was not properly insulated, or if it was, for example, if it was a very hot summer and it was trained during the summer with the air conditioning. It doesn't matter. The idea is, if it wasn't caught in time and you have furniture, yeah, it's not pretty, and it spreads. So, and basically almost everything can catch fire, except of steel, but that will also bend. So yeah, we have Linard. Please continue.
Yeah, so I can confirm Obi is exactly like Home Depot. and they're selling everything from hardwood, from wood, and there's usually a large storage of lumber. They're usually selling gas bottles. So imagine 500 gas bottles popping off. So as Daniel said, they are fairly useless as an organization to put out fires. So expect it to, when it starts nicely, it will spread until it burns out.
Do you happen to know if as an organization, if as an organization, OBI is mindful of a security in terms of fire and anti-fire measures? Do you happen to know if it's a local thing, something that happened there, or it's something that is more embedded, let's say, in the culture of the company?
I have an answer for you.
Okay, I mean, I know Obi from Germany, and they're pretty good as an organization in itself. But when it comes to the larger scale of having a emergency service, then you're back to the Russian level. Sorry, Daniel.
No worries. I remember in July, probably, on this page, we have a specialist on fire prevention. And he had some statistics, he had some case studies, he had some overview why the fires are so big and appear all the time there. And he said something like this, at European and American standard, fire prevention in Russia is 10 times lower for things like how to secure electric lines, how to put the flammable things, are very clear standards, which they usually tend to not respect, not apply. The institution who need to control this also is very corrupt, and usually the bribes are put it there just to accelerate things, because it's a very corrupt state and everybody want to make business, and this is some shortcut which everyone do. Pay a bribe to get the approval. And the third is the organization of the firemen in Russia, which is almost militaristic, less voluntary, more like we have in Romania 2 types of firemen, the civilian one and the military one. And in Russia, most of them are military. And guess where the military part is now? So if you take these 3 conditions together, you understand this. We talked then about forest fires who ravaged a lot of regions in Russia at that moment. And everybody asked, why don't stop this? Because it happened 2 years ago, if you remember, in Siberia, huge fires and nobody stopped them. Usually are distances, lack of resources, lack of men. Now being in war, things become worse. Sorry if it's too long answer.
So Obi pulled out of the Russian market in March, right after the invasion. But apparently there's a Russian investor took over their operations, and they reopened the stores, and they've been continuing. So who knows, to what standard and oversight the businesses were operated. When it was German, I don't know whether it was a corporate model or a franchise model, but as we know, as far as Russian operated companies in Russia go, very, very lax health and safety standards. And Charles, I added another video to my thread that one of our listeners flagged for me, giving another really crazy view of the store just completely bursting at the seams. Really insane explosions. So many videos are circulating right now, and I think you DM me something as well, probably. So just a huge amount of content coming out on this one, and all the videos are really, really spectacular.
Thanks. Yeah, it looks like I've got my my screensaver for the day. I love it. I'm going to jump the queue a bit on the questions, because we can. Thanks for your patience, Stephen and Daniel. But Colby, a question about all these fires and all these things. I mean, they're daily now, and sometimes multiple per day. You know, I've never known the Russians to let a disaster go to waste, and I always go back and think about the impact of the apartment bombings, you know, back around the Chechen War and all that stuff. And I just wondered your thoughts. I mean, do you see that the Russians use these kinds of things to try to, I don't know, affect opinion, or do they try to manipulate this into something for their war?
That's a very good question. I don't know. I personally, I don't follow Russian media super closely, but I haven't really ever come across like Julia Davis and some of the other people that pay attention to Russian media discourse. If there's much conversation about all these fires, if that's getting brought up, or it's kind of just being ignored by the sort of, you know, the state media and all the other sort of more institutional media, Kremlin friendly media, which is almost all of it in Russia. What they say, or whether the fires are being used just to form some sort of narrative. If anybody has any information about that, I'd love to see it, because I haven't seen it. You know, whatever I see from TASS or RIA, other of the main state media channels concerning the fires, it's all very, you know, just what are the facts as they want to present them. It's very bureaucratic, very procedural. You know, just providing details about the emergency response. I don't see a whole lot of framing, at least in the initial reporting, about them saying, "Oh, this is the work of Ukrainian saboteurs," or anything like that. If anything, you know, they tend to say that things were, you know, accidents, or they might say, "Oh, it was believed to be caused by a gas explosion." So as far as I know, they don't seem to be trying to craft some broader narrative about all these fires. But you know, I really don't know, because I'm not following that super closely. So if anybody who's paying closer attention to Russian media and what the Russians might be saying in their Telegram channels about all these fires, and if there's any sort of organic narratives that are you know, bubbling up, I'd be very interested in hearing about that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Colby. No worries. Yeah, I just was wondering if perhaps you had some, but yeah, if anybody does, please send it to Colby or me or any one of us. Stephen.
I'm no fire expert, but I did watch a Home Depot type store go up. I watched it for about 4 hours from first time of the fire when I was younger, and once they start, you can't stop them. There's just too many explosives inside. The fire department has to cordon off the area and hope it doesn't spread, but they cannot be stopped. It's just not safe for the firemen if you have an adequately well-trained force. So the Russians have no chance with something like this once it's begun.
All right. Daniel, please.
Okay, what I will add will be a bit speculatory, but just a bit. Let's not forget the business of buildings, rental, and selling, from offices, homes, depots, logistical hubs is totally crashing. The economy is not only contracting, but in some areas like this, building and selling, renting is very, 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 very bad in Russia at this moment. And I will speculate a lot of the fires are intentional because you cannot rent. Most of the Western investors are out. A lot of businesses are took over by oligarchs who have the money and enough political sustenance to get it. And you can look at all the range of the businesses. Nothing is working there. A lot of people are becoming unemployed. They cannot export their products, things like that. And internal market is crashing. And because there's no real oversight, most of them, I think they are, if not just acting, are tempted to do intentional fire to get the insurance money. And don't dismiss it. I think it's very plausible.
All right. I just give me 1 second because I'm trying to add Leonard back. All right. So what Steven said earlier, it's true. If a fire cannot be extinguished, it must be contained, right? So at the area at which we are looking at right now, right? We have over 10,000 square meters. That's 2.5 acres. It is a large, a very large area. So their main focus by now is to contain the area and don't let the fire, which is really mm, there is a word in Romanian, but I don't find correspondent in English. Raging, let's say raging, right? Don't let it spread to the buildings which are closer or the closest to this Home Depot, right? And I think Colby's point earlier is actually spot on, and coupled with what Daniel said, indeed. Let's put it this way. I don't know how Russia is right now, but in terms of army personnel and fire departments, I don't know, but they really need to train a lot, and this is maybe we can bring someone in to explain more about fires. But yeah, it's I know Charles likes to set to blow things up, but he explained once to me that when they blew up during the military, when they blew up bridges and stuff like that, they don't look out for a big flame, but for maximum effect and the smallest flame possible. So I don't know if this was set up or a faulty wire or something else, but maybe we can get more info shortly. And some experts who firefighters, some experts firefighters who actually do this for a living, right? I remember when the Kerch Bridge was blown up. Just a small story, and please, if you have more questions, come up and ask them. When Kerch Bridge blew up and the fuel tanks of the train blew up and they burned, we had here on the space the Ukrainian firefighter, and he was after training with his guys, and I asked him some questions about the fire, and he said, I'm specialized in civilian fires, which are usually indoors, right, not outdoors. So maybe we can get him in, but this is when did we have the last refinery fire in Russia? I think they have fires like weekly now in one shape or another. No.
2 days ago, we have at Kursk airport oil tankers blown up after they were blown up 1 week before. So we talk about huge fires because daily, if I remember well, in Russia are 300 fires daily.
Ray?
Yeah, actually, the Kerch Bridge fire sparked off a discussion about fuel fires and how bad they can be, and got some of us like looking up the journals about how very high temperatures can cause highway bridges to need extensive repairs. Apparently, when fuel burns at such high temperatures, the rebars, the steel reinforcements inside the structure softens and actually loses its strength, and that's probably the reason why the heavy trains are still not running on the damaged bridge sections, because those would have to be replaced. And I think any time when you have such big fires, I guess even in buildings, the structure would become compromised, and you probably have to tear down, if it's a warehouse that tends to have like sort of metal framing. So yeah, all these fires are really teaching us a lot about how bad they can be. Apparently, the U.S. highways very quite frequently, more frequently than we like. Once maybe every 2 or 3 years, a tanker truck would catch fire, and if it's on a bridge, you actually have to take that section of the bridge down and replace it. And apparently, it's frequent enough that there are some construction companies that specialize in building bridge sections in order to replace these damaged sections when there is a oil tanker fire.
Thank you. You are correct, and if the assumption that they have some canisters in there. For example, in our home depot here in Romania, and the equivalent of it, you have, for example, canisters with gas for fuel for the fire when you make a barbecue or something like that. So it does have also some there was something flammable inside, like highly flammable, and the furniture and everything, and you are totally right. Probably the temperature there will break the steel structure and everything. So I think you that was a really great point, and thank you, Ray. And you undersell yourself, you know. Thank you for coming up and contributing. Helsinki, welcome up.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, about these fires, they seem to be quite frequent, but I kind of was taken by Daniel's point as insurance, because this already before they start this full-scale war or whatever in February, the economic situation has been going down in Russia for a couple of years. So actually, I was just thinking that this insurance perspective is not at all kind of like one of the, if we want to speculate, we can speculate that these people are in economic difficulty and a lot of money is in the walls of these real estate places. So maybe they want to, I don't know. The fact is that Russia biggest city is of course Moscow. I think there is like 50 million people. It's a huge city. All the wealth and power and everything is basically, it's a huge country, but everything is concentrated in Moscow. So what happens in Moscow means everything for the whole country. So basically, if you think about this kind of middle class Russians, they used to go to IKEA and buy their furniture from IKEA. So when IKEA closed down, finally, I think it took time also on convincing that these people are, you know, like following their morals and closed down in Russia. And this was a huge shock for the middle class in Russia, because they used to use these ring road shopping centers and IKEAs to buy their stuff. So yeah, that's one possibility really, that the economic situation is worsening and worsening, and whatever the Tsar Putin is saying, it doesn't make the difficult situation any better. So also maybe this will kind of also kind of diminish the people's perception about the authorities also, that they are not able to, I don't know in which kind of situation the fire departments are in Moscow. I don't know. Moscow is a capital city, so they used to use the resources in public contracting very lavishly, you know, using money, cleaning streets, almost like excess to an excessive extent. So there is corruption. I think some of these companies are connected to people who is Sobyanin's, the mayor's or previous mayor's friends or cronies. So fire department, I don't know, but the fire department fires anyway, if it's properly set up, you know, there should be automatic fire alarm, because even it doesn't require any human intervention. And one of the points is also that if this happens in nighttime, it's also like didn't make the fire in busy customer hours. Some of these shopping centers, I think, they are open 24 hours a day, because it's kind of like, one way to put it is like it's cheaper for the owners because of the labor cost is quite minimal. So you can keep these huge installations open 24/7. So it's easier to keep them open than close them for a couple of hours in the night. So yeah, anyway, so the fire department should immediately go automatic. There is no human intervention. Like if there is a huge shopping center, then the fire alarm goes by computer automatically to the nearest fire station, and then they mobilize as much as possible fire trucks there immediately, because every second counts. For example, if there is a fire in municipal garage where cars are, and cars are electric cars and gas tank cars, normal cars, they are difficult. So you have to contain it, and every second counts. So you should all, like what I've seen here is like if you have a little bit smoke coming out of some, cannot compare Finland and Russia, but anyway, fire is fire, and whenever it happens in Finland or Russia, and our geography at least is same, national character is 100% different. But anyway, if there is a small fire, even normally the fire department, they send huge amount of fire trucks immediately to contain it right away, because if you don't send enough, then it kind of just, fire spreads very fastly. So yeah, what is can say for the Russians that look at the mirror, and what you reap you sow. This is the failure of your people not looking at the mirror. So this is happening. You did it for yourself, but of course the overall tendency is irresponsibility in Russia. People are generally completely irresponsible in Russia. They don't want to take responsibility of their own lives. It's always somebody else's fault. So the pointing of finger starts. So it's always somebody bigger who is taking decisions for themselves. So yeah, look at the mirror, guys.
Indeed. And I highly doubt they had automatic fire alarms and automatic fire extinguisher like you see, for example, in movies. I see in movies in US, right? When the entire building is evacuated and it rains water everywhere, you ain't gonna see this in Russia. It's not happening. It's expensive, and if it wasn't prior installed in the system when it was at the beginning, when it was a German company, for sure the Russian new owner didn't bother to spend money on that one. All right, I think we covered at least for the moment enough of the fires. I am trying to get a firefighter in, but in the meantime, I saw something. Actually, I saw something in Germany, and it's another kind of fire. Let's put it this way. It's a very very steep debate. It kind of spreads into Romania because apparently it's a Romanian involved in all the debacle. And I was wondering if Charles can touch a bit on that as we are trying to get a firefighter in the space and to see how the fire in Russia is faring. So, Charles, do you have something for me?
I do, yeah. This is the big news. I'm just reading got my newspaper here. The big news in Germany yesterday and in the papers today is the raids for the suspected coup attempt in Germany. I've heard it linked to Ukraine on Twitter and by some questions on the space. And so I did want to sort of provide, sort of what's going on here in Germany, what the press is, and put this into context. Mostly because, first of all, in the German media, it is not linked to Ukraine at all. And in fact, I think when we talk about these types of raids, we have to kind of put these things in context. This is primarily a domestic issue in Germany. And actually going through all of the articles in the German press today, there really is no mention of Ukraine at all. In fact, the word does not appear. So I just kind of wanted to give people a little bit of an idea of what happened, what it means, how it's viewed in Germany, and sort of why, if you see things that are linking it to Ukraine, why we can be somewhat skeptical. So there was a raid yesterday all across Germany. It included 3,000 security personnel, police, and so on. It arrested 23 suspects who are now in custody, and they have 29 further suspects. They searched 150 apartments and properties, and this was directed at the right-wing extremist group in Germany. They're called Reichsbürger. In English, that usually translates to sovereign citizens. They believe, for example, that Germany does not actually have a constitution, that they only have basic law, they do not believe in German authority, they don't pay taxes, and so on. Experts have been talking about this. Well, this has been a topic in Germany for several years. This movement is kind of right. It is right wing. It is often has overlap with the right wing party, the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD. However, in recent years, especially with Corona, there has been some fusion between the main issue that they had was against the vaccine. And then it transformed somewhat into or merged with another movement called Querdenker, which basically means people who think outside the box. It used to be a positive term. Now it's a negative term because it means anti-vaccination. So that's kind of the main focus of this movement. And in Germany, we have a special department of the government called the Bundesamt für Verfassungsschutz, which translates to the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. And what this office does is they're essentially a security service, investigation service, kind of like an FBI, that is specifically looks for domestic terrorism and especially things that are against German hate law and hate speech and so on. This is a legacy, of course, of things like the Red Army faction, neo-Nazi movements, and Germany has very strict laws about these kinds of things. In fact, the entire party of the Alternative for Deutschland has been under investigation by this department for a couple of years now. Now, just to put this in context, this is a big raid. But these raids are not uncommon. This is a common tactic by the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. I would say about every 6 to 8 months, there is a big raid like this. It's quite common that there will be long periods of silence and investigation, and then they will engage in a countrywide raid all on the same day to break up these extremist groups. So this has happened before, but it's a big topic here also, of course, in my local paper, because there were certain people who were taken into custody from around this area. The things that they have found, so that you do see the information that's here, is there was the idea of a coup. They did have a few prominent, we'll say prominent. I had never heard of them before. I don't think really anybody had ever heard of them before until they were arrested. But there was a very low level legacy prince, someone, Heinrich. These guys are actually a joke here in Germany. Anybody who has a von or a prince or anything like that is usually more of a laughing item rather than anyone who has an authority. But there was also a former MP from the Alternative for Deutschland who was also arrested. And she's no longer in the Bundestag, but she was. And at some locations, they found some weapons. They found a list of politicians' names, although it was unclear what exactly they wanted to do with it. So that's kind of the big news today. But I do kind of want to highlight that these kinds of raids do happen. They happen, like I said, about every 6 to 8 months. The Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution has had these groups within their view and investigation for several years. In fact, neo-Nazi groups have been, that's the main job of this office, and right-wing extremists and left-wing extremists, that is what they do. This is how they do it. And although there have been speculation and about that the Alternative for Deutschland has been sponsored by Russian state organizations. In fact, we have some proof of that. This is not directly linked to Ukraine, and this is not being treated in the German press and media as particularly important for Germany's policy on Ukraine. So I just wanted to bring that up in the space because I had seen it on Twitter that, if you don't know the whole context, if you don't see kind of the history of these things, people think that this is like going to change German policy. It's not. Anyway, if there are any questions about that, I'm happy to share.
Actually, I have, I have questions. And if anyone else has questions, I invite you up to ask them. Also, I would like to mention I have a new Twitter disease, and this my disease, my Twitter disease is that I don't see all the requests, right? I see just some of them. So as you come up, I will try to follow you and hope that next time I will see you when you request. Yesterday, I had a discussion with Dan Miner, basically the day before I wasn't able to see him. It's nothing personal. It's just Twitter. I'm doing my best. I have two phones. I try to use the one who tends to work better as a co-host in co-hosting. But yeah, we do what we can with what we have. In the meantime, I have two questions actually for you, Charles. One of them is exactly on this topic, right? So you explained to us that it's regular and it happens. I told you it's also in our news. Apparently, there was a Romanian involved, and usually when there are Romanians involved, I am I'm more attentive to see what's happening. To my understanding, in this movement, there are like 21,000 people. So it's not a small movement, but it's not a very large one. Do we know more of how they operate, or if they tried something similar in the past?
Yes and no. Okay, so there's 21,000 is the expert estimate of people who at least are in the scene, we would say, who are sort of in these online communities or in these groups, and they estimate that 1,150. That's a pretty specific estimate, but that's what it says. Can actually be considered extremists. How they operate is similar to any other sort of domestic terror group. Basically, they have organized into like cells and things like that. We had a very prominent case several years ago where they carried out some murders on immigrants. This was kind of one main issue that they had, and they obviously as ultra-right nationals. So there were some of that. They have been suspected of vandalization and arson of where areas where asylum seekers, refugees, and immigrants live. And so that's generally kind of the approach that they've had. There was during the So shortly after January 6th, there was kind of a mini version of that that was held at the Bundestag. One of these anti-corona demonstrations in Berlin. A group of these people attempted to get into the Bundestag. They were not allowed in. Then it came out that it was difficult, but they were pushed back. They were not allowed in. Of course, it came out that certain AfD politicians had actually given tours of the Bundestag, like on a couple of days before, to some of the people who were in this scene. So that's kind of how they operate. I guess it'd be similar to many of the far right wing things. Just a short note on the AfD itself. There's some interesting things about in terms of Ukraine, to come back to Ukraine. So, for example, when we had the budget debate and approval, I guess 2 weeks ago now in the Bundestag, it was interesting to hear what the AfD thinks. The AfD actually has a fair amount of, well, I mean, I guess we call them tankies, right? That's kind of how they are, and sometimes that includes former military members or people who, in general, are sort of predisposed towards, blowing things up and shooting guns and so on. And okay, that's fine. So, I mean, two of the guys who were arrested yesterday, they were in the airborne forces in the 1990s, and partially later than they were in the special forces as part of their airborne unit. So this was back in the 1990s. So if you see reports that these guys were in the special forces, this is long ago. These guys are older, they're gone, they're out of the military, but they were in it. So anyway, but going back to the debate with the AfD, I mean, it was interesting when they were talking about budget increase for the military, for munitions, and the special fund in Germany. The AfD is actually for it. So they actually want to increase military spending. They would like to use the military for maybe different things, but so the only party which was against increasing military funding was actually the left's party. It came out in the budgeting a bit different, as Thomas Tyner pointed out, but actually the AfD, the right wing, is actually for increased military spending. So I thought I'd just add that as well. I don't know if I answered your question or if I kind of went off on my own thing. Sorry, Anda.
Um, kind of touched and go. So I will try to resume shortly. So before that, I have to mention something which is kind of funny to me. You actually use papers, so I can hear the rustling of the paper you are looking at, and I find that extremely endearing because we used to have a subscription for it, and yeah, I remember that sound. So my question was the following. Usually when they get to a queue, to have a coup, right? They are bold enough. The point which they reached as an organization, they are confident enough and bold enough to do that, right? Usually people start small. People don't start for example, in an apartment talking about turning over the Bundeskanzler. They start with small steps, like how, I don't know, we oppose this law, we oppose this I don't know, decision, we oppose blah blah blah. Usually it's opposing that they are from opposition, and usually this is the driving force, right? So that's why I was asking, how are they? If you see them prior, and if they have influenced in the past, I don't know, useful decisions and I don't know, turn them or
Yeah. I think I know what you mean. So first, let's talk coup real quick. I just got to hit the word coup, and because the only place that I have seen this as described as a coup attempt is in English. I haven't seen that at all in any of the German stuff. When these raids happen, it is normally, and this is why these raids happen, is they normally find weapons and they normally find some lists of politicians, people who are their enemies, whatever it may be. In this case, they just, because they arrested this Prince, what's his name, Heinrich, and this former MP, or at least she's in it. That's why I think that's how Western media started to call it a coup. It's not in the German media as a coup. What is their influence? Not a whole lot. It's not a very big group. They are very extreme, but of course they have as much influence as any kind of protest extreme movement would have. Obviously, that it brings up debate around corona, it brings up debate around vaccination, it brings up debate about immigrants, which were their main issues. They've been surprising, or not surprisingly, but they have been largely quiet around Ukraine. The only groups that seem to be doing anything stupid around Ukraine is the Russian diaspora in Germany. But even the AfD has been pretty quiet about Ukraine.
thank you. Helsinki, I think your hand went up first, and then Waypoint.
Yeah, yeah, a couple of questions and comments maybe for this Germany thing. Yeah, thanks, Charles, for the update. It's kind of like, it's also news. I was watching Deutsche Welle English, and there was this really it's kind of like these people, you can laugh them off by this being this kind of like adopting this kind of elitistic worldview, say that these are this kind of Looney Tune guys with the QAnon and go against vaccination and all this kind of like. But I think they are kind of like, of course they're fringe, but they have to also be taken. And Germany has a very dark past, so that's also there. That's the fact. History is we see echoes of history, and what was like, I didn't see that. I assume that this, correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see much news coverage on the perspective that these people have also, I assume them to be extremely anti-Semitistic. And this, if you compare it to the Russian history of Germany, which is very dark, the Nazi past, this is something that should be also covered. And and I think there was also like a judge who was this, or the AfD guy, but this was judge who hold these kind of very extreme right-wing views, and she was now suspended. That's what I heard just now. And the concerning thing also, and Charles, you might know more about it, but there is a threat because this kind of people with alt-right and extremist and racist ideologies, they try to infiltrate and they seek work and employment. It is true in Finland, it's true in US, these KKK guys, they want to go in the elite units, they want to go to army, they want to go to prison service because these are kind of like totalitarian organizations, so they feel at home there. This is, I think, a general phenomenon. And from the political point of view, it's just to make a comment that the depressing thing is like, if you look at what is happening in the corridors of power in Paris and Berlin, it's like these people are thinking that let's this nightmare be over and let's just normalize everything with the Russians and get the nice business going on. There is a lot of opportunities in Russia, so it is. But they fear these people. They fear because you had the immigrant wave in 2015. And whenever there is immigrants and this kind of economical downturns, the right wing gets stronger because people get frustrated. So I think the political elites,
Yeah.
these traditional political elites, they fear and they are scared of this right-wing rise. And we can see it in Sweden, we can see it in Finland also. They are not so kind of extreme. But anyway, this kind of comments. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm gonna have to drop off here soon and go to work. But I'm thanks, Anda, for letting me talk about this topic. Just because I just wanted to highlight. I mean, it was a big thing. It is in the news. It's going to be on Twitter. It is on Deutsche Welle. It's on CNN and so on. It's just I just wanted to highlight that the context and the narrative of this is completely different. And the only link to anything Ukrainian in this is really that just Russia has the propaganda information war has tried to use these kind of right-wing groups in the past, so there will be some kind of links. These things exist, but it is primarily a domestic issue. That's why this this whole part of the German government, which takes these things very seriously, domestic terrorism, domestic extremism, because of that dark history. This is pretty much how they operate. So yeah, but that's it from my side. But I will need to step off, Anda. I appreciate everything this morning. Thank you very much. And I'll try to listen in throughout the day. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Charles. And I know you're very modest because whenever I enter the space during my breaks, I can see you here in the space on the panel. So I think you contribute more than you let others know. And thank you. You know I really enjoy working with you. So yeah. Have a good day and great success today. Waypoint, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. To add on to Charles, I mean, I've been living now in Germany for over 30 years, so I know quite a bit about it. Over the years, I've heard a lot of stuff, but it's really very small. The Reichsbürger. What actually happened with the Reichsbürger is the way they see it is the German constitution after the Second World War, and what happened that the Nazi Deutschland, that the constitution that they had then has never officially ended, and they don't recognize the German constitution as it now is, and that is the whole thing about it. So yes, they are right wing. They're as right wing as Nazi Germany that was then. And what they've done is as well is there's been quite a lot of stuff over the years, things like whole military units. I mean, we're not massive units, not regiment size, but like squad size. That they've actually special forces, like Charles says, paratroopers. They've actually literally closed whole units down because of them being infiltrated by Reichsbürger, and also the police force. They've had that sort of thing going on. Now, you have heard every now and then of certain things going on, like people being kidnapped, and obviously there've been 1 or 2 deaths, but it's very minor. Germany's got over 60 million people, and you're talking about maybe a couple of thousand. Could they do a coup d'etat? No, they couldn't. They definitely could not do that. It would be impossible because there's far too many people that are against it. Even if they have a little Mickey Mouse politician that's like trying to run the show for them, they are very, very small, insignificant. Apart from the fact, obviously, that they have guns. But if you look at the other nations, like the United States, there's people that have far more weapons than what the Reichsbürger have. But they try to do things like folks policing. They try to do the policing the way they see it, and not the way the constitution sees it, and things like this. You do hear every now and then. Over the years, I've got friends all over Germany and I've never ever heard of anybody that knows anybody for the Reichsbürger. What you do hear is a lot of it is in the east of Germany, not actually in the north of Germany, in the west, like where I live. But yeah, it's a very, very interesting situation, but very small. It's a bit like the Red Army faction. It's similar, but they have people that that were not totally under the radar. These are people that within the radar, and obviously being military and from the police. So it's a slightly different situation altogether than the Red Army faction. Could they do more than the Red? Well, theoretically, yes, they could do, because when you've got special forces units, you could do far more. I'm driving my car, so I'm having to reverse. So I've got to concentrate what I'm doing. But it's like Charles said, it's not a coup. There's been no mentioning of coup apart from what I've seen as well on the British press. That is definitely isn't. And yeah, these razzia, they do it in the drug scene every now and then. They do massive drug scene raids, and basically they do it against the rechts, against the left. You don't really hear much about them doing against the things like Antifa and the left, the extreme left. You don't hear much, but you definitely do with the right. And like Charles said, it's like every, I don't know, 6-8 months, and you hear it. I've got a couple of friends that are in the SEK. They're in the Sondereinheitskommando. That's the police special forces that and they've done things like that. They don't really say much. They're not allowed to say much, but they mention every now and then that they've got problems with the Reichsbürger. But yeah, they every now and then you'll see it on the TV. They'll do a documentary about it, but it's like very, very low key, because a lot of the stuff that actually comes out is from years ago and not actually today. And that's basically the way it works with the Reichsbürger. Could they do something? I don't know. I think they have to have a lot more people, in their group to actually do anything of any particular damage to the nation. Yeah. I've not heard of them having any. I've not heard of them.
But can you, sorry to interrupt, but can you just comment on the anti-Semitism of these groups, because this should be also covered also, that these are also anti-Semitic groupings, and this is totally not covered in the news, because anti-Semitism is a huge problem in Europe nowadays.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't really, when you hear about them, because it's very internal, you don't really hear about the anti-Semitism part of it. They don't really speak that much about that. That's not really mentioned. It's all about it's like the constitution, the wanting to have the Nazi ruling again, not exactly the anti-Semitism part of it, and the genocide. You don't really hear much about that. But it's literally about them trying to take control of the country and not accepting the constitution as it is. And it was illegal what happened, because basically it was like a Western coup d'etat against the German nation and stuff like that. Okay, I've got to leave my car now, so I'll be listening to you, but I'm going to step down from the mic.
Thank you, Waypoint. And good morning, Herman. Welcome up. I'm very glad to see you.
Good morning, Anna. I stepped in the hot topic here. Oh, Reichsbürger on the MriyaReport. How are you doing, Anna? How's the coffee?
Hot. The coffee is hot. Thank you for asking. If I have coffee, I'm happy. So I'm happy.
Yeah, you can't let coffee get cold. That's a sin. Alrighty, Waypoint. Yeah, thank you for this nice little summary of the Reichsbürger in Germany. I have a couple of things to add here, just for funsies, because it's about Germany and Germans involved in the support of Ukraine. Apparently, there's some developing story to keep an eye out, not the Reichsbürger, the support for Ukraine. So those Reichsbürger, there's actually a pretty big distribution among them. There's about 20,000-ish people. Nobody knows for sure. And they're very loosely aligned behind that idea that, as you said, they deny the legitimacy of the Federal Republic of Germany because it was created not by the German people, but by the Allies. They're not, surprisingly, not all of them are actually outright Nazis. The majority is a right wing, but there's a couple of people, they're actually monarchists in there. Like people who really want the German Empire, the Second Empire back. With a king or an emperor, the Kaiser, should rule Germany again. But that's also part of it. And just to add a couple of snippets around how crazy those people are. Some of them declare independence of their own homestead, like their house with the ground it's standing on. They declare themselves an independent state. They declare they don't have to pay taxes to Germany because Germany doesn't exist. They live in a different country, their own. They print their own documents, their own ID cards, their own driver's licenses, their own birth certificates. They have their own weapons licenses. They have a whole bunch of things they claim to be able to do because they have their own state. And a majority of those Reichsbürger meetings is actually exchanging legal support because everybody in those circles is actually legally challenged. As soon as you hop in the car and drive with a driver's license and you get pulled over by police, you're going to have a problem. So that's a big part is giving themselves guidance on how to deal with the German justice system, what works, what doesn't, what lawyer is good, what lawyer is bad, and of course, how to forge documents. That's also a really big thing, what they do, and probably also weapons trade, but they wouldn't talk about that. Yeah, so those were the Reichsbürgers. Anna, are you interested in talking more about the Reichsbürgers, or what was happening the last day? Can you give me a quick heads up what you learned in the last 2 hours?
Well, the most interesting thing that happened in the last 12 hours is that in Russia, something is burning like really, really hot. I think Colby put it in the nest. It should be the first one in the nest. It's a huge fire in a mega shopping mall in Moscow. I am trying to reach a firefighter UA to see if he can come today or an hour later. Do you hear me? I'm sorry, I had an incoming call. Do you still hear me, Herman?
There was a quick interruption, but you're back, yes.
Awesome. So Colby's coming back up. He can tell us more about the fires burning. I don't see him. I don't know. Twitter is twittering me today, annoying me. So it's about this fire. This is one. Language learner was up today with a very, very detailed rundown of the last 2 days. We also had earlier in the space Malcolm Nance, and it was an interesting night. Let's put it this way. It was an interesting night. I see Colby has his hand up, so I hope actually he has details.
Not much more to say about the fire in Moscow. I think that the videos speak for themselves, and there's so many of them. I just have a few of them in my my thread in the nest. But if you go looking, there's all sorts of different angles, and they're all quite spectacular. I was just going to say that we have all sorts of really smart people with different areas of expertise that come and join us here on the MriyaReport, and not just our special, very distinguished guests who come by from time to time, but just our regular team and regular listeners who have different areas of expertise and come up to share with us that expertise. It vexes me greatly that we don't actually have any firefighters really among the regular crew, aside from Roman, I believe it is, in Kharkiv. Obviously, he's a very busy man with his own responsibilities, and doesn't have the time to really come on as much as we might like to have him. And it's a bit annoying that we don't have firefighters on the who have the ability to come on more regularly and share their expertise about the topic, because we do have so many fires. And I was sure that when the Kerch Bridge was burning, that we might get some firefighters up. And I made a very specific appeal at the time if we had any firefighters who could come up and talk about what we were seeing. And we had absolutely no shortage of engineers who were willing to come up and talk. But we didn't get any firefighters. So I again ask, firefighters, they spend a lot of time just at the hall. They have a lot of downtime in between calls. And I would have thought that we would have had more of them listening in, and they'd be very eager to come up and share with us their expertise on all these very careless smoking accidents. So I'm going to put that call out again, because this is one of those situations where we would love to get some more experienced perspectives on what we're seeing across Russia, and provide some commentary on that. So if anybody has firefighters in the family and you haven't introduced them to MriyaReport yet, you should definitely do that, and we would definitely appreciate them being able to come up and share their expertise with us.
Absolutely, and it would be great to have firefighters up here, Corbin, and good evening to you. Do you have any idea? Do we have any idea what that was that was burning besides a generic commercial building? Is there anything of notable of notice to say about that building?
So this is a mall. It is a suburban shopping mall in Moscow Oblast, just outside of city limits in the northwest side of the city in Oblast. And within the mall, this is specifically the Obi store, which you probably are familiar with as a German. It is Germany's Home Depot, although I learned that it actually predates Home Depot, was founded before Home Depot. But to our North American audience, it very much is sort of identical to Home Depot, even in sort of its branding. It's got the same orange motif and the layout of a store. I was looking at pictures on Google taken within this specific store in Russia, and it looks identical to the Home Depots that you would see here in Canada or the United States. So this is hardware is the main epicenter of this fire and this explosion, and it's not just that it's burning, like the building literally exploded, and there were so many great videos showing the detonation and the shrapnel debris flying everywhere after the building blew up. So that's the epicenter. I think it's fair to say that there's definitely probably the fire is spreading to the rest of the mall in which this store is based. But it originated in the northwest corner of the mall at this Obi hardware store.
Yeah, thank you. I saw Obi in one of those Russian Telegram messages I had on Twitter. I wasn't sure if Obi is an acronym for something else. I thought, what? German hardware store in Moscow? But they have a very cute mascot. It's a beaver with a yardstick. You should check that out. It looks awesome. Yeah, so apparently there was something in there that could have exploded. I cannot really think of much that would explode in a hardware store. So of course, there's a lot of lumber that can burn. But yeah, maybe another unit, another business next to it, so maybe the gas tanks or the heating systems or something like that. It looked very impressive though, that explosion. Thank you, Colby. Nick, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Arman. I was going to sarcastically quip about I wonder which Muscovite luminary was shopping in the mall at the time of the explosion, but that actually led me to a more trenchant question, I think, which is, do we know what time was the mall closed or still open at the time of this? Do we know that? And thank you. I don't have anything else to offer, so I will probably drop to listener after shutting up in a second here.
Yeah, that's a good question. Do we know about the time? So all I saw were video in the darkness, but there were people around on the streets to take videos. There was a bus or a cable car or something in one of the videos. So I don't know exactly when it was. And it's dark most of the time right now in Moscow because of the latitude, I believe, and the season. So Amber, do we know that, Colby?
It is closed only 1 hour, at least. This is what's on their website. So the program is from midnight to 11 p.m. The next day. So basically, they are 23 hours open and 1 hour between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. They are closed probably to set and reset the cash how do you say cashing machines and system and invoices and everything. Helsinki, sorry, Colby, you want to add something on this?
Yeah, just the store specifically. Those are the main mall hours, I guess, that you're referring to, and which I think is correct. It's more or less open 24 hours. Google says that the store itself is just open 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. So if that's accurate, then they were probably closed at the time. I don't know exactly when the fire is reported to have started. TAS or RIA probably has something on this. I haven't looked yet, but they would probably have that information in their news story about it. What time the fire was initially reported, but it was still pitch black, and based on when we started getting videos, I think it was probably before it opened. Although I did see some reports that the building was occupied, or at least the store was occupied. But that wouldn't surprise me because employees would obviously be there much before opening time to receive deliveries or whatever else. But I think the store probably wasn't quite open yet, would be my estimation.
Awesome. And yes, you're probably right. If they open at 8 o'clock, that's 7 hour time. The first fires, the first big open fires and videos we saw were at 6 a.m. Kiev time. So it should have been 7 by that time in Moscow, because they are 1 hour ahead. So yeah, we will see if there are casualties and how many. But you're probably right, and there were still people doing the maintenance and then setting up everything that it is needed before opening the store. Helsinki, you have your hand up, and then Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Anda. Yeah, but this fire expertise, it just came to my mind, like I saw in the news, and Pauli also, I think Pauli from Finland, he said that these first responders in Helsinki Fire Department, they organized this kind of like sending ambulances to Ukraine, and it's going to happen. They send these Mercedes ambulances there, which have been used by the department. So these people surely have the kind of like warm heart to talk about these things. So I don't know them personally. They are very active in Instagram and all this kind of like social media, and even boy calendars, I have to admit in this respect also. So but these people definitely have the first responder expertise, but I don't know them personally, but I'm sure they have willingness to help Ukraine. So some of them might be on board. Thanks.
Thank you. Ben, have you come up? I'm sorry, Herman. Do you want to add something?
No, I just want to state the obvious question. It's a great idea to have firefighters up here, because I would really like to know how those fires can spread so fast. All those fires out there, and they look like they would have been placed professionally. Like either an arsonist or some military specialist or firefighter would know how to bring down such a big structure so fast, and that's very fascinating. Sorry, I'm that. Yeah, to you, Ben. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm glad you're the one who brought the conspiracy theory and not me, because I was about to. So you just beat me to it. Yeah, that's very interesting. All what you're saying, especially considering that basically it's a very, very difficult time for Russian retail, and in particular for malls. Apparently, there were some numbers going on recently that every other mall in Russia was bound to close within the next year. And baboom, guess what? Big fire. So, all right, so tinfoil hat off. It's sure that whenever there's not a lot of money coming, security measures tend to take a hit, and that could be only this, or as you said, it looks like a damn fast fire spreading really, really quick, and which is potentially going to have a lot of impact, and you know, who knows? And with this, I'm in for an early day and a long, long day. So I just wanted to tell you, I love you guys, and Putin kurva.
Putin kurva.
All right. uh, Colby, do you have something to add?
So we have another fire, and this one potentially has strategic implications. Apparently, Nortec's one of their tire factories in Barnaul, Altai Krai, Russia, is on fire as well right now. So that is extremely good news if a Russian tire manufacturer is experiencing a devastating fire, because we all know the importance of good quality tires. Not that, well, actually, from what little I know, Nortec actually does make good tires. They're sold internationally. They probably better than the cheap Chinese junk, which were identified to be being used by a lot of Russia's wheeled military vehicles. The Soviet Union actually produced relatively good tires in its day, and from what limited reading I've done, Nortec does not make an absolute garbage product. So if one of their factories is burning, that's probably very, very good news.
Great, Colby. Thank you for that really exciting good news. Yeah, so you said the Russians have... Excuse me?
Sorry, videos in the nest.
Oh, great. Thank you. So we can all check it out. Yeah, so you said before that the Russian military has more often than not those Chinese tire on it, or in the early days of the invasion, we saw vehicles being pulled out of storage, and they were parked in the same position for 20 years, and they had the flat foot just because they were never moved. Yeah, there might be some larger need of tires in the Russian army. The less vehicles they have, the less the need is going to be, of course. And yeah, let's see what happens there. But one more thing that burns is good. Whatever it does right now, it doesn't really matter that much. It's gonna wear out the morale of the Russians one fire by one. That's gonna be good for us either way. And yeah, hopefully there are not too many civilian casualties, Russian or not. It's always going to be sad, but yeah, it's a war, and we don't even know if it's connected to the war. There's just those spontaneous fires, and they burn really quick, and we don't have a firefighter to tell us how to make a fire go really quick, go around in the building and take out all the inventory there. That would be really good to know. So if you know a firefighter, if you have been a firefighter in a previous life, please come up to the speaker panel and point us out and what's going on here. Perhaps you understand fires, we don't. Helsinki.
Yeah, also connected to this kind of this rubber thing made me think about Soviet rubber industry, that this is so quality. I don't know, I'm not an expert, because generally the Soviet stuff, which I remember from my childhood also, was like even 5-year-old, we could see these Russian products, Soviet products, and they were generally terrible. But of course they put all the resources in the military industry, so maybe there is some gems there, like rubber tires on BTR or something. But did you guys see that that Russian MRE? There was a good tweet about it, how terrible it is. So I was just thinking, I tweeted about it also, like it was, if they are serving this kind of dog food for their soldiers, that is actually helping us to defeat Russia here, because it's absolute garbage. You know, I was like, I'm familiar with our own MREs from my time, and to limited extent also the American MREs and the French ones also. But this looks absolute garbage. So it is helping our effort to beat them. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, I had a look at that MRE package. It has been there was an opening thread, like a MRE opening and taste testing. It's somewhere on my timeline if you're interested. If you don't know what Helsinki fellow was talking about, just a few retweets down, you will find it. So yeah, so I think the take home is it doesn't look good, but from what I hear from military people, I've talked about this, is well, they all look bad, but sometimes they actually taste good. Or well, 20 years ago we didn't have anything better. It's not actually that horrible. The question is really, does every Russian soldier get one by themselves per day? Because there've been many stories that, especially mobilized units, they had one of those MREs for 5 people per day, or one of those MREs for 3 days, and that's going to get really short in calories. So just by looking at that and the quantities and the type of food, that's about what you need for one soldier in a day in terms of calories to keep you fighting, to keep you in the game. But if you cannot provide enough of those for your troops, then you're still gonna fall short. And that's what I'm hearing from various sources in the last couple of months, that they don't have enough of those. Regardless of the quality, if you're in the trenches, you're gonna eat it. Waypoint.
I mean, honestly, when you look at these MREs, would you really feed it to your dog, Helsinki? I mean, I would not feed that to my dog. Yeah, and you could. The American MREs, they have Tabasco in it, and when I was in the forces, I used to take like curry powder, Tabasco, and other sauces that to bump up the British my British rations. And I don't even think that would help. When I look at that, that wouldn't even help it. Yeah, I mean, that stuff is it looks disgusting. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm yeah, shocked. No, when you look at the discipline, you see what's going on there with the Russian soldiers, the Russian military. It's no shock. You know, it's theoretically it's to be expected now. I'll step down.
Yeah, Waypoint. Thank you. So you an MRE connoisseur. You had the pleasure of living off those before, and you say you are disgusted.
Definitely, really, really disgusted. I mean, I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole, as we say in the UK. There was things in our rations as well. I mean, we had various different ration packs, and there was things in ration packs that I just didn't like as well, like things like steak and kidney pie. That was the steak and kidney that wasn't mine, and I used to. But what we used to do is we used to swap out with what I've seen from the Russians. I wouldn't want to have any of it. I mean, somebody came up to me and said, "Here, you know, we want to swap, you know, some of your British rations." Or when in the Gulf, we had American rations. We were given both because we were with American units, so we were given both, and we used to swap and change and have some of their stuff and give them some of our stuff and that. Or like, yeah. But I mean, I just wouldn't want to have it. It looks disgusting. It looks, it doesn't look like your stomach could actually digest that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's not very nice.
So this overcookie type of gooey stuff with everything blended together and the meatballs not being visually recognizable, that is not something that would happen in a Western type of MRE.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know of anything like that. I mean, sometimes you see like films from prisons where they pick up their tray and the plastic tray, and the plastic tray's got these sections, and they got going along the line, and then the person who's standing behind the counter has this scoop of goo. I mean, you can't explain anything, call it anything else, and they just like slop it onto the tray, and that's basically what this stuff looks like. It looks absolutely disgusting. Yeah, and I'm not sure what they put in there. Could it be enough to keep a human being going in the summer? Possibly. In the winter, I really can't see it. I mean, I'm not sure if they just fill it full of maybe there's some sort of chemicals. There's stuff in there to starch and all sorts of stuff like this to bump it up with sugar and maybe there's added vitamins and all that sort of stuff that's in there. We don't know that, but as a appetite, I mean, honestly, I mean, I would want to live off the land. I mean, I learned to live off the land with the military and what I was doing, but I'd rather live off the land than eat that.
Yeah, this was one of the notions about that MRE was they added 60 grams of sugar to it, to match out the calorie needs of a soldier per day. So, and 60 grams of sugar is quite a lot calorie-wise. And you're correct there. All right, and and isn't it the slop? When you say the slop in a table, wouldn't you call like a really gooey food slop directly in British English, or is it an American thing?
No, we call it a sloppy. Well, a sloppy, it's like it's the scoop, the spoon, this great big spoon like a spatula, and it's and there's like a slopping of it, and it's like
Yeah, okay. Don't talk me into talking about English food now, or anything else. I have a very bad reputation about that on Twitter. Alrighty. There was also I think 2 weeks ago there was a video shared by Russian soldiers who actually called out the food supplies they've been given. Those were not MRE, so it was canned food. And one of particular complaints I remember was they had this canned meat, and that was supposed to be chicken meat. And they heavily complained about all the small bones in that can factory. And they had the very colorful language what they wished happened to the owners of the factory who sent that kind of canned chicken meat to them on the front lines. They were very, very upset about what they got to eat there. Colby.
It's way past my bedtime. I already turned off my PC a while ago, so I'm not gonna do a formal geolocation on this latest fire I did for the mall, but I can say that I will say that this is geo confirmed. I found this place on Google Maps, and I can match up the videos that I'm seeing posted and what I can kind of see tentatively through Street View on my smartphone. So this is definitely a legit fire at Nortex Tire Factory in Barnaul, and I'm sure somebody will do that formal geolocation and do a nice map and markup of Street View and all that shortly. But yeah, that's legit, and watch this one, because this could have strategic implications. Somebody should go look and see if Nortec is selling tires to the Russian military or not, because this could be a problem for them. And I'm gonna head off to bed now.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And yeah, this looks like a complete loss, that factory is based on the image. And tires and rubber burn really long and very hot and very great. Once they're on fire, they're hard to stop. Awesome. You have a good night, buddy. Anna, what we're gonna do now without Kobe? What's gonna be next?
Good night, Colby. And thank you for all the hours you are putting in and all the help. We really appreciate it. Well, I have Herman. I have a lot of topics I want to discuss with you. You just have to pick one, with which we can start, and after that, we can go forward. So, the first one I wanted to, because when you came into the space, we already discussed what happened in Germany. I wanted to kind of link it with what is happening right now in Ukraine, where you can see from various articles that appear frequently lately, that more and more churches are being raided by SBU, and also it is a couple who was suspected of espionage in Odessa, and they were apprehended yesterday, I think. There is a full story in our newspapers, and they were providing information regarding the Black Sea to Russia. They were providing information such as military setup, movements of anti-air defense. Their names were not put out, obviously, because they are part of a network, and you don't want the entire network to know someone has been apprehended, but you want the process to stop because it hurts your defense, right? Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure. All right. So for the churches, yeah, I was actually trying to get a better understanding on what happens there, because I know that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church is actually a subsidiary of the Moscow Orthodox Church, of the Russian Orthodox Church, and they cut ties and became independent in 2019, if I understand it correctly. Whatever church timelines mean and when the cuts were really made, or there's always some kind of overlap, some merge of timelines with those big institutions when the individual member of whatever congregation actually makes the shift or is going to be replaced. So that takes some time. So it's for me a little bit hard to get a good timestamp on that, which is probably also not really relevant or possible. However, there seems to be a very strong connection still between the local leadership of those churches, not just priests, but also congregation members, to the Russian Orthodox Church. And we need to keep in mind that the Orthodox Church has been used by the KGB and later the FSB to provide information from the ground. Many of them actually trained KGB/FSB agents. That is also true for the Patriarch Kirill, the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church. And yeah, of course, there is the concern that they would provide shelter and support of the enemy in those situations. And it's also very hard to determine whose allegiance you're on in a time like this, where information can be critical, and loyalty is crucial for your, let's say, role in society. So if you perform all those religious duties and you're in contact with all those people, and you get all those information from the ground from those people, it is it is a quite powerful position to be a priest in a church who's superseeing thousands of people, and people believe you what you're saying to them because you have this position of respect and tradition that you are transpiring into the crowd around you, and they are more likely to trust you without even knowing where you're from. And yeah, my guess is that the Ukrainians finally wanted to know too who those people really are and whose allegiance they're in. We've seen a couple of cases before in this year where Ukrainian Orthodox priests and Russian Orthodox priests ended up in a disagreement and arguments or even fights about this war and where they stand on. And yeah, I guess it's about now finding out how thorough this cut of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church from the Russian Orthodox Church has really been, and finding out if the congregations would accept other priests is going to be substituted in their local parish by the Ukrainian Church that has been recognized by the Ukrainian society as being non-tainted by the Russian ideology. I hope that is kind of like capturing what I was trying to say and what you brought up.
Yes. So the bulk, the idea is like this, right? The first big hit that the first big set of documents that I saw in the news about what's happening. So after Kharkiv was liberated, there were some rumors. After Kherson was liberated, there were in the media proofs with video proofs and footage of documents that have been retrieved from the cathedral in the city where Russians have been they had a headquarters, right? And after that, I saw an increase in the number of raids that SBU had made in Ukraine, especially in the south of Ukraine, in various churches. Now, there are three things that you need to take into consideration. One, not many priests are trained as KGB, right? Most of them are snitches. They get and why do I say this? It's a boring job for an agent who has the training to sit as and perform as a priest, right? Because if your front is that you are a priest, you have a lot of work to do every day and every week, and it's not an easy job to be a priest. It's not particularly in enjoyment or friendly one, because you get births and baptize and weddings, but more often than not, you get also grief and people complaining about everything and death, right? And a priest is more or less the primary version of a psychologist, right? They do have some psychology training. So what KGB used to do in Russia and also probably extended that in Ukraine as well was to have contacts there. So people knew to be mindful and to listen more carefully of what their they are called enoyash in Romanian. I don't so the parishioners, right? The people who join the parish. And therefore they were listened more carefully, and they will pass on information that sometimes was confidential, said during confession, right? So they also broke their oath as priests. Setting that aside, some of them probably during war were let's say convinced in one form or another to help Russia. And every time you have a snitch in your ranks, people die during war. This is an undisputable truth. It is the most horrific thing you can do to send your own people to die, right? Your own countrymen. So for them, I have no patience or mercy. I'm sorry. This is what I wanted to add, and the idea that Odessa was the target of many Russian attacks. Because one of the aside from the churches, I mentioned earlier about a couple in Odessa. Apparently, they were in Ukraine from 2018. So I don't know. Herman, do you want to add on this topic, or do you want us to move forward?
No, quick. I can give you a little bit confirmation to that, because so I'm from Germany, and actually more than 90% of my family is from East Germany. I'm not, but we wanted to visit them during the 80s. So during the time when they were East and West Germany, the communist and the free, and yeah, there was always those restrictions. How often can you go from the east to the west, from the west to the east? So our relatives, whenever they came visit us in the west, they had to take some leave somebody behind. They couldn't go all together, so they would step out, for instance, something like that. There was always one or two people had to stay behind. And when we came to them, we could all go, but we had all those restrictions and whatever not. We had to go to police and register. And after the two Germanys were united again to one country, they made the effort to go all through the Stasi files, like the German version of the KGB, FSB, and they made the effort to find all the files for all the people. You could now go look and see what those agencies had on file on you. And I had the file with them because I went there to visit, and we went there to visit our families, and we went with them to church. And this was actually quite interesting to see who had information on you that was provided to the intelligence services. And one of them was actually from the priest of the congregation of our family in Eastern Germany. And yeah, you're right, that those are not agents per se, but those are quite hardwired snitches, not like snitches like, hey, you have information, yes, I have information, that person. Those were people who were recruited to okay, you need to give us information on all the people. We know who's coming into your house. So we have no under observation, and you need to deliver data packages. We want reports. There are Westerners coming into the city. We want to know what you know about the Westerners. And yeah, those people, they filed those reports. There was not much information in there, not anything particularly useful, but they wrote diligently their report and handed it over to the agencies, and that ended up in our files. Yeah.
Exactly. So you're a living proof it happened, which and I think it's a beautiful thing. The files were actually opened. It's a very interesting thing to see how people looked at you from outside and what they got from you, right? As an information. I wanted to change a bit the topic, if it's okay with you, and maybe we can bring some people up. Also, if you have questions or topics you want to bring up, you all know we are here 24/7. You are our very esteemed and praised listeners, and we are very grateful to have you here. And also, if you want to help us, you can share and retweet the space. Let others know about us. Let others know about the topics that are being discussed here, the guests which we have here, and not only the guests, the members of this community, if you want, who come up and share information and topics with us every day. So thank you very much. And I wanted to, Herman, I wanted to talk to you about people who are in prison right now, Ukrainian people who are in prison. Dave, I saw you coming up, but you dropped down again. So
no, I think I'm here.
Awesome. Yay. All right. So, I wanted to, my topic was about Brittany Griner, which I understand was exchanged for a Russian arms dealer, whose name is Victor Bout. And yeah, do you have another topic for us, Dave or Herman?
Well, I don't know a whole lot about that exchange. I don't follow women's basketball that much, but I do know that I have read quite a bit about the Russian arms dealer that they traded for, and that he's been in jail for 15 years, and so any contacts that he had are probably no longer available. But some are wondering if Putin wanted him back to kind of bolster the morale of the troops, or parade him around and say, now we have this great arms dealer, he's going to get you something to fight with. I don't know if that's what Putin has in mind. I don't think anybody knows what Putin is thinking. But that I thought that was one take that I thought was likely. So just my thoughts. I do have another topic if you don't want to continue on this one.
You wanna wrap it up, and we can wrap it up and go to the next one.
Yes, of course. I think you are totally right, and we should follow why they deemed him valuable to be exchanged for. If he has money or any other, there has to be a reason, right? Because they really were happy to keep the American basketball player there. It was an offense to US. So I will follow up on this one. But interesting way of thinking, Dave. Please continue with your topic, with the other topic.
So the other topic I've been reading some about, with the increased activity of Ukraine attacking inside of Russia. So far they've done a pretty good job of keeping of attacking military targets. One person I read had brought up that this is something Ukraine needs to be really careful about, because if they start hitting civilian targets, that could steal the resolve of the Russians that Ukraine really does need to be, invaded. And so I think it's kind of a fine line that Ukraine is going to have to walk, because I think that strategically it makes a lot of sense to strike at the source of the Russian materials. It doesn't make sense to if you've got you've turned on a hose and it's filling up a pond, you don't bail the water out of the pond to empty it, you turn off the hose. And so that makes complete sense, but it could backfire in some ways that they don't anticipate. If they accidentally take out a lot of civilians, that then Russia can parade around and say, look, they're killing our civilians. It doesn't really matter to them that Russians are killing civilians. So that's one of my, I guess, what I've been percolating on this afternoon is how Ukraine how they're going to walk that line. But I'm completely convinced that they can do it. They've been very much up to the task so far. So that's just my thoughts.
And you want to take that first, or should I take it? Okay, I'm going to take that. So, yeah, the Russians were always making claims around, look what Ukraine is doing to us. They've been shelling Donbass for 8 years, and all those horrible things they've been doing. They broke the Minsk agreement and whatever not. Okay, we need to be a little bit cautious about that and break it down a little bit. So first, Russians are not very creative actually when they're making those accusations. They will accuse you for the things that they are more than happy to do themselves. That is very recognizable. So if they are saying, oh, Ukrainians are going to do that, it's because they would be doing, that's the first thing they would be doing. Oh, I'm going to go behind the enemy lines and I'm going to start killing civilians. Yeah, let's do that. And then they all going to flee and surrender. haha. So let's accuse the Ukrainians about doing that themselves. It's just an example I just pulled out. But if you look a little bit more carefully on those news and the timelines, whenever you see something the Russians are claiming the Ukrainians are going to use a dirty bomb, for example. And then everybody, oh, the Russians are just announcing you're going to use a dirty bomb, because that's how the Russians work. They accuse somebody and then they do it themselves. And this is just not going to happen. So the Ukrainians have the ability to strike long distance targets inside Russia, and they don't have many shots. They have whatever they're using, whatever the platform is they're using to attack those targets in Russia, they most definitely do not have an unlimited amount of them. And they're going to use them wisely. They're going to use them at those very high valuable targets, like those strategic bomber airfields that have been targeted in the first shot. They're going to use them at the very precise locations of some high-ranking officials, something like that. They're not going to go for civilian infrastructure, not for power plants. They're going to go for a weapons factory where they know, on ammunition depot that is so huge it is just going to be brilliant. And those are the type of things they would be targeting instead, and not civilian infrastructure. Would the Russians come out still and saying, oh, the Ukrainians kill those civilians? Yeah, sure. And yeah, if you target a really huge, stupidly huge ammunition pile somewhere in a deep Russian territory, and that one goes up, and we have a couple of civilians going to be hurt or even dying because they're living close to that. But the Russians are going to be rubbing it in for weeks and weeks that their civilians have been dying because Ukraine targeted an ammunition depot that was just illogically huge. And yeah, that is simply the way Russians using information, how they're using public space, and how they want to obtain control of the narrative. And that is something we should never allow them to do, because they're most definitely always lying in many of those attempts when they're trying to control narrative. And the other thing is, Ukrainians are not targeting civilians. We know that for sure. All those accusations, they're shelling Donetsk for 8 years with artillery. Look at Donetsk. The city looks great compared to Mariupol. We're shelling Mariupol, we're shelling Donetsk. So what were they shooting at Donetsk? Well, at Russian artillery positions around Donetsk or in Donetsk, they were shooting at them, and they were shooting back. That's how war works. But there's no carpet bombing attacks and artillery barrages fired in civilian infrastructure that the Russians always have been accusing the Ukrainians of doing that, because, again, they would accuse the Ukrainians of doing that because that is the first thing they would do as soon as they have a gun close to the Ukrainian city. I'm sorry for the rant. And please continue or take the hands if you can.
Thank you. Earlier, I had a small technical problem. I'm sorry about that. I think you covered it, and I will go to hands. We have Ben. I think Ben is close to work. He should be at work, and then we will go to Eric.
Yeah, I'm actually at work. I'm not even in the room closed. But what Dave was saying is a bit difficult to hear because I'm how can I put it? Yeah, they're already saying it, not only from the NESC, but basically they're considering that the Ukrainians have destroyed completely the oblast of the southern oblast, whose name eluded me at the very second, and they consider that the Ukrainians have been destroying Russian cities and Russian settlements for the past 6 months or something. And as a result, there have been like we shouldn't not consider what they're thinking, because they're already saying it. Their propaganda is already twisting reality backward. So whatever the Ukrainians do, the Russians are always going to call them Nazis, and nothing is ever going to change that. we can. It's a non-issue. The only thing is for the Ukrainians to have their own moral compass. Maybe pay attention to what the West is thinking, but not for a second consider what the Russians are thinking. They're still resolved. If you listen to them, they already have it. So there's nothing there that they that we can say or we can do that is ever going to affect them. So yeah, it's very much not a subject that we should consider because there is nothing we can do. And I'm very concerned about anything that comes close to social engineering. What are we doing? Trying to win on hearts and minds? We've lost them a long time ago, and even if we wanted to win them back, it's never going to work. So there's no point. There's absolutely no point there. No issue.
All right. Eric, welcome up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you're in the car.
Yeah, I'm driving the big truck. Right. So I've been following recently. The Pentagon was saying that they expected the war to go into a lull over the winter, and in the Maria reports that I've been listening to, they're saying that the Russians are unprepared. Their kit is unprepared for the Ukrainian winter, and we should. When I say we, I mean I think we're all allies of Ukraine. We should press the advantage, but it does seem to be a lull. The Russian strikes are exciting, but I question their value. Recently I heard the Ukrainian minister saying that all Crimean Russians would be evicted once Crimea was liberated, and that led me to think that perhaps they're planning an offensive soon. I'm just wondering if there's any speculation, any evidence that an offensive is coming over the winter.
First of all, I totally make the same mistake as you and say we when I am totally a partisan when talking about Ukraine, and it is true. There is a Russian narrative that emerged and appeared in the media, and not only that stated and advised, let's say, for a winter pause. They also said it will give Russia time to train their soldiers. And indeed, here in the space, several of our speakers have spoken against this idea, both from the point of military training, both from the point of view of equipment, winter gear, how the equipment and the gear is behaving during the first month and a half of cold, and everything else. And I am sure it will. How should I put this? I'm sure that Ukraine's general staff is taking into consideration another push rather than a stall, right? They do have one very disputed area, which is Bakhmut, and they have regained Kherson. They are cleaning Kherson out, and also apparently, as we discussed earlier, the entire area of the entire southern area we saw being checked by SBU and not only. And I think they are just consolidating, right? Taking their time, not looking for a stall, because a stall is not in Ukraine's advantage. They haven't rushed until now. They always prepared and prepared well and executed beautifully. And they were always mindful of the lives of their soldiers, right? So yeah, I think we will see another push. This is my my take. But we have Helsinki fella with his hand up, and Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Sandra. No, still about this exchange between US and Russia, if you allow me to say a few words.
What do you mean?
I just wanted to comment on it.
Comment. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now the thing is that this is the playbook, that it's kind of like a hostage taking. If we remember that this is nothing new, that everybody now, I guess nobody is traveling to Russia, but if you go, some Western people go there, they will try to take some sort of manufacture some sort of fake charges there and then exchange it for the persons they want back. There was interesting also, Bellingcat was reporting that they try to get one of their GRU spies away from Brazil, I think, or somewhere. Christo Grosse was reporting about it on Bellingcat, that they manufacture this kind of, that he's actually a drug dealer, he's wanted back. So it's an exchange. This basketball player is just a pawn in a big geopolitical game. One of the notorious cases for Russia was the thing that there was, I think it was Yandarbiyev, who was the GRU tried to assassinate him in Qatar, and the Qataris, they arrested some of the operatives, and what the Russians did is they, when the Qataris, so wrestling team was in Moscow, they took them as a hostage, and then they had an exchange for their guys exchanging. So this is happening all the time with the Estonians at exchanging their guys. So this is just a hostage taking, what they are doing, trying to get their guys back, or trying to use this as a leverage, and it's completely like against all kind of international good customs or something. It's just, completely what the same playbook that the Iranians use. Iranians are trying to get their guy back from Belgium, who is charged for terrorism. They are exchanging him, trying to exchange him for some, I think, innocent people who have been trapped in Iran. So this is their playbook,
Thank you, Helsinki fella. Dave Gillespie.
Yeah. To go along with what Helsinki just said, another thought I've had about the exchange. In the U.S., the Republicans have not been that worried about getting her back because A, she's black, B, she's gay, and so a lot of people have that I've read, not a lot, but I've read some people are speculating that this is another way also that Russia can play into U.S. politics and give the Republicans something that they can say, well, Biden did this or brought this person back, and he should have brought back somebody else that we could use. And but Republicans are going to do that about anything that Biden does anyway, I guess. So it's more of a comment. But, I did have a question about a technical question.
Can I point out one thing about Paul Whelan?
Oh yeah, he's the one.
So Paul Whelan, there's the right wingers in the States are saying, he's a Marine and he served in Iraq. Also, I mean, what they're failing to mention is that Paul Whelan was court-martialed and given a bad conduct discharge. So he's no war hero, and I just wanted to point that out. We wanted to get him out, but he's certainly no Marine Corps war hero here in the States. I just wanted to interject that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you for that.
Go ahead, Herman.
I just want to say thank you. And yeah, about this exchange, and of course it's becoming political. I'm not sure about the timing, what that says to me about being political. However, I remember when she was taken into custody, that was very early this year. Back then already there was the narrative out there in the news landscape that they're gonna want to big about as exchange for her. So that is something that's been around forever since the entire story started. I don't know why they particularly picked him back then already. It's a little bit strange to me, and I also don't know where that came from. Did it come from Moscow directly, that they want Victor as exchange, or yeah, again, I don't know, but it's not really a surprise to me, based on the knowledge that has always been like this exchange couple, and that has been panded in the media. And what happens behind those closed doors, well, none of us know. We just don't know. Edward.
Thank you, Herman. I'm just a little bit confused here. There has been a lot of talk about this exchange, and I know it may be a big deal to some of us, but personally, I have to say I don't care that much about this exchange. Maybe I'm inhuman, but it's a lot of talk on this forum about this exchange, and I don't get it, because there are exchanges happening all the time, everywhere, and I don't see why we need to discuss this. I'm sorry. I just have to say it. Sorry. Thank you.
Well, the interesting part about this exchange is we're talking about two individuals have been found guilty of breaking the law in respective countries and have been exchanged like a prisoner of war. That is the symbolism behind it. Okay. I think that is the interesting part. Because I don't know if it was an acknowledgement has been made here in the situation, but it is, from my understanding, fairly untypical that people say, okay, my citizen broke a law in your country, your citizen broke a law in my country, let's exchange them and set them free. I don't think that usually happens. Does anybody know?
I'm sorry, exchange between countries for various reasons?
Yeah, sure. The exchange that we've been talking about the NBA star versus the weapons dealer. That is something that I don't think I've seen that before.
They happen quite often. They are not always in the media, right? So countries which need some someone from another country, they do have diplomatic ways of discussing this without having let's say a circus about it. But I think it was important this time because she was mediatized a lot, both when she was hauled at the customs and when she went to jail after trial, and it's more about the point, the fact that the US is taking care of their own. It doesn't matter if that person is deemed how should I put it? If some fashions of some sides, some persons in US deem her more valuable or less valuable than others. She was a high topic for US. She was in the press. She was mediatized, and people knew about her and asked about her. So it's only natural to have a public exchange and to let people know she's back. That doesn't mean that other exchanges don't take place. We actually, in some cases, we don't need to know everything that they are doing behind closed doors, and it's better this way. So yeah. Dave, you have something to add?
Yes. Well, I was on going back to the kind of get off the prisoner exchange thing, that back on the early comment about if Ukraine is going to do anything over the winter, if it's going to be a lull or not. I think I've been listening to language learners updates for a while, and I went back and listened to some of the earlier ones, and there has been this, they had the initial push, and then they've been holding the line, so to speak. And I think that that's definitely them preparing for another push, because strategically it would make sense for them to make the most of the winter because they have the better equipment. They would have the advantage in every regard in winter warfare. So I think that they're smart enough that they know that, and I think that we're going to see a big push or offensive, maybe completely take Bakhmut back, or other thing in the winter when they can exploit Russia's unprepared soldiers.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Thank you for listening to language, and keep in mind, language is aggregating news. He's not really that great in forecasting things, and he tells you that himself, that he doesn't know what's going to happen, and he doesn't have a crystal ball. However, you should also have listened to Chuck Farrar, who's also been on here on the show today, and he says one thing very pointedly. I don't want to attack my enemy when he has a good chance to fight. I want to attack my enemy when it's the most difficult situation for him, when it's the hardest situation for him to fight me, when I